military conscription, many fled the country.
Truth
We
Talks.
spoke to Binta Sidibe
Breaking
Gaston
news.
in Paris.
What the children of Burkina Faso need is the rule of law to be restored. If the rule of law is restored, everyone will recognize their rights. They don't need to be subjected to propaganda, insisting they sing the national anthem in the local language or that they wear traditional dress. No, the reason people turn against the state is because of injustice and impunity.
The government says its critics are enemies of Burkina Faso's development, along with the armed groups and France. The children here will grow up to find out if the latest chapter of military rule will bring any change or peace. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera, Ouagadougou.
India has begun its long-delayed population count, a census that could reshape welfare programs and political representation across the country. The nationwide exercise was originally scheduled for 2021, but it was delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic and logistical hurdles. The last census in 2011 recorded a population of 1.2 billion. That figure is now estimated to have surged past 1.4 billion. Neha Punia has more from Delhi.
The government has admitted it's a gigantic process, but they're saying it's one of national importance, given that the last time data was collected at this scale was 16 years ago. This exercise is going to cost more than $1 billion. It will see 3 million officials armed with smartphones fanning out, traveling the length and breadth of the country, going to the remotest of remote areas. And the scope is massive. The idea is to count every single Indian citizen and to account for them, to account for the access to amenities they have, the assets they own, and to really get a true picture of India's demographic potential and issues. And this is particularly relevant in low-income neighborhoods like this one. We've seen how a huge migration from rural areas to urban centers, and cities like New Delhi have come under immense strain. There's a shortage of housing, overcrowding, rising pollution is a problem, as is access to digital infrastructure. We've seen a big demand from opposition parties in recent years. They're saying that we need to get a true sense of what socially and economically marginalized communities and their strength in the country looks like, so we can alter social welfare schemes, so we can alter affirmative actions that give these communities that have been historically discriminated against better access to jobs and education. Here too, many locals have been telling us that when that data comes out, they're hoping it will change the sort of access they have when it comes to affirmative action policies. The last time a census like this was done in 1931, when the British ruled the subcontinent, the first Indian government said that it wanted to stop a caste census because it was only reinforcing social divisions. But it's, of course, of huge importance, not just socially, but also politically.
A massive oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, which was first reported in early March, has spread more than 600 kilometers. Mexico's government says the spill originated from a ship and 2 natural sources. But environmental groups say the spill actually came from an oil pipeline. Julia Galliano reports from Las Barrias, where fishing communities are struggling.
Holy Week is usually peak season for fishing communities along Mexico's Gulf Coast. But this year, fishermen say they're pulling in tar instead of valuable tuna, mackerel, or pompano. They are among roughly 3,000 people, alongside boats and aircraft deployed by the government to contain a massive oil spill that's hitting local livelihoods.
During this time of year, we can take out 7 or 8 tons of fish a day. But this year, even if we catch something, no one is buying it because people think it's contaminated.
In truth, these fishermen say no one has done any tests to confirm the fish is actually unsafe, but local residents and businesses aren't taking any risks.
A month after this oil spill was first detected, workers have removed 700 tons of tar from some 600 kilometers of coastline. You can see some of it here, these coin-sized, sometimes larger bits of tar that this beach is entirely littered with, and which workers tell us once they're done working here today, they come back in the morning and it will be filled with it again. And this is all happening on Easter week, which is the busiest time of year for local fishermen here.
The government says the spill was caused by a leak from a private vessel, combined with natural seepage from the seabed. But neither source has been clearly identified or stopped. Environmental groups accuse authorities of downplaying the scale and source of the disaster. They point to satellite images that show a repair vessel working on a pipeline linked to the state oil company Pemex since February. Onesimo Cruz says he discovered the spill when he pulled up his fishing net, coated in thick petroleum. At more than $1,000 apiece, he can't afford to replace his. And now he's missing out on the 1 month that usually sustains him for the rest of the year.
I've had no income at all since this happened. We've applied for some government support, but so far have received nothing.
The impact is spreading beyond the water. Restaurants that depend on the catch of the day are now sitting empty as uncertainty ripples through the entire coastal community. Julia Galliano, Al Jazeera, Las Barrillas, Mexico.
Now, excitement is building along Florida's Space Coast just hours before NASA's big lunar launch. On Wednesday, 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and a Canadian, are set to make history aboard the Artemis II mission. It's the first journey to the moon to carry a crew in more than 50 years. Liftoff is scheduled for 22:24 GMT. The crew will spend 10 days flying around the moon without landing, echoing the path of Apollo 8 in 1968. It's going to be exciting. Stay with us on Al Jazeera. We're going to take a short break. Imran Khan is with you next.
The latest news as it breaks.
Police say that they will be highly visible in this area in the coming weeks.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop, a Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Talks which should be attacked. Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Hearing the facts.
A busy day for Iran today could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
It's the top of the hour, and you are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Alive. We're FACT at it. And now, breaking news.
I'm Imran Khan, and Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. Coming up.
But we're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer.
President Donald Trump says the US could end the war on Iran in 2 to 3 weeks, even if there's no deal. And Iran's foreign minister tells Al Jazeera he's had messages from the US, but there are no negotiations.
We do not have any faith that negotiations with the US will yield any results. The trust level is at zero.
No let-up in US and Israeli strikes on Iran, reports of attacks in the capital, Tehran, and in the south of the country. People tank at Kuwait International Airport, sparking a massive fire. And
we will not be drawn into the court.
Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer pushes back on US pressure and announces the UK will host an international summit on the Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump says that US forces could end their war on Iran within weeks, setting out the clearest timeline yet for a possible withdrawal. Speaking in the White House, Trump says Tehran does not need to make a deal.
I think with 2 or 3 weeks. Not 3 weeks. If it is, we'll leave. No, they don't have to make a deal with me. When we feel that they are, for a long period of time, and they won't be able to come up with a nuclear weapon, then we'll leave. Whether we have a deal or not, it's irrelevant.
The White House has also announced that Trump will address the nation later on Wednesday to give an important update on Iran. Meanwhile, in an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran has zero taking place.
Nothing like this exists right now. Countries usually send messages to one another either directly or indirectly. This is not called negotiation, but this does exist right now. We have received messages from the US. Some are direct, some are through some of our regional friends. And wherever it is necessary, we reply to these messages. However, no negotiation has taken place, and the reports about that are not accurate.
Now we have correspondents in Dubai, Sana'a and Tehran, where we start.
Yes, don't let this from the context. We know that when it comes to diplomatic sphere, we have heard from the Iranian officials from time to time coming out to say that direct talk with the States is not on the agenda. And of course, they're talking about mediated communications with Washington, even though for diplomatic settlement. Seeing the fact that the two sides seem to be pulled apart at this point, Americans are coming out, but they seeing this intricate nature of the situation is specifically about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, specifically seeing the continued exchange of fire between the three on the one hand, and on the other hand, we know that the battlefield realities are showing something else, and they are far from any point of de-escalation, as the airstrikes targeting different places across Iran is going on, and as the Iranian side is also talking about the about the 8th wave of their retaliatory strikes. They're claiming that a military assessed the region and some locations across the Israeli territories, which is indicative of the Iran's continued intention to strike back as long as these airstrikes are moving on.
Now, Tahid, there have been US and Israeli attacks that have been continuing, but the target seems to be different. Iran's industrial base.
Yes, indeed. Over the past 1-2 weeks, I may say, we have been witnessing an expansion when it comes to the locations being targeted. First, it began with military as well as political important centers, but right now we see that the airstrikes are moving towards more infrastructural facilities. The latest in the western was targeted. More important than that, we've got steel companies being targeted, and it's critically important seeing the role of these steel companies when it comes to Iran's industries to steel industry. We know that in the city of Mubarakeh, the steel company, the big one of the major ones in the country, was targeted not once but twice. And over the past 24 hours, they faced serious damages, and they're saying that the production unit of that has been has faced but still we know that other infrastructure parts of the country have been also damaged
Tahid Asadi there live for us. Iran has fired missiles towards Israel, injuring at least 25 people. The Israeli ambulance service says a cluster munition hit multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv. Health officials say we shrap injuries. Nida Ibrahim has more from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Another attack was detected by the Israeli home front, and sirens blasted across of Tel Aviv. Now we are getting reports of major damage to an area called Beit Tikva that's in the greater Tel Aviv area, as well as more injuries as a result of 2 ballistic missiles this time attacking these areas, in addition to one of them being a cluster munition fragmenting warhead. Now, to talk about Bnei Brak, according to the Israeli ambulance service, one girl, a 10-year-old, has been severely injured as a result of these fragmenting warheads that have splintered across and caused major damage in the area. According to the Israeli newspaper of Ma'arif, 100 people because that has incurred to their houses, their homes, and their establishments as a result of that. Of mostly rockets being fired from Hezbollah, but not really much being fired from Iran. And since the morning, we've been seeing this intensification of rockets being fired and missiles being fired from Iran. 4 times sirens blasted, and at some point, all across Israel was under attack, with sirens coming in from Hezbollah, from Iran, and the Israelis say that these cluster munitions continue to cause damage even after they are intercepted, and they expect that these missiles will. The Israelis tonight will be marking the eve of Passover, a very important Jewish holiday.
Now, Yemen's Ansar Now, Israel said it had missile launch from Yemen. The Yemeni group joined the war 3 days. What are the Houthis saying about this latest missile launch?
They're saying that these attacks are going to continue. And in fact, this is the 3rd attack since March 28, whereby we witnessed them target Israeli military. We've seen them launch drones along with a barrage of ballistic missiles. Now, Israel is claiming that they have intercepted these missiles being launched by the Yemeni group. However, it still possesses a large danger, and that's because the Ansar Allah Houthis, they possess ballistic missiles with fragments. Basically, upon being intercepted, it bursts into over 1,000 fragments, which disperse over a larger area and deliver a more lethal blow to the approximately 350 diameter meter area. This is the danger that these ballistic missiles possess when they are being launched and when they target some of the southern sites that are being attacked by the Houthis. So that's one thing to keep in mind. The other thing is the Ansar Allah Houthis are now threatening to close Bab al-Mandab, to basically attack any Israeli-linked vessel and prevent it from crossing Bab al-Mandab, something that they have practiced and exercised in previous rounds of clashes with Israel. They were able to successfully essentially close the port of Haifa and the port of Eilat because of the blockade that they imposed on the Red Sea against all Israeli and U.S. warships. Mohammed al-Bukhaiti, he's that Gulf countries such as Saudi Arabia, they could be held accountable and they could be susceptible to attacks from Yemen if they continue to allow the U.S. to use military bases in their countries to conduct attacks against Iran.
That's Yusuf Maori in Sana'a. Now, Kuwait says its international airport was hit by a drone attack targeting fuel tanks. Officials say The strike caused a large fire and damaged fuel storage facilities at the airport. There are no reports of injuries. And a tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the British monitoring agency. Incident happened about 30 kilometers north of the industrial city of Ras Laffan. Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi is in Dubai. Attacks now off the coast of Qatar. Just tell us more.
Well, these attacks that carry on every day, the consistency of them just really do illustrate that the GCC countries are not just a theater of this conflict, but as far as the air and naval battle is concerned, they really have emerged as an unwilling front line in this fight. Qatar's defense ministry saying 3 missiles were launched, hit the Aqua 1 oil tanker that is leased in Qatar. Industrial hub, as we know, Ras Laffan was hit in previous weeks and was effectively put offline because of coming under attack in Iran's retaliatory campaign on GCC countries. The vessel that was hit today was hit on its port side. Damage was caused to the hull above the waterline. The tanker's 21-person crew was evacuated, and there were no injuries. But Qatar Energy says there was also no environmental impact as a result of this attack, though the UK MTO, the monitoring agency that looks at traffic in these waters, says that there was a projectile that remained unexploded in the engine room, and attacks Kuwait airport, as you mentioned. This is the second time in as many weeks that a fuel tank at the Kuwait International. Since this, we're also hearing private company was hit in the UAE, here in the Emirate of Fujairah, and a drone debris fall killed a Bangladeshi national. A number of injuries have affected expatriate workers from Asia in those attacks. And we're also hearing in Al Quwain debris fall has injured another person, and on. These continuous attacks continue to take a toll on populated civilian areas in the GCC.
Now, talking of the United Arab Emirates, there's a very well-established and very large Iranian community there. But now the UAE is imposing flight restrictions on Iranian nationals.
That is correct. We've been hearing murmurs of this for a few days now, but Emirates Airlines and Dubai's other airlines, Fly Dubai, affiliated with Emirates, is confirming that Iranian nationals are no longer allowed to enter or trend through the UAE. Now, there are some caveats here. Emirates Airlines putting up visa details, travel guidelines on their website saying only Iranian golden visa holders will be allowed to enter. Senior professionals, athletes, and family members of UAE citizens will be allowed to enter the UAE. But more than 1,200 Iranians have returned since these impositions, since the war began. Iran saying that they have made arrangements to facilitate their return and to support them during this transition. But what we are seeing is this is part of the fallout of this war. Regular civilians, regular people caught up in what is a heightened level of internal security, with the internal security apparatus of multiple GCC countries really ratcheting up the pressure, and effectively civilians caught up in the fallout of this war.
That's Zain Basravi there, live for us from Dubai. Now, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will not be taking part in the war on Iran. It comes in an address. Starmer said the UK is pushing diplomacy in
and the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us.
Now, Rory Challenge has more.
Is and always has been fully committed to NATO, that NATO is the most successful. UK absolutely would not be walking away from it. He went on to say that there has been huge amount Donald Trump has been throwing his way, saying that he's no Winston Churchill recently. He said that despite the pressure, despite the noise, as he put it, he would always be working in the national interests. Internationally, he said that the diplomatic efforts that the UK would undertake would be with a Strait of Hormuz. That was the best. His foreign minister, his foreign secretary, Yvette Cooper, was going to be hosting an international summit to try and make that happen, and also that the UK was talking to its military plan could be reopened after. Crucially, he stressed this after the fighting has stopped. And then he pivoted on to domestic measures, talking about how fuel prices were going to be coming down in the short term and that wages were going to be going up and that there would be a fund made available for the most vulnerable people in the country to cope with the effects of this conflict.
There have been more Israeli strikes on villages in southern Lebanon. Israeli forces are expanding their attacks in the region as they continue. Defense Minister said all houses in the villages near the border with Lebanon will be destroyed.
Invaded southern, and Defense Minister is captive even after the current war with has ended. And says it is not operating against UN peacekeepers, the Lebanese military, or civilians. It has targeted an army position, killed many civilians, and called on UN forces to avoid combat zones that residents were told to leave. The mandate of the UN force in Lebanon or UNIFIL ends this year after decades, largely.
The Israel Defense Forces are in control of substantial areas immediately north of the Blue Line. The civilians continues to mount. Mission given by this council has now
investigating the has dangerously deteriorated with the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Israel has been trying to empty the area south of the Litani, and Lebanese officials Lebanon for 18 years before withdrawing in 2000.
Israel's offensive against Hezbollah has no front line. Israel's airstrikes have again targeted the Lebanese capital. In a letter Council, the government in Beirut asked the international community to secure a clear commitment from Israel to stop all attacks across the country.
Israel says it won't stop. Lebanese government's offer to hold direct negotiations. It wants Hezbollah to disarm and is pressuring the state to enforce its decision to ban the group's military to do so in a time of war, with the defense minister warning Israel's plans are, quote, a deepening of its aggression against Lebanon. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, the army has issued forced displacement orders for people in southern Lebanon to head north of the Zahrani River. That's about 40 kilometers from the Israeli border. It means the evacuation zone now extends beyond to the Zahrani River. That's about of Lebanon's territory, and it's affecting 100 towns and villages. Now, joining us from Beirut is Najat Saliba. She's an independent member of Lebanese parliament and a professor in chemistry at the American University of Beirut. Always been that it's a defense against Israel in the national interest. Do you have any sympathy with that position?
Well, the cabinet has clearly said that there is no cover-up for any military action that Hezbollah is doing. Hezbollah chose to push Lebanon into this war. We could have been on the side, just looking at what's happening regionally without really being in the middle of this whole mess. So we stand by the government and by the decisions of the government to ask Hezbollah to turn its weapons all to the Lebanese armed forces. The call for peace and the call for war would be only in the hands of the government, including the Lebanese armed forces.
From your position, though, why didn't Hezbollah weapons?
Hezbollah did not give its weapons because it's actually taking orders not from Lebanon and not from the Lebanese, but from the Revolutionary Guards of Iran. The problem, Iran has fueled its proxy in Lebanon, and it has given it enough weapons and artillery, and it's now, of course, against Israel. But we believe that the main thing here is that Hezbollah is working for the benefit of Iran. It's working also with the God of Iran on the ground, and actually working against the sovereignty of the country and against the Lebanese villages and people who are fleeing their homes, and they are in the millions who do not have any shelter above their head, and they continue to do what the government is asking them not to do, and they continue to cause a lot of displacement of people from the Zahrani area and from the Litani area as well.
But the Hezbollah position, like I say, has always been very clear that Israel started this occupation in 1982, and that's why Hezbollah came into being, that they must hold on to their weapons in order to be able to be the defense. Is that a failure then, do you think, of the Lebanese army? Why isn't the Lebanese army involved in any of this?
I think there was an establishment who have agreed to have a proxy inside the country. There was a group of corrupt people who decided to go and do the work on corrupt files and corrupt services, as long as they turn a blind eye on the work of Hezbollah. Hezbollah came to exist just because there was a vacuum in the government. There was a vacuum in the way government was working. It was mostly a consensus democracy where everybody agrees to do the work in fragmentation. And this is a problem that we have endured for 40 years. Luckily, we have a cabinet right now who is saying that we want to implement the constitution, we want to build a state, and for us to build a state, there is no way that we can accept two armies at the same time. Army working for Iran and one army trying to work for the government. And this is where the problem is. For the past years, they even covered up for the work of Hezbollah in the statement of the cabinet once it's formed. And this was a disaster, and this has led us to the complete and to the complete economic collapse, because the establishment has only worked for their own benefit, for their own parties, never worked for the government. We call on everybody to really stand by the government right now, because this is the first time in the history of Lebanon, in the recent history of Lebanon, that we have a government that is trying to work for the benefit of the people and the benefit of the state.
Your own president, Joseph Aoun, when he was asked by Lindsey Graham, a senior Republican, to condemn Hezbollah as being terrorists, said they are not terrorists in the Lebanese context. It's more complicated than that. They are a political party as well, so you have to deal with them.
That's what the cabinet also said. We lift any support on their military actions, but we allow them to continue if they wish as a political party. If they want to work within the Lebanese government and under the law as a political party, the cabinet has been clear on this stand, as well as the president. Of course, all parties in Lebanon can work under the same law, equally and with equity, to actually allow political work. But to allow military work, this should not be the case in any of the countries that we have seen in the world. There is no possibility to have two armies, two military actions, or a militia and a local and national force working opposite to each other in order for peace to be held. There is no way we can have peace if the militia of Iran is going to continue to work on its own as Iran pleases and not the Lebanese people.
Najat Saliba, thank you so much for your thoughts. Now, the International Energy and gas crisis combined. The organization says the loss of oil supply to the world is likely to be twice as high as in March. That's due to the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has restricted passage there. A fifth of the world's oil supply flows through that waterway. But the Asian stocks rose after President Trump indicated that the war in Iran may be over in 2 to 3 weeks. Japan's Nikkei index climbed 5%. South Korea's Kospi jumped 8%. The global benchmark Brent crude oil has fallen to around $100 a barrel after briefly hitting $119 on Tuesday. And South Africa has announced it will cut fuel taxes for the month of April to help people bear the cost of rising petrol prices. That's after trade unions and business groups pressed the government for intervention to soften the impact of the Iran war. The Finance and Petroleum Ministries said the cut would cost the state around $350 million in revenue. Petrol prices are forecast to rise to about 15% and diesel close to 40%. Our extensive coverage of the war continues at the top of the hour after Inside Story.
Shops here once stayed open until 9 or 10 at night. Now they must close at 8 under a nighttime curfew. Authorities say the curfew discourages unauthorized vendors, but some traders, including Najat Mistawi, say it's unfair.
There are illegal vendors everywhere because the council fails to manage them. The council thinks if we force the shops to shut, the vendors will go. But when I close at night, they're still there.
While some shopkeepers here are unhappy with the curfew, some residents say that they welcome it. They say they're fed up with the illegal street traders, the noise and the rubbish.
It's messy. It's dirty, it's something you feel insecure.
300 shopkeepers are now challenging the curfew in court. A judge will have to decide how to protect the rights of residents and shopkeepers without shutting out one of the communities that's long shaped the neighborhood's identity.
US President Donald Trump is threatening to take over or destroy Iran's main oil export hub at Hog Island. Trump admits it may require ground troops. But given the nature of this conflict, will he take that chance? And why Hog Island matters so much? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. It's Iran's main oil hub, with nearly all of the country's exports depending on this area. Kharg Island is now facing an ultimatum from US President Donald Trump, who's threatened to take it by force, likely by putting boots on the ground, or to destroy the island altogether if Tehran doesn't agree to a deal soon. So as the war enters its second month, what would controlling Kharg Island mean for the conflict? And would Trump follow up on his threats? In a moment, our guests join us to discuss the likely fallout from seizing this vital island. But first, Imogen Kimber has this report.
Kharg Island is Iran's main oil exporting hub, handling 90% of the country's crude export. It sits off the southern coast of Iran at the northern end of the Gulf. The US is threatening to either send troops to take control of it or completely obliterate it. It's not the first time the US made this threat. On the 22nd of March, President Donald Trump said Iran had 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or the US would target its energy facilities. This was extended to end on the 6th of April.
It'll be up to Iran to decide. And if they choose to try to block the straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
Meanwhile, the US insists it's been holding indirect talks with Iran. But Iran says diplomacy is a cover for a US plan to put troops on the ground. There are US aircraft carriers, ships, and around 5,000 US Marines and 2,000 paratroopers heading towards Iran. To send US Marines to Kharg Island, the journey has to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, the very seaway that Iran says is only open to what it considers friendly countries, while others face the risk of attacks. Kharg Island is thought to be similarly well defended. Iran's Speaker of Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, posted on X threatening a strong response if such an attack took place. The US has already hit Kharg Island, targeting military sites but avoiding its energy facilities. In response, Iran increased its attacks on energy sites in the region, like Qatar's Ras Laffan liquefied gas hub. Some think the threats against Kharg Island are leverage to force Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Some think Kharg Island may be a distraction. Other islands like Qeshm, Tunir, and Larak are important and made. Either way, it
only in the frame of
so the region and the world is dead. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's discuss the issues with our guests who are joining us on today's Inside Story. And joining me in the studio, Negar Mortazavi. She's a senior non-resident fellow at the Center for
So this is going to be a problem added to an already global, regional, and global problem. So I think it's something that Iranians are taking very seriously when they hear the rhetoric from the White House, the president, and others. And I'm also very curious to know how this operation is going to unfold. This is going to put U.S. troops and service members in direct shooting range and harm's way from Iran, something the Iranians haven't really had in this war. They haven't been able to inflict a lot of pain on the U.S. side directly. The casualty from their viewpoint on the U.S. side is actually not high. And so this is something they've said publicly that they're welcoming. And so it's a big question whether this is something that the President Trump, wants to do as far as an escalation, both on the energy front and also as far as putting the troops in harm's way.
Alexandra, you often have in war the fog of war, but in this war, a lot of the fog of war is coming from the man directing things, from the President of the United States. With regard to Hog Island, in recent hours, he told the Financial Times in an interview, to be honest with you, my favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran. Maybe we take Hog Island. And then he went on his Truth Social and said that, yes, there were good negotiations going on, but if they didn't become good, he was going to completely obliterate all of their electricity generating plants, oil wells, and Hog Island. So the president completely contradicting himself. We don't actually know what he's even threatening.
I think, on the contrary, we are in something which is quite known. The rhetoric of the President of the United States, if you compare what is happening today and what has happened a couple of months ago in Venezuela, is very, very similar. First of all, he tries to shift the attention from place A to point B to point C. Number two, he tries, and he eventually is quite successful in keeping for himself all options open. In other terms, it is very difficult in this fog of war, as you have perfectly described. It is very difficult to put together any kind of a defense because nobody knows what the real objective is.
Matthew, what do you think could be a military objective for these two things, taking out the energy facilities or actually seizing the island? One, and you heard Alexandra mention it could be like Venezuela, that the US actually wants the oil. But what other military objectives do you see in what he is threatening with these two contradictory threats?
Yes, with regard to the military objectives, I think that President Trump and the Trump administration believe they have succeeded in their main objective of degrading Iran's nuclear missile capabilities, degrading the Navy, and so on. But now they have a dilemma because Iran is left in control of the Strait of Hormuz. And so one possibility would be for Trump just to declare victory and go home with Iran in control of the strait. But that's not desirable for a number of reasons. So other possibilities would be, one, to go and seize Hog Island, and the United States could do that militarily with ground forces and control Iranian oil exports. That's kind of the Venezuela model your other guest was referring to. Another possibility would be to simply destroy the terminals and other energy infrastructure, also to try to coerce Iran into opening the Strait of Hormuz. But that would be undesirable for other reasons, including further increasing energy prices and the risk to the global economy. So hard to know what President Trump will do. He does like to keep his options open. If I were betting, though, I would bet that actually he declares victory. With Iran in control of the strait. I think we know that he is uncomfortable with long, drawn-out military campaigns, especially those that require boots on the ground.
Nagar, one of those things that were mentioned there by Matthew as a possible aim for doing this is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But of course, it's worth reminding everyone that at the start of the war, it wasn't even closed. What they're trying to fix is a problem they've created.
Exactly. I mean, talk about digging in and creating new problems. The Strait of Hormuz, most of the world hadn't even heard of that a month ago. Apparently, the president got briefings. He didn't even believe that this is something the Iranians would do, even though they had threatened. Every step that Iran has escalated, by the way, is something they had threatened, they had telegraphed. And let's not forget, it's not just the Strait of Hormuz. They're opening new fronts. There could be potentially another strait. The Houthis are entering this war. They have control, strategic advantage over Bab el-Mandab. So Iran's grip on the world energy right now is about 20%. This can increase. And so I agree with Matthew, actually. I mean, there are three questions, if I can just throw in 3 W's in here. Why, what, and when? Why did this war start? I mean, was it the nuclear program? Wasn't that obliterated last year in the June? I mean, that declaration of the obliteration of the program is still on the White House website. And by the way, it says whoever says otherwise is fake news. Is it the military? Is it the Navy? Is it their drones? Is it their missiles? They're still shooting. There doesn't seem to be an end to that. What is it? What? Is this a military incursion? Is this a limited operation? Is this another big war in the Middle East? I mean, the goals, the why and the what are connected. And then when? When is this going to wrap? Was it going to be a matter of days? I mean, at the beginning, it sounded like it could be days and then weeks. Now it's already a month. Is this going to be the next endless war in the Middle East? I mean, if you commit troops on the ground, the Iranians start killing a whole bunch of Americans, can you just exit then? Or do you need to continue? You take Khark, then you need to open Hormuz, then Bab el-Mandeb. So I feel like the more the US goes in without these clear goals and objectives, and it also depends on who you listen to. Is it the president? Is it the Secretary of War? Is it the Secretary of State? Is it the Vice President? They all have different rhetoric and different reasonings. So again, agreeing with Matthew, I think it's still not too late for the president to call it a victory. He has achieved a lot. But the Iranians have also put up a pretty good fight. They have a lot of cards that they've played. Yes, they're the underdog, but this is an asymmetric war, and they're defending their homeland. This is their turf. This is their neighborhood. They're not going to give it up. And with ground invasions or any kind of committing troops on the ground, it's just going to get worse and worse. And call it a victory. And the president is actually excellent at messaging to his base. He can say he won. He can mention all the victories and all the achievements, and end this war that is now not only regional, but it has global implications. And it seems to be unpopular everywhere in the world, including in the United States.
So let me take that back to Matthew, the 3 W's you heard there and the scenario that Nega has painted of the situation. All of them, she says, show that he should end it now. Would you not agree he should end it now because it's going badly? Would you agree the war is going badly?
I don't think so. I think overall it's a success. Iran has been one of the greatest threats to U.S. and regional security for decades. And intelligence analysts assess threats by looking at intent and capability. And so the Islamic Republic has had hostile intent toward the United States for decades. And it's also had capability, nuclear program, terror and proxy groups. And now that capability is gone. So the threat has been significantly set back for years, maybe even a decade to come. I think we will be in a better place when the conflict ends. The only challenge is that Iran does have these asymmetric options. It's holding the global economy hostage right now. And so the question
you said that's the only thing, Matthew. That's a rather big thing, is it not, Neda?
Yeah, and just to add, my point is moving ahead will make things worse. So at this point, I feel like this is the point where the president can call it a victory instead of making things worse and give the Iranians the opportunity to start new fires. There's a front in Lebanon, in Iraq, the Houthis. I mean, they still have more cards to play, and they're in it for the long game. They're trying to turn this into a war of attrition. And I feel like that's the place where the U.S. actually would be in a weaker spot. They can inflict a lot of pain at an initial attack because the U.S. is escalating vertically and the Iranians are escalating horizontally. So the more this goes, I think the deeper the U.S. is going to get and the newer problems will be created.
Alexandra, in terms of Khark Island, coming back to that, one of the interesting things is that, yes, the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed to most vessels, but certainly one oil exporter is doing very well. Iran. Iran is now earning twice as much from oil sales now than it did at the beginning of the war.
I think it's very relative, and to build on what you said, and also the discussion earlier as to why is all of this happening. I think that we need to distinguish between the short-term goals, and definitely many of these short-term military objectives, political objectives, have been reached. medium term, we're talking about regime change. We're talking about a reshuffling of the power relationships in the region. This is where there is definitely more work to do. And then there is also a long-term game. And the long-term game is really aiming this operation against China. All of the oil export from Iran is not being channeled through Karg Island. It is only the one that is exported by sea, which used to be sold 1/3 of its market value, and most of this was purchased on the cheap by China. So you mentioned before the possible destruction of these facilities, which would durably weaken Iran's economy for the decades to come, because this will not be rebuilt, repaired in a matter of days or weeks, then definitely the long-term game, the long-term strategy of the United States is to durably push back China in the Middle East.
Matthew, certainly Trump is not telling us what he's going to do, and he's certainly keeping a military option open because of the forces that are now heading there and the sort of forces you would need to seize either Karg Island or some of the other islands. Tell us a little bit more about the firepower that is heading and is already in the region, and exactly how you would use that if you were going to take Karg Island.
Yes. Well, the United States has already assembled a large, probably the largest military force in the region since the invasion of Iraq 20 years ago. And so the two military options, if this were just about striking energy infrastructure, the United States has the capability to do that. It would be some of the same capabilities we've seen going after missile and drone production facilities. Actually, seizing the island is much more complicated. That would require an amphibious landing on the island, putting Marines there in large enough numbers to hold the island. And actually taking the island wouldn't be the difficult part. The difficult part would be holding the island in the face of hostile Iranian actions. So we know that Iran has the coast lined with drones and missiles, so they could attack U.S. forces on the island that way. If you look at a map, it's very close to Iran's coastline. The U.S. military has been trying to bomb that coastline and degrade Iran's missile and drone capability, but it hasn't yet succeeded in eliminating everything. And so those U.S. forces on Karg Island would be vulnerable.
Alexander, what do you think about the challenges of doing this if they decided? There are various options that they could do in terms of ground that they could take, islands that they could take. But if they were to take Karg Island, it's almost 500 kilometers beyond the Strait of Hormuz. As Nagar said at the beginning, one needs to look at a map here. They've got to go through this very, very narrow strait. How challenging would that be?
Okay, getting in is not the main problem. I would say that there are really two options. One is seizing this infrastructure, and then, as we heard before, the real problem is not going to be the entry part of the military operation. It's going to be holding this against repeated attacks over days, over weeks, and potentially over months. And this would then follow up into a kind of attrition warfare where the escalation is always possible because you want to silence, you want to destroy or degrade the capabilities of firing upon that island. Well, you're going to little by little find yourself engulfed into a protracted conflict. The other possibility would be denial, and definitely in the past 4 or 5 years, we have seen a lot of this doctrine being newly written for the U.S. Marine Corps. This is called littoral warfare, and it involves small units, extremely mobile units, using a lot drones, a lot of robots, and a lot of standoff firepower. And with this, it could be imaginable to not only secure this particular island, but a beachhead over several hundreds of kilometers, in which the important is not to hold the infrastructure or exploit this infrastructure, but really deny the Iranians the possibility of getting anywhere near those infrastructures.
Nagar, if this happened, it would be crossing a line, not just an invasion, further illegality under international law, but it would mean there were ground troops on Iranian soil. One assumes that has an effect in the United States, but also in Iran, what people in Iran would think. Do you think that would be a moment for Iranians and those that are running things in Iran to lose morale, or would it be a moment that they'd be galvanized?
This would be a unifying moment, because we've seen even throughout the course of this war that the war has served as a rally around the flag issue, particularly, of course, for the base of the Islamic Republic. They're out on the street rallying. They were out on the street with an outpouring of grief after the assassination of top leaders, etc. So that base has grown over the course in power, in presence, in their resolve. And the opposition, which also is pretty strong in the country, and part of that, I would say a minority, was thinking, I'm so fed up with this status quo that I just wanted to end with any circumstances, come and finish the job. And we're seeing a change in that thinking. People are starting to realize that, okay, there isn't a surgical way of ending things. There isn't a clean way, a strategic way, or as they call it, only attacking specific, military or regime or nuclear sites. This is very much a war on Iran, a war on Iranians. And I've seen that mentality of people who thought maybe freedom bombs would actually bring freedom, to now realize that the war started by attacking elementary school, 170 kids killed, hospitals, universities, water, oil, gas, so many civilian targets, either as the main target or as collateral, has been destroyed. And civilians have been paying a very high price in Iran. So I would say invading or attacking the actual soil in the homeland would serve even more as a rallying and unifying cause. And that nationalistic feeling, yes, whatever the internal domestic problems, a lot of Iranians, this happened in the 1980s during the Iran-Iraq War when Saddam Hussein invaded Iran. You would see and hear stories of opposition to the Islamic Republic who would say, okay, we'll put that on hold. I want to go sign up and go to the front line and defend the homeland, because this is no longer about the Islamic Republic. This is about Iran. This is about sovereignty. This is about the nation state. And I think it would, talk about alienating a fairly pro-Western, pro-American part of the Iranian population.
Matthew, crossing a line for Iranians, crossing a line for people there in the US too, including some of Trump's base. He'd be doing, by putting troops on Iranian soil, he'd be doing the sort of things he promised not to do on the campaign trail?
Well, just 2 points. First, I'd strongly disagree with Nagar's assessment there. The United States has scrupulously followed the law of armed conflict, only targeting legitimate military sites. We're still waiting for an investigation on what happened to the girls' school, but if that was indeed a U.S. strike, that was an accident, not intentional. On the other hand,
Matthew, you can continue in a moment, but the whole war is illegal, is it not? I mean, under international law, it's illegal.
No, it is legal. Iran posed a threat to the United States, and the United States worked to address that threat. So it's a legal war, and the U.S. targeting is legal. And Iran is the one intentionally holding hostage the global economy, intentionally targeting civilian targets. So there is a good actor here and a bad actor here. The Islamic Republic of Iran is evil. On the president's base, they'll support anything he does. Latest polls I've seen show that 94% of MAGA Republicans support the president's war effort. That said, I do think he's going to be reluctant to introduce ground forces.
So, Alexandre, in terms, if this were to happen, and we really don't know with this president which way he's going to go, but he certainly has the military tools to do it. You said holding this island or any other island he took would be the challenge. Could it turn into a quagmire?
Okay, my sincere hope is that it will not go in this direction, of course. And as I mentioned before, I think there are ways, there are technical ways, there are tactical opportunities and solutions for this not to be necessary. Because what the United States wants really is to be able to negotiate with a very strong hand with whoever is in power in Tehran over the next few years. This is very much what is also happening today in Venezuela. Unfortunately, where I think there is a risk for this American adventure in the Middle East is the fact that there was really a window of opportunity among the local population in Iran. There was massive information operation. This was very successful to turn the public opinion in favor of these strikes and in favor of regime change. And I think, unfortunately, time has spent, information has been very contradictory, and now I think a military operation or the continuation of this operation, the extension of this military operation with troops on the ground, all of this is not going to be successful in turning the population. On the contrary.
Alexander,
so,
Alexander let me get Nagar in there. Alexander suggesting there that this is, he hopes, pressure in order to help diplomacy. Is that how you see it?
I mean, just to add a point here, the school was attacked twice, collateral. The school was attacked twice. At the beginning, before Iran started retaliating, this was a target that they had months, if not years, to prepare. It was tomahawks, and it was a U.S. attack. The U.S. condemned it, and Human Rights Watch has said this should be investigated. So, I mean, this is already established. As far as diplomacy, I agree with Alexander. We haven't seen any form of rioting or uprising or regime change, which I think is natural. When your homeland is being attacked, there is a lot of opposition and discontent in Iran against the status quo, political, economic, social grievances. And we see protests after protests, but not when you're bombing people's homes, not when you're bombing people's cities, not when hospitals and schools and others have been either targeted or have been destroyed, universities. So that formula didn't work. It was pushed out by the Israelis last year during the June war. It didn't work. And it was pushed out this year. Again, it didn't work. So I think diplomacy is really the only way out. It's the best way to take an off-ramp, exit this war, which has been unnecessary, unlawful, and it's just really hurting the entire region and the world.
Thank you very much, Nagar Motasavi, Matthew Kronig, and Alexandra Vautraveur. If you missed any of today's program, don't worry, you can see it again on our website, aljazeera.com. Your views are welcome too. Go to our Facebook page, that's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or make your point on X. Tag us, we are at AJ Inside Story. I'll be back here very soon. For now, that's it from me, James Bays, and all the team. Stay tuned for Al Jazeera's continuing comprehensive coverage.
The latest news as it breaks.
Here we are at one of the residential areas targeted earlier in the morning. And as you can see, the scope of damage and destruction is quite visible.
With detailed coverage.
The Al-Qadr is known to be within the closed circle around the new Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei.
From the heart of the story.
Iranian leaders were very quick to respond, saying that there is no indirect or direct negotiation going on between the two sides.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces.
To prevent Iran from getting nukes.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
I'm Imran Khan, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. Coming up.
But we're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer.
President Donald Trump says the US could end the war in Iran in 2 to 3 weeks, even if there's no deal. Iran's foreign minister tells Al Jazeera he's had messages from the US, but there are no negotiations.
We do not have any faith that negotiations with the US will yield any results. The trust level is at zero.
Also this hour, no let-up in US and Israeli strikes on Iran, with reports of attacks in the capital Tehran and the south of the country. And Iran keeps up attacks on Israel and the Gulf nations. A drone has hit a fuel tank at Kuwait International Airport, sparking a massive fire. And
this is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict.
Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer pushes back on US pressure as Donald Trump says he's considering pulling out of NATO. President Donald Trump says US forces could end their war on Iran within weeks, setting out the clearest timeline yet for a possible withdrawal. Speaking at the White House, Trump says Tehran does not need to make a deal for the US to end its war.
The U.S. will be gone or done with the war in 2
I think we're 2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks. If it is
We'll
3
leave.
weeks.
No, they don't have to make a deal with me. When we feel that they are, for a long period of time, put into the Stone Ages and they won't be able to come up with a nuclear weapon, then we'll leave. Whether we have a deal or not, it's irrelevant.
Now, the White House has also announced that Trump will address the nation later on Wednesday to give an important update on Iran. Meanwhile, in an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran has zero trust in Washington and that no negotiations are taking place.
Nothing like this exists right now. Countries usually send messages to one another either directly or indirectly. This is not called negotiation, but this does exist right now. We have received messages from the US. Some are direct, some are through some of our regional friends. And wherever it is necessary, we reply to these messages. However, no negotiation has taken place, and the reports about that are not accurate.
Now we have correspondents in Tyre, in southern Lebanon, Dubai and Tehran. Let's start with Tahid Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital. So you've got Donald Trump there saying maybe it's going to be a day, maybe a day or two, maybe 1 week, maybe 2 weeks. But are there any concrete responses from the Iranian leadership?
Not yet. Officially speaking, we don't have any response from Tehran pertaining to the recent statements by the U.S. President Donald Trump, but there are several considerations and contextual elements. First, Tehran is saying that it is going to determine when the war is going to finish and how long it's going to take. And of course, they're talking also about the retaliatory strikes. And obviously, diplomatically speaking, there are arguments put forth by Tehran. First, they're saying that at this point, direct talks with the United States obviously is off the table. And of course, when it comes to this, what they call mediated communications, we know that there is no that much of hope about a diplomatic settlement, even though Iran is engaged in a trajectory of diplomatic communications with regional countries and with the United States via the mediation of Pakistan. It goes without saying that we're dealing with a very delicate situation in which there are so many issues that need to be solved, including the Strait of Hormuz, that now Tehran is continuously saying that it's going to be remained close to the adversaries. And obviously, again, speaking of the diplomatic sphere, we know that there is this cloud of mistrust, as the foreign minister Abbas Araghchi calls zero trust when it comes to the United States. And that is coming not just from the very recent experiences of negotiation with the United States over 10 months. In both rounds, the country faced a campaign of airstrikes all of a sudden, but also from a broader historical context in which we can say it's not really easy to get engaged in any sort of talks with the U.S. president at the administration of Donald Trump under this intricate situation.
Now, Tahid, the US and Israeli attacks have been continuing, but with a slightly different strategy. Iran's industrial base is now under attack.
Yes, indeed. Now we're seeing a much more extended scope of targets when it comes to this sustained campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. Previously, it was limited to headquarters of actually military bases and politically affiliated buildings, I may say, even though from the very beginning of this war, we know that according to the Red Crescent, more than 92,000 civilian units have been impacted, some of them fully destroyed, including homes, apartments, hospitals, schools, and even buildings belonging to the Red Crescent itself. However, we know that over the past 1 week or two, we are witnessing a much extended domain of targets. For instance, over the past 24 hours, we know that a pharmaceutical company in the western parts of the capital has been targeted. Also, we know that in the city of Mubarakeh, which hosts one of the most significant steel companies of the country, the company was targeted. The public relations came out to say that a considerable part of the production units have been severely impacted, damaged, and that means obviously a major blow to the industrial segments of the country, seeing the dependency of different other sectors to the steel industry, as well as the very significant role of the steel industry when it comes to Iran's exports.
That's Tawhid Asadi live for us there from Tehran. Now, Iran has fired missiles towards Israel, injuring at least 25 people. The Israeli ambulance service say a cluster munition hit multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv. Health officials say children are among the injured. Nida Ibrahim reports now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
An Iranian cluster munition shattered a long pause. It had been 19 hours of relative silence from Iran, but at 7 a.m. local time, a fragmenting war had struck nearly a dozen sites in its central region. In Bnei Brak, east of Tel Aviv, several people were injured. The missile caused major damage to homes and buildings. Israeli media say at least 100 people were forced to evacuate their homes.
The Psychological Flexibility Unit is currently working to provide treatment and evacuation for those suffering from psychological trauma and panic attacks. We're still conducting search operations.
Further attacks from Iran continued on Wednesday morning. At one point, sirens blasted across nearly all of Israel, warning of coordinated attacks from Hezbollah and Iran. Some missiles targeted military bases near Tel Aviv, while others were fired towards southern Israel. Estimates suggest that Hezbollah launched 50 rockets and drones against northern Israel in 24 hours. Yemen's Ansarullah al-Houthi group also fired a missile into southern Israel. The Israeli army says it was intercepted.
Tuesday is the eve of the Jewish holiday of Passover, and Israeli sources expect Iran and Hezbollah to increase their pressure on the ground. Politically, as the US president hints at a potential end to the war, the Israeli prime minister seems to be preparing for that scenario as well.
Netanyahu delivered a short speech to the Israeli public, hailing what he called success of the Iran war.
We have broken the power of Iran's terror squads that surrounded us in a choke ring. It's true, they still have a limited capacity to threaten us, but they can no longer threaten our existence or launch tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and rockets intended to destroy the cities of Israel.
This is far from ideal for a man who's made a career lobbying against Iran's threats, and a leader who had promised to dismantle the regime and stop these threats for good.
Netanyahu delivered his 1,000th arrogant speech, claiming, "I changed the Middle East." There was one word missing from that speech: almost. You almost changed the Middle East. In the end, it always turns out that it hasn't changed.
Many see Netanyahu's speech as a political move. He managed to secure his coalition government's survival until the end of its term later this year. But if the war stops now, and with the continued Israeli casualties in southern Lebanon, Netanyahu might have a hard time selling this as a victory, and his push to stay in power could take a hit. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, occupied West Bank, Palestine.
Yemen's Ansarullah group, also known as the Houthis, says it's carried out a missile attack targeting Israel. Early, Israel said it had intercepted a missile launch from Yemen. The Yemeni group recently joined the conflict, opening up a new front in the war. Yusuf Maori has more from the Yemeni capital, Sana'a, on what they're saying.
They're saying that these attacks are going to continue and they will launch more advanced missiles, including the fragmented warhead hypersonic missile, which they've launched previously of Israel. This has been a back and forth. The last attack that the Ansar Allah Houthis carried out was just a couple of days ago, which consisted of a series of drone strikes. And before that, on March 28th, was the first attack and the first announcement made by the Ansar Allah Houthis military spokesperson, where he mentioned that we've entered the war. They've joined this war with Iran, and they have red lines, 3 red lines that cannot be crossed. And if they are crossed, they will continue these attacks and continue to advance them on a weekly basis. Their first condition is that Israel and the U.S. stop their attacks against Iran. Their second demand is that the Israeli government abides by the Gaza ceasefire agreement and ends its military attacks against the Gaza Strip and ends its military attacks against Lebanon and other various axis of resistance factions in Iraq. The statements previously, before the attacks, the Houthis have always said that our fingers are on the trigger. Well, now it seems that they have pulled that trigger and they have seemed to pull Israel into a conflict and a war with Yemen. Israel has not yet responded to these attacks by the Ansar Allah movement. Yemenis are anticipating that eventually Israel or the U.S. are going to attack Yemen and will most likely attack the heart of Yemen's economy, the port of Hodeidah.
Now, Kuwait says its international airport was hit by a drone attack targeting fuel tanks. Officials say the strike caused a large fire and damaged fuel storage facilities at the airport. There are no reports of injuries. And a tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the coast after being hit by a projectile. The British Maritime Monitoring Agency said the incident happened about 30 kilometres north of the Qatari industrial city of Ras Laffan. Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi is in Dubai, attacks off the coast of Qatar. What do we know about the damage there?
Well, this is easily the most significant attack to happen in and around Qatar in the last week. There's been a relative lull, but there have been consistent attacks that have been thwarted further away from the mainland area. But what Qatar's defense ministry is saying is 3 missiles were launched today in the direction of Qatar from Iran. 2 were intercepted. 1 hit the Aqua 1 oil tanker, which is leased to state-owned Qatar Energy. We understand that this happened about 31 kilometers north of the Qatar mainland, off the coast of Qatar. The vessel was hit on the port side. Damage happened to its hull above the waterline. 21-person crew was evacuated. There were no injuries. Qatar Energy said there was also no impact on the environment as a result of the attack. There was some concern that there was an unexploded projectile in the engine room, but that was under investigation. And this is one of several attacks that have gone on. The UAE Ministry of Defense has just put out their numbers for the day. According to the daily tally, 5 ballistic missiles were fired today at the UAE and 35 drones. It brings up the total of, since the war began, to 438 missiles, 19 cruise missiles, 2,012 drones have been fired at the UAE. Easily more than half of the projectiles that have been fired from Iran to the GCC, more than half have targeted the United Arab Emirates. We've seen the fallout today, debris fall in Fujairah over a farm in the Al Rifa area, killed 1 Indian national there, as well as a debris fall affecting parts of Al Khuwain. And elsewhere, we've seen a fire caused at a company facility in Bahrain from an Iranian attack, as well as multiple projectiles fired at Saudi Arabia. Now, what exactly are they shooting at? The Iranians continue to say they're trying to target U.S. assets and U.S. affiliated interests. We never get a real sense of exactly what's been hit right at the moment, but we do get some sense of it from what the Iranians say they have hit. The IRGC putting out a statement saying that in Bahrain, they say, allegedly, they targeted a U.S. military housing unit that was housing 80 personnel. Now, we don't have any confirmation of this, but this does suggest that the Iranians say they're still trying to strike U.S. allies, U.S. affiliated assets, and U.S. targets on the ground. But as far as the GCC is concerned, they're still just targeting sovereign Arab soil.
Now, Zain, in that city that we can see in the background, there are a very large and a very well-established Iranian community. But now the United Arab Emirates is putting restrictions on them.
That's correct. The UAE has for a long time been a real hub for the Iranian diaspora. Really, even before the Trucial States was formed, Iranian markets were commonplace here. What we are seeing now, since the war began, 1,200, more than 1,200 Iranians have returned to Iran. Iran's government saying they are making arrangements to make this transition easier for them. A lot of them have left via road as well. And what we are hearing is that they are under the microscope at the moment since this war began. Airlines in Dubai confirming that Iranian citizens will no longer be allowed to transit or come to the UAE. On their website, Emirates saying only Iranian golden visa holders, senior professionals or athletes, and family members of Emirati citizens will now be allowed to enter. And this really confirms information we've been hearing more colloquially, anecdotally, in the last few days about the treatment of Iranian citizens around the UAE, as well as them trying to transit through specific policy seemingly targeting Iranian nationals. Now, this is really just a part of a heightened level of security. Internal security apparatus across the GCC has been really clamping down. And what we are seeing here is regular civilians effectively caught up in the fallout of this war.
That's Zain Busravi live for us there from Dubai. Now, there have been more Israeli strikes in villages in southern Lebanon. Israeli forces are expanding their attacks in the region as they continue to occupy the area. Israel's defense minister has said all houses in the villages near the border in Lebanon will be destroyed, quote, in accordance with the model of Rafah and Beit Hanun in Gaza. Zainab Khudr reports from Beirut.
Israeli forces have invaded southern Lebanon, and Defense Minister Israel Katz says they won't leave, even after the current war with Hezbollah has ended. And while Israel's army says it is not operating against UN peacekeepers, the Lebanese military, or civilians, it has targeted an army position, killed many civilians, and called on UN forces to avoid combat zones that residents were told to leave. The mandate of the UN Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, ends this year after decades, largely due to Israeli pressure.
The Israel Defense Forces are in control of substantial areas immediately north of the Blue Line. The civilian suffering from the hostilities continues to mount. UNIFIL, on the ground carrying out its mission given by this council, has now also suffered fatalities.
The UN is still investigating the incidents, but it says the situation in Lebanon has dangerously deteriorated with the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Israel has been trying to empty the area south of the Litani, and Lebanese officials are denouncing Israel's new occupation of the area.
We call upon this council to act immediately and to condemn these statements clearly and explicitly, and to take the necessary measures to compel Israel to halt its incursions and withdraw its forces to internationally recognized borders.
Israel occupied southern Lebanon for 18 years before withdrawing in 2000.
Israel's offensive against Hezbollah has no front line. Israel's airstrikes have again targeted the Lebanese capital. In a letter to the UN Security Council, the government in Beirut asked the international
minister warning Israel's plans are, quote, a deepening of its aggression against Lebanon. Zainab Khudr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, Abeida Hitta joins us from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Abeida, just take us through what you're seeing, what you're hearing.
Well, throughout the afternoon, we've been hearing repeated explosions, different kinds of sounds coming from the coastline behind me. This is the southwestern front, which has been an area of focus for the Israeli military over the last 48 hours. We've seen a significant escalation in terms of military activity here. We've seen a helicopter come by the coastline today, actually, and fire into these areas. There was also an incident. I'm going to move out of the camera here and let my cameraman show you some of these things. On the coastline there's a town, it's called Mansuri, and there was an airstrike that killed 2 people on a motorcycle there. It's not the first time that this particular piece of road, coastal highway, I should say, has been targeted over the last 48 hours. Yesterday, there was another vehicle that was targeted in a very close position to that. There's an ongoing fight between Hezbollah and Israeli forces in the town that's just above that coastal road in Riyadh. Israeli troops have moved into the Tellet Irmith area just above Bayada, and they're on the edges of that town, and there have been intense exchanges of fire between Hezbollah and Israeli forces. Both drones are being used as well as artillery, heavy artillery by both sides. We've also seen some rocket launches and missile launches towards Israeli positions by Hezbollah here. There was also an airstrike in the region behind the hill where Israeli troops are also trying to advance from the blue line into Lebanese territory. And now this is a very intense fight that's been going on now for a month. Israel is unable to control of any main populated centers, but the areas on the border, have been heavily damaged in the 2024 war, and so over 30 different villages and towns have been completely decimated. So there aren't a lot of people in these border areas, but the fighting continues. And we just heard before coming to air with you in Naqoura, which is the closest town to the Israeli border, a huge explosion. There was some discussion about what that explosion was, but it turns out that Israeli forces begun their policy of exploding homes, basically detonating homes and destroying them with explosives to clear out these areas near the border. And this is something that the Israeli military says they're going to continue doing, destroying all of these border towns and not allowing people to return to them. And this is a huge concern for people here in Tyre and in southern Lebanon as a whole. Around 60,000 people live in the city of Tyre, and only a small percentage of them have remained. And now that they see this happening, they're not sure whether they're going to stay and wait it out or if they're going to find somewhere else to go for now.
A better live for us there from Tyre in southern Lebanon. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will not be taking part in the war on Iran. It comes as the Daily Telegraph newspaper reports that Donald Trump has said he's considering pulling the US out of NATO. In an address to the nation, Starmer said the UK is pushing for diplomacy to end the conflict in the Middle East.
This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us.
Now, Rory Challens has more from London on what the British Prime Minister said on NATO.
He started by saying that the UK is and always has been fully committed to NATO, that NATO is the most successful military alliance in history, and that the UK absolutely would not be walking away from it. He went on to say that there has been huge amounts of pressure on himself, of course, referring to the barbs that Donald Trump has been throwing his way, saying that he's no Winston Churchill, recently. He said that despite the pressure, despite the noise, as he put it, he would always be working in national interests. Internationally, he said that the diplomatic efforts that the UK would undertake would be with a view to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That was the best way of restoring normality. He said that his foreign minister, his foreign secretary, Yvette Cooper, was going to be hosting an international summit to try and make that happen. And also that the UK was talking to its military planners to try how militarily the straits could be reopened after, crucially, he stressed this, after the fighting has stopped. And then he pivoted on to domestic measures, talking about how fuel prices were going to be coming down in the short term, and that wages were going to be going up, and that there would be a fund made available for the most vulnerable people in the country to cope with the effects of this conflict.
Now, the International Energy Agency says the current crisis is worse than the oil crises of the 1970s and the fallout of the Ukraine war combined. Though the organization warns the loss of oil supply to the global market in April is likely to be twice as high as in March. That's due to the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz, with Iran restricting passage. Around a fifth of the world's oil supplies flows through that waterway. And 2 Pakistani flagships have arrived in the port of Karachi via the Strait of Hormuz as part of an agreement between Iran and Pakistan, allowing for safe passage through the restricted waterway. Hassan bin Javed reports from the port in Karachi.
At least 2 cargo ships have now arrived out of the 20 that Pakistan was able to secure through the Strait of Hormuz. One of them is a cargo ship, and one, we're being told, carries the energy supply for Pakistan. Is 80% of Pakistan's energy needs are fulfilled from the Arabian Gulf. We've been speaking to officials here who've been telling us about the situation that has improved for them, because the number of ships they've been able to handle in the last 4 weeks is almost equivalent to the number of ships that they handled in the entire year last year. And they're saying that there's more and more transshipment cargoes that are coming via Karachi's port, Karachi port, and the port of Port Qasim, and also the port of Gwadar is also being used for these transshipments. So it appears that there is some gain, and Pakistanis believe that because they've been able to secure these cargoes, it just shows that there is the possibility of off-ramp, of confidence-building measures, of sides coming together to resolve their differences. But that would require both these sides, the Iranians, the Americans, as well as the Israelis, to come off the maximalist positions that they have taken so far and are not willing to budge from them. But here in the Karachi port, in the Arabian Sea, there is now renewed confidence that this could possibly come to an end. According to Pakistani officials, they're involving all sides to the conflict, not just the GCC and Saudi Arabia and Egypt, but also Turkey and now China as well. Pakistan says that it will continue to play the role of a mediator, because there is no other way that it can get involved in the conflict. Sama Javed, Al Jazeera, in the Arabian Sea at the Karachi port.
Now, Asian stocks rose after President Trump indicated that the war with Iran may be over in 2 to 3 weeks. Japan's Nikkei index climbed 5%. South Korea's Kospi jumped 9%. The global benchmark crude oil has fallen to around $100 per barrel after briefly hitting $119 on Tuesday. Laura Westbrook has more from Hong Kong on how the market's been reacting.
Markets have been rallying following those comments by US President Donald Trump, giving that potential timeline for when the US could end the war. And so markets here in Asia have been reacting positively. In South Korea, the Kospi has been leading gains, surging more than 8%. Chip makers leading gains there. In Japan, the Nikkei 225 also is up more than 5.2%. Stocks in Taiwan and the Hang Seng Index here in Hong Kong were also up, and the Shanghai Composite Index was also up around 1.5%. Now, one analyst told me that this is a bit of a relief rally, reflecting some confidence that progress is being made, but markets will be looking for concrete progress that concrete progress is being made, that the end is in sight. And so there could be still the potential for volatility ahead. Oil prices, as you mentioned, they dipped slightly. Brent crude in and around $100 a barrel. And it is worth noting that Brent oil prices have surged more than 60% in March. Now, questions remain around the Strait of Hormuz, that crucial waterway for where around a fifth of the world's oil and gas has passed. It remains significantly blocked. And a lot of what passes through the Strait of Hormuz comes to the Asia-Pacific region. And so many countries in this part of the world are being impacted by surging prices and those continuing energy disruptions. Analysts have been telling me that until there is a major change on the ground, the situation remains fundamentally concerning for global energy markets.
You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our latest developments in the US-Israel war on Iran. President Donald Trump says the US may end operation in Iran within weeks. Speaking at the White House, Trump says Tehran does not need to make a deal for Washington to end its war. The White House has also announced that the president will address the nation on Wednesday to give an important update on Iran. Iran has fired missiles towards central and northern Israel, injuring at least 25 people. The Israeli ambulance service says a cluster munition hit multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv. And a tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the coast of Qatar after being hit by a projectile. And Kuwait says its international airport was hit by a drone attack targeting fuel tanks. The International Energy Agency says the current crisis is worse than the oil shocks of the 70s and the fallout of the Ukraine war combined. Now, joining us from Berlin is Hamid Reza Azizi. He's a visiting fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Hamid Reza, one of the things here is the three-pronged approach of the war. You have a political one, you have a diplomatic one, but what Iran did incredibly effectively is brought in an economic front, which a lot of people were not expecting, and that's the one that seems to be making the biggest headway for them. Do you think that at this stage they can still capitalize on things like shutting the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it seems that that's the only true leverage that they can count on, and they are counting on, given the huge asymmetry that exists in the area of conventional military capabilities between Iran on the one hand and Israel and the United States on the other hand. So if we look at the pattern of Iranian strikes, not just on Israel, but more importantly around the region in the Gulf countries, it has been kind of aimed at doubling the effects of the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. And now they are even threatening to squeeze this even further. For example, yesterday the IRGC threatened that if the UAE, as they claim, continue supporting the US and Israeli moves, they may target the pipeline that is used to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And then at the same time, we have the Houthis in the Red Sea that they can also, take some actions against Saudi Arabia. So this kind of energy markets and the global economy, it seems that this is interpreted as the main leverage to impact the outcome of the war by the Iranian leadership.
That leverage could well be a double-edged sword for Iran. Iran has clearly said that it needs to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz after the war is over. The international community is going to be looking at this and going, that's a dangerous thing for us to allow Iran to do because they can shut it down so easily. So it becomes a negotiating point as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. At this stage, it's not really clear whether the steps that they have taken, for example, the recent discussions in the Iranian parliament about formalizing Iran's control over the strait, whether these moves are going to actually translate to some facts on the ground, or this is exactly what Iran wants, or whether this is more or less going to be a kind of a bargaining chip that Iran would use in order to get some sanctions relief of some sort. But what is increasingly clear, and that's important developments, I think, is that Iran is making a legal case for the control over the Strait of Hormuz. Just today, there were remarks by Iranian Foreign Minister Sarafshi saying that the strait is located between the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. So after the war, it's us and Oman who needs to decide on that. So as I said, they are making this case, they are taking those steps, but it will be, as you mentioned, kind of a negotiating tactic in the end.
But moving on then to the diplomatic side of this war, the US keeps insisting that they are talking to somebody, but the Iranians, are playing that down. So where are the diplomatic movements right now? Do you think the Pakistani mediation, which has been taking place, is still a viable forum? Do you think it's the only forum?
First of all, I think these contradictory statements and positions by each side has to do with the different interpretation of diplomacy or negotiating process, and we saw that before the war as well. So there has been exchange of messages, as we know, not from Iran and US, but also from the mediating countries. So that's for sure. But Iran doesn't see that as negotiation. It sees this as just, exchanging ideas and positions and red lines. So that's about that. But when it comes to Pakistan, I have observed some sort of an openness on the side of Iran regarding the Pakistani initiative overall. Also, a silent, rather, position by the United States, which can be interpreted as also openness. But devil is in the details, as they say. For example, yesterday, the 5-point statement that was made by the foreign ministers of Pakistan and China, at least two of them seem to be in contradiction with Iran's war goals. So first of all, the insistence on an immediate ceasefire is in contradiction with the Iranian goal to reach to some sort of a conclusive war that would guarantee that it's not going to be repeating again. And then also the call on the immediate opening of the strait. As we discussed, it would be somehow nothing. Not compatible with Iran using that as a bargaining tactic or probably as a real, a leverage for the future. So it's still a little bit uncertain, I would say.
Hamid Reza Azizi, thank you so much for your thoughts. Australia's Prime Minister has called on citizens to play their part in conserving fuel. Prices have surged and there are some shortages in some areas due to the war in Iran and the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The country imports about 90% of its oil.
Now, it's the Australian way that people want to do their bit. And there are simple ways that you can. You should go about your business.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Night Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Like you normally
Stay
would.
tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. Farmers and miners and tradies who need diesel every single day. And all those shift workers and nurses.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Hold on, yeah, I did.
Has announced it will halve the fuel excise, meaning the cost of petrol and diesel will drop by more than 18 cents a litre for 3 months. A move part of a 4-point plan that will cost the budget more than $1.7 billion, steering clear from fuel rationing for now, instead looking to other countries to help secure supplies. This month, 6 oil shipments that were due to arrive here from Malaysia, Singapore and South Korea were cancelled or delayed as countries begin to prioritise their own fuel supply over exports. In response, the government struck a deal with Singapore, signing a joint statement to ensure the flow of critical supplies. Australia looking to its allies in Asia to keep the nation moving. Danielle Robertson, Al Jazeera, Sydney.
The Russian government's imposing a complete ban on petrol exports amid Ukrainian attacks on oil infrastructure. The decision is meant to prevent Russian petrol producers from
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop, a Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Are y'all ready to roll?
Seriously affected by recent Ukrainian drone attacks on Russia's refineries and ports. Just last week, Ukraine struck the ports of Primorsk and Ust-Luga on the Baltic Sea, as well as the country's second largest refinery in the Leningrad region. The attacks partly limited Russia's ability to export oil and oil products. There is a fear now that the level of oil processing and exporting in Russia may decrease in the near future because of the damage caused.
This is not the first time the authorities have imposed a temporary ban on gasoline exports. The previous petrol export restrictions for small refineries were introduced in September last year against the backdrop of record growth in fuel prices and scheduled shutdowns of refineries due to continued Ukrainian drone attacks and the risk of seasonal product shortage in some regions. It was lifted at the end of January in order to avoid a surplus on the domestic market.
As petrol producers have to sell at lower prices inside the country, where prices are significantly lower than internationally, the government compensates them using its so-called fuel damper. But the measure is not helping to reduce the growing discontent among petroleum producers here, who say their expenses are growing by the day. Drivers on the streets of Moscow are also complaining.
I have been a taxi driver for a year, and in that short time, gas prices have gone up about 8% per litre.
Gasoline cannot get cheaper here, so everything else will get more expensive too.
Analysts predict that the gasoline exports ban can slow down domestic price growth, but it will not lead to a serious reduction in prices. And the external market situation will continue to have a negative impact on the Russian petrol market, even without the gasoline exports. Yulia Shapovalova, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
While oil tankers in the Gulf remain possible targets for Iranian drones, only one has struck European soil in this war. And that was an attack on a British airbase in Cyprus. Now, one EU government, though, is preparing for the possibility of more attacks. John Soropoulos reports from the Greek port of Piraeus.
A Greek Coast Guard helicopter responds to an emergency in the Bay of Elefsina, 15 kilometers from Athens. Dispatchers say an attack drone has struck a tanker, setting it on fire, and 2 crew members are washed overboard. One of them is rescued by helicopter, the other by boat. It's an exercise, one the government here frames as routine.
This is a preventative drill because we live in uncertain times and we need to be sure we have operational capability.
It's true that fire and pollution containment drills do happen. This scenario involves firefighting tugs to put out the fire on board the tanker and a nearby refinery. Other tugboats bring specialized filters to suck up a supposed spill of 30,000 tons of petrochemicals into the sea, cleaning it on the spot. But this drill contains an element the Hellenic Coast Guard has never included before.
There have been previous exercises testing the Coast Guard's readiness to deal with oil spills.
This is the first preparing for a drone attack in Greek territorial waters, and it comes in the wake of a drone attack on a British airbase in Cyprus on March 2nd.
There's an unfolding geopolitical situation that obliges us to test our operational readiness every day. It's not just about pollution. Greek merchant ships are everywhere, including war zones. We have to protect our merchant marines and prepare our country for any scenario.
Greece has the world's largest merchant navy, and many of its ships are operating in the Gulf. But protecting them is the job of the Hellenic Navy. The Hellenic Coast Guard only operates in Greek waters, so this drill envisions a more radical scenario in which drones strike inside the Aegean Sea. It's not a scenario the government considers likely now, but it says it's preparing for every eventuality as this war becomes less and less predictable. John Psaropoulos, Al Jazeera, Piraeus, Greece.
Let's take a look at some of the day's other top stories. In Burundi, an explosion at a military depot has killed dozens of people. The blast, which went off on Tuesday in Bujumbura, triggered large fires and forced people to flee the area. Authorities are still assessing the scale and damage of the casualties. Burkina Faso's military government has announced reforms to the country's school system to strengthen national sovereignty and patriotism among children. Interim President Ibrahim Traoré took power in a coup in 2022, promising to increase security and combat armed troops in the Sahel. The UN says about 2 million people have been forced from their homes by violence and thousands of schools remain closed. Malcolm Webb reports from a school near the capital, Ouagadougou.
Burkina Faso's military government says singing the national anthem in local languages will help these children grow into patriotic citizens, and that so will their locally made traditional clothes. It says it's introduced 13 local languages in schools. Since taking power 4 years ago, its leaders have distanced themselves from the former colonial power France and expelled its military. All the classes were taught in French in the school that we were allowed to visit. La Révolution a ouvert 700. It was the Minister for Primary School Education who gave us permission.
Aujourd'hui, comment on fait pour que l'école...
This change in schools is about allowing our children to relearn our national history, to be educated in civic values, and to have a sense of patriotism. It's when you are not patriotic that you can betray your country. So what would be the point of opening schools when all the people who are there will destroy and spoil this country?
Destroying the armed groups, which have attacked schools in most parts of the country, is something the military government says is its priority. It says it's recapturing territory. Since Captain Ibrahim Traoré led the coup and took power in 2022, conflict observers say the armed groups have grown stronger and reached further than ever before. Here, near the capital Ouagadougou, is one of few parts of the country that's remained relatively peaceful. The government says by growing crops in schools, it can feed the children and reduce dependency on food aid. And it says by teaching the children patriotism, it will prevent future generations from picking up arms and fighting the government. Burkina Faso has been ruled by leaders who took power by force for most of its history since independence from France in 1960. Traoré says his government draws on the philosophy of the iconic Pan-Africanist Thomas Sankara, who took power in a coup in 1983 and was killed 4 years later in another. Learning the history at his memorial is encouraged. Questioning or criticising Traoré's government is not. Journalists and rights activists have reported death threats, arrests, disappearances and military conscription. Many have fled the country. We spoke to Binta Sidibé Gascon in Paris.
What the children of Burkina Faso need is the rule of law to be restored. If the rule of law is restored, everyone will recognize their rights. They don't need to be subjected to propaganda, insisting they sing the national anthem in the local language or that they wear traditional dress. No, the reason people turn against the state is because of injustice and impunity.
The government says its critics are enemies of Burkina Faso's development, along with the armed groups and France. The children here will grow up to find out if the latest chapter of military rule will bring any change or peace. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera, Ouagadougou.
Now, news coming into us here in Doha. President Trump has just posted on Truth Social. He says Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire, ! We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or, as they say, back to the Stone Ages. President DJT. We'll bring you more on this as we get it. Now, India has begun its long-delayed population count, a census that could reshape welfare programs and political representation across the country. The nationwide exercise was delayed by COVID-19 and logistical hurdles. The last census in 2011 recorded a population of 1.21 billion. That figure is estimated to have surged past 1.4 billion. Neha Punia has more from New Delhi.
The government has admitted it's a gigantic process, but they're saying it's one of national importance, given that the last time data was collected at this scale was 16 years ago. This exercise is going to cost more than $1 billion. It will see 3 million officials armed with smartphones fanning out, traveling the length and breadth of the country, going to the remotest of remote areas. And the scope is massive. The idea is to count every single Indian citizen and to account for them, to account for the access to amenities they have, the assets they own, and to really get a true picture of India's demographic potential and issues. And this is particularly relevant in low-income neighborhoods like this one. We've seen how there's been a huge migration from rural areas to urban centers, and cities like New Delhi have come under immense strain. There's a shortage of housing, there's overcrowding. Rising pollution is a problem, as is, access to digital infrastructure. We've seen a big demand from opposition parties in recent years. They're saying that we need to get a true sense of what socially and economically marginalized communities and their strength.
Now we're going to bring you more on this Truth Social post that's just come in to us here in Doha. Donald Trump saying that he had a request for a ceasefire. Now, that's the first time we've heard that word from Donald Trump. We don't know whether that ceasefire request, where it's come from, but he does say Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider, and here come the terms of this potential ceasefire, we will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we're blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. So we are going to have to unpack this, but this is an unprecedented tweet, but it's part of this whiplash diplomacy that has been taking place via Truth Social from the president. Let's just recap a couple of his tweets, a couple of his posts from the last 24 hours. Just yesterday, he accused the British of not doing enough. He said if the United Kingdom wanted fuel, they could either buy it from the Americans, or they could go to the Strait of Hormuz themselves and pick it up. So these are very, very trying times for anybody that's trying to, keep up with what Donald Trump is saying. These are very fast moving times as well. But here's what we do know. Donald Trump is now saying that he wants a ceasefire. He's got a request for a ceasefire, but he's put very specific conditions in for this ceasefire. So let's bring in Ali Hashim, who is in Tehran. Now, Iran has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire, seemingly coming out of nowhere. It's very early on, but this must be coming as a surprise to you, Ali. Are we hearing anything?
Actually, the question is a bit strange, because we've just had yesterday the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, in an interview with Al Jazeera, insisting that Iran is not asking for a ceasefire. Iran wants this war to end. So this coming now from President Trump is a bit surprising. I'm quite sure that we'll hear from the Iranian Foreign Ministry in few minutes. Now, what's the situation? What's the reality? We've been hearing a lot from President Trump in this regard. We've been hearing a lot that they are asking for negotiations, and then the Iranians will say, we're not asking for that. We are not actually negotiating. Then he will say that they are offering to talk 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll know from the Iranians that they didn't even respond to President Trump's 15 points paper. So the fact is that we are having two contradicting narratives coming from both sides. And yesterday, with Abbas Araghchi's interview with Al Jazeera, he was completely clear. There is no talks going on. And whatever is happening currently is just messaging. And this messaging is going through several channels. One channel is a direct channel between him and Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy. And another channel is through the Pakistanis. However, negotiations are not happening because there are no common grounds when it comes to political understandings. And given this, they are just trying right now to manage the conflict. And it's like just trying to put warnings in place, trying to bring down the ceilings in a way or another. But Iran asking President Trump for a ceasefire, this is new.
Now, Ali, stay there. We are going to try and come back to you shortly, but I want to bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's at the White House. Alan, I'm just going to read the Trump post again, because it's worth just reiterating everything that he's just said. Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. Alan, I want to take this with you one by one. Firstly, who does he mean by the Iranian regime, the new Iranian regime president? Because that's not clear, is it?
Well, he said he'd been speaking to the Speaker of the Parliament. That's the person that has been identified by Donald Trump and others in the administration as the main conduit. Now, it's not clear whether there are direct communications, and we've certainly heard from people on the Iranian side who say that Steve Witkoff has been texting them, or whether this has gone through the Pakistanis. So there is a connection there that we understand that Donald Trump believes that they're working with. And of course, you remember last week he said to prove that this person was powerful and credible, they asked for a number of oil tankers, 10, to pass through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded. They were flagged with the Pakistani flag, and that happened. And that gave an indication, according to Donald Trump, to the Americans that the person that they were speaking to did indeed have a level of power and a level of credibility that they can deal with. Now, many people have been talking about Donald Trump and his primetime address tonight. So at 9 p.m. here in the United States, he's going to go on all the main TV networks. He's asked for time to be set aside. And there was a lot of speculation that that would be perhaps an announcement to mark the end of the war. That is unlikely. From what I gather, what he is going to say is that this war will continue for just a few more weeks, and that would certainly fit in with what he's been saying over the last couple of days, that there's likely to be a continuation of the war for maybe 2 weeks. And he said 2 weeks, maybe a few days beyond that. And then the fighting would stop and they would pull back with or without some sort of agreement. So he's intending to say, look, we understand there's a great deal of financial pain at the moment. We understand that you're hurting. Donald Trump, of course, famously the president who said he would halve fuel bills within a year, has almost doubled them. So he'll say, look, this is just short-term pain for the long-term gain. We're not going to have the threat of a nuclear Iran. And he feels his message hasn't been breaking through. His approval ratings and also that for the war are incredibly low. So he thinks by making a primetime address, he'll be able to break through the bubble through the established media and get his message to the American people. And he believes that by doing that, he'll be on his side. Now, all of that could change. We're right. 12 hours away from Donald Trump making a national address. All of that could change. And as I've said before, this isn't a day-to-day thing. This is an hour-to-hour thing. But given the fact that he said we're going to continue bombing Iran, it would seem to suggest that the information I've got is very much on the right track.
Alan, stay there because I am going to come back to you, but I want to go back to Ali Hashim in Tehran. The big question here, Ali, is who is Donald Trump talking to? Is it the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf?
When he is saying the president of the new Iranian regime, first of all, there's nothing like a new Iranian regime. What we are dealing with right now in Iran is just the same system with another faces. Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf, if it's Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf, we know Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf in this system since the 80s. He was a commander in the IRGC. Then he became the commander of the police. He is very famous for his crackdown on the students in the late 90s. Then he became mayor of Tehran, then a presidential candidate and the mayor, and then later on the Speaker of the Parliament. This is on one side. Ahmed Wahidi is the man who founded, he's the commander of the IRGC right now. He's the man who founded the Quds Force. Mohammad Baqir Zulqadr is the commander of Qarargah Ramazan, which used to be the Quds Force in the 80s. So we are talking about people who were in the system. Now, he's saying the president of the new Iranian regime. Now, we are dealing with one president in this country, which is Masoud Pezeshkian. There's no other president. So is President Trump in touch with Masoud Pezeshkian? Is Masoud Pezeshkian the man who asked for a ceasefire? I mean, yeah, currently we are just speculating.
It's exactly what we're doing, Ali, right?
Is this...
It's exactly what we're doing. We are speculating because we simply don't have the information. But I want to tell you, because there is concrete.
Amran, the only president is Masoud Pezeshkian.
And that is a fact. But I just want to come back to one of the things that he said. We will consider this ceasefire request that may or may not have come from the Iranians until this Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we're going to blast Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. The Iranians have always said we are not going to negotiate under fire. And he's just threatened more fire. So this isn't even that part of this sentence is not going to go down well with the Iranians.
Well, the fact is that what the Iranians are dealing with right now is a different situation, because they are the ones saying we are not looking for a ceasefire. If we are going to talk, we are going to talk while we are launching rockets till there is an end, a comprehensive end to this war. And we've seen the same thing being said by several Iranian officials, including yesterday in a call between Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, and the Lebanese speaker Nabih Berri. He said the war will end in Iran when it ends in Lebanon. This is one of the latest stances. Also, Abbas Araghchi told yesterday, our bureau chief here in Tehran, the same issue. We're not looking for a ceasefire. The ones who are in charge of diplomacy are mainly the Foreign Ministry and the Supreme National Security Council. The president hasn't been in the loop, I mean, at least with respect to how things are. Yes, he is the president, he takes decisions, but he is not the central person when it comes to deciding on the issues, because these issues should be decided by the Supreme National Security Council, and then it goes to the Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, who is clearly taking his responsibility and calling the shots, giving the harmony we are seeing within the different layers of the system. So, yeah, I mean, it's surprising, but would it be President Trump's off-ramp from this war? This is a big question. He decides to get into a war, and then he claims that an Iranian new regime president is asking him for a ceasefire, and then he will decide to cease fire by himself, while the Iranians will continue maybe launching rockets towards Israel, closing the strait. No, I mean, no one has this power in Iran to just ask for a ceasefire from his own, I mean, just from his mind, because, you know, there were issues that were said in the past days, and there's a need to clarify them, at least from, I claim to have some understanding of how things go on in this country. I've been covering this country for a couple of decades at least. When he says there is someone very strong, we're talking to him, and he is allowing the ships to pass, it doesn't work this way. If it's Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf, Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf can't hold the phone and talk to someone on the Strait and tell him, allow this ship to pass and keep this ship from passing. This should pass through the institutions. It should go to the Supreme National Security Council, and then they will decide. And it will go then to the IRGC, who will call on the Navy to allow this ship to pass and that vessel not to pass. So it's very complicated. He's oversimplifying it. And at the end, yeah, we're currently dealing with only speculations and tweets that are changing maybe the fate of the whole region.
Ali, thanks for that. Ali Hashim there in Tehran. So let's just recap. If you're just joining us, we're following breaking news from the United States, and President Donald Trump is saying that Iran has asked for a ceasefire. In a social media post, he said that Washington will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. Okay, let's bring in our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, who joins us from the White House. So, Alan, the question is there anything in this?
Well, I hate to use the phrase time will tell, Nick, but that's exactly what will happen. That's exactly where it's headed. And as I've said many times, this isn't a day-to-day thing. This is an hour-to-hour thing. What is interesting is that Donald Trump has announced that he wants a primetime address on all the main networks, and he will get that at 9 p.m. this evening, so in just about 12 hours' time. There was speculation on Tuesday night that Donald Trump was perhaps going to announce an end to the war. That is unlikely. From people I've been speaking to over the last 12 hours or so, they say it's more likely that he's going to say the war will continue for a couple of weeks. He understands that people are experiencing financial pain. He understands that the cost of gas, the cost of filling up your car, the cost of fuel for your home is much more expensive. But he says this is a short-term pain to get through this, and at the end of it, there will be Iran with no nuclear weapons. Now, the language has changed over the last 4 or 5 days from the administration. We heard it from Pete Hegseth on Tuesday. We're seeing it from Donald Trump in this Truth Social post, where he says that dealing with the new government of Iran, they're less radicalized and far more intelligent. That, of course, sets them up as not being the threat they were when Donald Trump has called the government in Tehran as evil, as monsters, as raving lunatics. This sets them up as people who are more easy to deal with. And although Donald Trump has achieved many of his aims, and there's no doubt about that, that militarily this has been an overwhelming victory for the United States in that they've destroyed the Iranian Navy, they've diminished the Air Force, they've hit the missile producing factories, they've damaged the drone program as well. All of those have been successful, but of course what he talked about was regime change, and he hasn't been able to deliver that. So now, by dressing it up as this government being less radicalized, far more intelligent, it sets him up to be able to say, well, there is a new regime, there are different people in charge, and there are different people. But there's no indication that the ideology or the approach from Tehran to the United States will be any different under the people who are now in charge.
All right, from Washington, D.C. to Tehran, Ali Hashim is standing by for us there. So, Ali, are we hearing anything from the Iranians about this? Ali's not there. I'm hoping that Alan can still hear me. Alan, so if we try and read the runes the best we can on this, and as you say, it's unlikely that Trump will want to end the war right now, we have to consider, I suppose, why he would say it. And I guess the answer to that is that it's all part of the unpredictability of what he says, which is what we have been seeing since this started.
That's right. And I mean, there's an indication right there in the Truth Social post that he's not going to announce an end to the war this evening. And that is, we will continue blasting Iran into oblivion, or as some say, the Stone Age, if they don't reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And there's no sign of that happening. So it seems that the war is going to go on probably at least for another 2 weeks. Donald Trump said that in an interview yesterday, that it'll be 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days more than that. But he's thinking in terms of that 4 to 6 week schedule that he laid out, he is looking for a quick victory. Certainly, someone's just been texting me and I've been talking to them. They're very smart, very plugged into the establishment here in Washington, D.C. And they say the unpredictability, well, many people regard as a benefit, is also an issue in that it kind of betrays that there is no clear strategy here. that Donald Trump is transactional and he's lurching from one decision to another rather than having a clear path. Now, if you speak to anyone in the White House, they will deny that. They will say they always knew this was going to happen. But the Strait of Hormuz is a big open sore because, of course, they say, we knew the Iranians were going to do what they did in the Strait of Hormuz, and we had plans for that. But the Strait still isn't seeing the level of traffic that it was seeing before, and that's impacting things from oil prices to fertilizer to rare earth minerals. So all of those things kind of betray that there was a thought-out strategy here. And when Donald Trump says they've asked for a ceasefire, we're doing this, of course you've got to be dynamic in times of war. Of course you've got to change to circumstances. But there's a lot of people here in Washington, D.C. who think that this transactional president has kind of made it up as he went along, and everyone then, because it's Donald Trump and because of the administration he runs, has to follow in and try and make whatever the president wants works. But that's also true of any other president. You make what the president wants happen.
All right, Alan, thanks for that. Let's try Tehran again. Ali Hashim standing by for us there now. So, Ali, are we hearing anything from the Iranians on this?
Actually, I was on the phone with a senior Iranian official, and I asked him about this. He was laughing and said President Trump is trying to get any kind of stances here and try to translate them into what fits him. He wants a ceasefire, and the issue is that the Iranians haven't asked for anything like this. So the Iranians are denying that they've asked for any ceasefire. This is now clear. I have a senior official talking to, and it's not what they did.
Okay, and also in the rest of Donald Trump's statement, if you go on to read it, he says that we will continue blasting Iran into oblivion. It doesn't seem like he's considering pausing hostilities anytime soon.
Well, the fact that we know that President Trump is to speak this evening, United States time, and to give a very important update on the war. Now, regardless of what's going to be the position, whether he's going to announce a ceasefire from one side or he is going to announce a ground invasion of Iranian islands, also from yesterday's interview with the Iranian foreign minister, I think it was a very timely interview with our colleagues here in Al Jazeera Bureau in Tehran. He said clearly, Abbas Araghchi said clearly that Iran is ready to fight. It's ready to fight for more than 6 months. It's ready to continue this war till they achieve their own objectives.
Ali, thanks for that. Ali Hashim there in Tehran. Let's head to Ramallah, Noor, a day following developments in Israel in the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, Israel will be watching very closely what's going on. Of course, Donald Trump, as we've been hearing, due to make a statement in prime time a little bit later in the United States, but now saying that Iran has asked the United States of America for a ceasefire, but nobody seems to know much about it.
Well, the chatter in Israel, Nick, is not about Iran asking for a ceasefire. The estimation in Israel is that Iran is not interested in what the U.S. administration is now presenting, at least in public, because that would amount to capitulation. Israelis estimate, at least in the intelligence community, that the regime is still standing, it's still intact, and that explains why only about 50% of Israelis believe that this war will end with its collapse. What they are waiting for is for these announced efforts and talks to collapse in order to carry out a serious and marked escalation in the bombing, and eyes are on Iran's energy resources. That is at least what the commentary in Israel is at the moment, what the estimation is of what the Israeli decision makers are discussing at the moment. They're waiting for these efforts to fail in order to escalate, in order to target Iranian energy sources, because the objective in Israel is to not just decimate Iran, but to not allow it to recover. And in many ways, many commentators here would say even chaos would not be too bad as far as Israel is concerned. As long as Iran cannot recuperate, cannot stand on its feet after the war, Israel can live with the consequences.
Okay, no, a little bit later, we'll speak to you. Let's go to Riyadh now. Faisal Abbas is there. He's the editor-in-chief of Arab News, which is a Saudi-based English language daily. Faisal, good to have you with us. So Donald Trump saying that Iran has asked for a ceasefire. What do you make of it?
You know, Nick, the first casualty of war is always the truth. We don't really know what's going on, but I believe there is a speech happening in just about 12 hours, and I would suspect that there will be a bit more clarity once the president gives that speech. There are also the back-channel conversations that have been had through Pakistan and China's involvement. I suspect there might be some aspects that may not be visible to the rest of us. Hopefully, of course, that route might have achieved something, but we should remember an important aspect here is that all parties concerned in this war in particular are very much concerned with saving face. So it does not surprise me on either side that somebody might be declaring victory or that the other side has surrendered. And I would hate to use a cliche, but time will tell.
Indeed. So Faisal, it's one that everybody's been trying to avoid at this point in time. But Faisal, as you say, all eyes will be on Donald Trump's pronouncement when he makes a speech a little bit later. And there was a lot of speculation that this could be potentially opening the door to resolution, or on the other hand, you know, an uptick in hostilities. And given that Donald Trump is now saying we will continue blasting Iran into oblivion basically until the Strait of Hormuz is open, one would have to assume it is the latter, that it is going to be an uptick in escalation.
I am not really sure. Don't forget with this particular administration, Nick, the target audience isn't you and me as much as it is the MAGA audience or the internal American audience. So I would take that with a grain of salt. And as I said, I cannot really foresee or look into a crystal ball and find out exactly if he means what he says or he says what he means. But I do know for sure that there has been back channeling done through Pakistan and hopefully with a bit of Chinese involvement. My hopes is that some sort of a middle ground might have been achieved, or some sort of compromise might have been achieved between in the last few days.
Okay, on that diplomatic track, which is being pushed, as you say, by China and Pakistan, or Pakistan and China, Pakistan primarily, has it got legs, do you think?
Well, look, we know that China has a lot of leverage on Iran, and in fact, perhaps one of the few countries that are friends with Iran. Pakistan is very well placed and trusted by major countries in the region, such as Saudi Arabia and Turkey and Egypt, to play that role. The current Pakistani Prime Minister is one of the few leaders, I have to say, in the world that is in favor with the American administration. So the stars are aligned in terms of Pakistan playing that role. What gives me a little bit more reassurance is the Chinese statements which came out yesterday, which seemed to be in favor of a diplomatic push. And let us also not forget, this is not just about good intention. China actually also has a strategic interest in the opening up of the Strait of Hormuz and the free flow of energy. It is the world's largest importer of energy, and indeed increased prices is not in its favor.
Right, and Faisal, it seems pretty evident, doesn't it, that whatever happens, there will still be fundamental issues still in play when Donald Trump eventually does pull out, and that will specifically revolve around the Strait of Hormuz.
There's a lot of issues, Nick, and I would hate to cry over spilled milk or bring back the past, but had the United States under President Obama listened to the advice of Gulf countries collectively, and especially from Saudi Arabia, we might not be in this situation. If you remember back then when we were talking about the GCPOA, all the focus of the Obama administration was on the potential nuclear program of Iran, ignoring our advice that the Iranian threat is much bigger. Indeed, the weaponization of the Strait of Hormuz, the ballistic missile program, the militias, and of course, at the time, drones weren't invented or in service yet. But had those concerns been addressed at that time, we might have been facing a completely different present. I believe any solution going forward should address all of those threats once and for all, and not just one of them.
Faisal, just one more question to you. There is a view, of course, isn't there, that a premature, what some might regard as a premature ceasefire, might only lead to further chaos.
I fully agree. And that is possibly the worst possible outcome. And I think there is a consensus by all Gulf countries that a solution should be one that we can all agree on. What you want to avoid is a situation where you're left with, in this case, not just an injured lion, but an insulted lion with the capabilities that they have clearly shown they have to inflict damage over their neighbors, not respecting red lines, not respecting civilian areas, and certainly not respecting bilateral agreements. And I here refer to us, particularly in Saudi Arabia. We have been betrayed when it comes to the Beijing Declaration of 2023, which is essentially a non-aggression pact that we've signed in good faith, and we took the Iranians at face value or to their word. So far, we have collectively, the Gulf has practiced self-restraint, but as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has put it out in a statement earlier, all options are on the table, including the right to deter. But I do hope that if there is any chance for a negotiated outcome to emerge out of the Pakistani initiative or the Pakistani efforts, then surely a negotiated outcome could be the most possible and safest option out of this.
Faisal, great to get your perspective. Really appreciate it. Faisal Abbas, editor-in-chief of the Saudi English Daily. Thank you. Well, Iran has fired missiles towards Israel, injuring at least 25 people. The Israeli ambulance service says a cluster munition missile hit multiple in and around Tel Aviv. Health officials say children are among the injured. Nida Ibrahim reports now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
An Iranian cluster munition shattered a long pause. It had been 19 hours of relative silence from Iran, but at 7 a.m. local time, a fragmenting war had struck nearly a dozen sites in its central region. In Bnei Brak, east of Tel Aviv, several people were injured. The missile caused major damage to homes and buildings. Israeli media say at least 100 people were forced to evacuate their homes.
The Psychological Flexibility Unit is currently working to provide treatment and evacuation for those suffering from psychological trauma and panic attacks. We're still conducting search operations.
Further attacks from Iran continued on Wednesday morning. At one point, sirens blasted across nearly all of Israel, warning of coordinated attacks from Hezbollah and Iran. Some missiles targeted military bases near Tel Aviv, while others were fired towards southern Israel. Estimates suggest that Hezbollah launched 50 rockets and drones against northern Israel in 24 hours. Yemen's Ansarullah al-Houthi group also fired a missile into southern Israel. The Israeli army says it was intercepted.
Tuesday is the eve of the Jewish holiday of Passover, and Israeli sources expect Iran and Hezbollah to increase their pressure on the ground. Politically, as the US president hints at a potential end to the war, the Israeli prime minister seems to be preparing for that scenario as well.
Netanyahu delivered a short speech to the Israeli public, hailing what he called success of the Iran war.
We have broken the power of Iran's terror squads that surrounded us in a choke ring. It's true, they still have a limited capacity to threaten us, but they can no longer threaten our existence or launch tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and rockets intended to destroy the cities of Israel.
This is far from ideal for a man who's made a career lobbying against Iran's threats, and a leader who had promised to dismantle the regime and stop these threats for good.
Netanyahu delivered his 1,000-arrogant speech claiming, "I changed the Middle East." There was one word missing from that speech: almost. You almost changed the Middle East. In the end, it always turns out that it hasn't changed.
Many see Netanyahu's speech as a political move. He managed to secure his coalition government's survival until the end of its term later this year. But if the war stops now, and with the continued Israeli casualties in southern Lebanon, Netanyahu might have a hard time selling this as a victory, and his push to stay in power could take a hit. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, occupied West Bank, Palestine.
Yemen's Ansarullah group, also known as the Houthi, says it's carried out a missile attack targeting Israel. Earlier, Israel said it had intercepted a missile launch from Yemen. The Yemeni group joined the war 3 days ago, opening a new front in the Iran war. And Kuwait says its international airport was hit by a drone attack targeting fuel tanks. Officials say the strike caused a large fire and damaged fuel storage facilities at the airport. There are no reports of injuries. And a tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the coast of Qatar after being hit by a projectile. The British Maritime Monitoring Agency said the incident happened about 30 kilometers north of the industrial city of Ras Laffan. Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi is monitoring all of this for us from Dubai. So, Zain, just get us up to speed, if you would, on these attacks across the Gulf.
Well, it is these attacks that have turned this entire region, the GCC, into an unwilling front line in this war. And listening to the coverage earlier of Donald Trump's latest Truth Social post, I can tell you that leaders here will likely want to take that seriously, will likely hope that it is true, but they don't really care who starts stopping as long as these attacks stop as soon as possible. What we're hearing now from the Qatar Defense Ministry is that 3 missiles were fired at Qatar today. 2 of them were intercepted, but one, law of averages, one did get through. Aqua One oil tanker, state-owned Qatar Energy leases this, and it was hit off the coast of Qatar in Qatari territorial waters, about 31 kilometers north of the Ras Laffan facility, which was, of course, targeted and brought offline in an early Iranian attack earlier this week. We also know that the vessel was hit on the port side, above the waterline. It did cause a great deal of damage. Earlier, there were reports that there was still some unexploded part of the missile in the engine room, but we haven't heard any updates on that. The 21-person crew is now safe and were taken off the vessel. But it is attacks like this that carry on. Of course, Kuwait's airport, for the second time in as many weeks, a fuel tank at the Kuwait International Airport catches fire. The last time that happened, it took almost 3 days to put that fire out. And Kuwait's International Airport has been consistently targeted during this war. We've seen it hit at least 7 times since the war began. Elsewhere, an Iranian attack on a facility in Bahrain, a company there, an unnamed company, a facility of that company there. According to an IRGC report that we haven't been able to confirm, it seems that it might have been an area where 80 U.S. personnel were based. That's what the IRGC was saying, again, not confirmed by officials on the ground in Bahrain. Shrapnel fall, debris fall from an attack in Fujairah. We saw that a debris fall strike a farm in the Rifah area. A Bangladeshi citizen was killed in that debris fall. Al Quwain also saw debris fall damage a building there. Saudi defenses say they intercepted 2 drones earlier today. So we consistently see these ongoing attacks across the GCC. Again, what began as Iranian retaliation, said to be carried out on U.S. interests, U.S. assets on the ground in these GCC countries, has turned these countries in this region, cities in these areas that are heavily civilian populated, it's really turned these into a naval and aerial front line in this war.
Zaid, also hearing of flight restrictions being imposed on Iranian nationals by the United Arab Emirates.
That is correct. Really, the geography of this region has made it natural that there would be a large Iranian diaspora living in the GCC. Many of them live in the UAE that has had trade relations with Iran even before it was a country. It's very long-standing ties between the lands on those 2 sides of the Strait of Hormuz. But what we are hearing now, what we are seeing, is pressure being brought down to bear on Iranians living in this part of the GCC. More than 1,200 Iranians have returned home from the UAE since the war began. via different routes. We've also heard airlines in Dubai, Emirates, Fly Dubai, are now restricting passengers from boarding flights that either transit or disembark in the UAE. Emirates website saying only Iranians with a golden visa, senior professionals, athletes, and family members of Emirati citizens will now be allowed to enter the UAE, really confirming reporting and rumors we've been hearing for some time about policies specifically focused on Iranian nationals. What we're seeing really is a ratcheting up of the heightened security of internal security apparatus across the GCC, and this seems to be yet another fallout that is being placed at the feet of civilians, and it is another fallout of this ongoing conflict.
All right, Zain, thanks for that. Zain Basravi reporting there from Dubai. Well, Asian stocks rose after President Trump indicated the war with Iran may be over in 2 to 3 weeks. Japan's Nikkei index climbed 5%, and South Korea's Kospi jumped 8%. Global benchmark Brent crude oil has fallen to around $100 per barrel after briefly hitting $119 on Tuesday. Well, the International Energy Agency says the current crisis is worse than the oil crises of the 1970s and the 2022 Russian gas crisis combined. The organization says the loss of oil supply to the global market in April is likely to be twice as high as in March, and that's due to the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has restricted passage, as we've been reporting. A fifth of the world's oil supply flows through the waterway. So let's explore this further. We can speak now to Joe Michel, who's a professor of economics at the University of the West of England, joins us from Bristol in the United Kingdom. So first up, sir, this news from the International Energy Agency, it makes grim reading, doesn't it, that the current crisis is worse than the oil crisis of the 70s and the 2022 Russian gas crisis combined. It really is a very serious situation.
It's a very serious situation in terms of the volume of oil which is missing from the market. That's the measure that they're using. In terms of the effect on the global economy, excuse me, I think it's a little bit less clear because we're trying to understand what the impact would be under various scenarios. And I think there is a scenario where if a ceasefire was done very quickly and the Straits of Hormuz were reopened and oil began coming through, and say within 4 weeks' time we were back up to 50% of previous flows, I think it's possible that the shock could be quite manageable. It'll be difficult. Central banks will be making decisions about whether to raise interest rates. We will see higher inflation, but it's still possible. I think that shock is a sort of manageable but unpleasant shock. But the longer the war goes on, the longer the straits are closed, the more potential there is for a much more severe outcome and a more unpredictable outcome, because it becomes much less easy to predict the outcomes. So I think there's a lot of substance to the warning from the Energy Agency.
Right.
But there's also a huge amount of uncertainty here still.
Absolutely, a lot of uncertainty. And we've just had this from Donald Trump saying that Iran has asked for a ceasefire. And then he's going to speak again later today, delivering a speech in prime time in the United States. Who knows what he'll say when he addresses the nation? But when the time comes, eventually, whenever that might be, and the US does pull out of this war, what needs to happen to get energy supply, energy price, and indeed sentiment back on track, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief?
So the first thing that needs to happen, of course, is that ships need to be coming reliably through the Straits of Hormuz, and that looks like quite a difficult question. There is now a possibility that Iran might seek to put tolls on shipping through there. Ultimately, that would be a relatively small price, maybe of the order of $1 a barrel once you figure out the price per ship and divide it down into the number of barrels. So it's manageable, but there always will be the potential threat there that the strait could be closed again. We've seen talk about the Houthis in Yemen potentially disrupting traffic further out into the Gulf region. And we also need to be confident that any kind of agreement is persistent, that Donald Trump will actually stick to his word, that the Israelis will be restrained.
Joe, markets,
yes,
of course, affected not just by events, but perhaps even more so by what certain people say about events, particularly Donald Trump. And as I say, he's just been talking again, saying that Iran has asked a ceasefire. Overall, have traders now cottoned onto that in markets globally?
I'm very sorry. I've got another feed coming over the top of you. So actually, I'm not hearing your question clearly. Somebody else was talking at the same time there.
Okay, well, try again, Joe. So what I was asking was whether or not, because of what Donald Trump says has been affecting markets, but it seems to have not been quite so dramatically taken up by traders anymore. Have they cottoned on to what's happening?
Yes, yeah, I got you that time. Yeah, so what we saw was a pattern where maybe about a week ago, some of Donald Trump's statements produced very strong swings in markets, huge swings in oil prices, and quite large movements in stock markets. It seemed that the half-life of his posts was weakening in the sense that markets were starting to discount and ignore what he said. But we have seen a very strong reaction in the last 24 hours in terms of stock markets increasing sharply, and oil prices have come down from about $118 to about $100 today. So there does seem to be market sentiment moving on Trump's statements. I find it quite difficult to interpret because some of the things he said even in the last 24 hours look very aggressive and don't look as if they're moving towards a ceasefire. But yeah, there's a very difficult situation of trying to price information when the information is heavily dependent on President Trump, and he seems to be so unreliable and so unpredictable in terms of what he's going to say next.
Yeah, very difficult to try and extract the truth from it all. Joe, I'm sorry about the audio problems we had there, but do appreciate your perspective on this. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will not take part in the war on Iran. This comes as the Daily Telegraph newspaper reports that Donald Trump told it he is considering pulling out of NATO. In an address to the nation, Starmer said the UK is pushing for diplomacy to try and end the conflict in the Middle East.
Appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
De-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us.
Well, let's hear now from Rory Challenge, who has more from London on Keir Starmer's comments regarding NATO.
He started by saying that the UK is and always has been fully committed to NATO, that NATO is the most successful military alliance in history, and that the UK absolutely would not be walking away from it. He went on to say that there has been huge amounts of pressure on himself, of course, referring to the barbs that Donald Trump has been throwing his way, saying that he's no Winston Churchill. Recently, he said that despite the pressure, despite the noise, as he put it, that he would always be working in the national interests. Internationally, he said that the diplomatic efforts that the UK would undertake would be with a view to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That was the best way of restoring normality. He said that his foreign minister, his foreign secretary, Yvette Cooper, was going to be hosting an international summit to try and make that happen. And also that the UK was talking to its military planners to try and work out how militarily the straits could be reopened after, crucially, he stressed this, after the fighting has stopped. And then he pivoted onto domestic measures, talking about how fuel prices were going to be coming down in the short term, and that wages were going to be going up, and that there would be a fund made available for the most vulnerable people in the country to cope with the effects of this conflict.
So then, if you're just joining us, we're following breaking news from the United States. And President Donald Trump says Iran has asked for a ceasefire. In a social media post, he said Washington will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. Let's take this on with our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, who joins us from the White House. And Alan, what we take from Donald Trump's statements on this war is anyone's guess, but how is what is being said being taken there in Washington, D.C.?
Well, there was clearly a feeling that his primetime address on Wednesday, in just under 12 hours from now, would announce an end to the war. That was speculation late on Tuesday. I think he's fairly put that to bed now. I was told last night and also this morning that it was likely to be an announcement that the war will last maybe another couple of weeks, that he apologizes. Well, he won't apologize. He'll say he understands the financial strains on families because of the increasing costs that have been produced by this war, but it is just short-term pain for the long-term gain of not having a nuclear Iran. He feels that his message isn't breaking through, and that's certainly reflected in the polls, which gives him a low approval rating and a very low approval rating for this war. And so they're trying to break through to get to the American people and say, look, in the long term, this is a good thing. We have done this to Iran. We have severely limited what they are able to do to the rest of the world and to their neighbors. We have severely limited their nuclear program. This is something that we're hugely successful at. We're working in the right direction, and it is only just a few more weeks. Now, Donald Trump has just left here. He's left the White House. He's heading to the Supreme Court, where there's a hearing today about birthright citizenship, another political battle that Donald Trump is fighting. He believes his presence might help his side argue their case. Of course, he's been very critical of the justices on the Supreme Court, many of whom he appointed simply because they went against his tariff policy, which was announced 1 year ago tomorrow. What is interesting is he refused to make any announcement on April the 1st because he felt people would regard it as an April Fool. A couple of people have texted me in the last hour saying, is the announcement of Iran looking for a ceasefire actually an April Fool as well?
Right, okay. All right, Alan. Well, who knows? Alan Fisher there at the White House in Washington, D.C. Let's cross from the U.S. capital to Tehran now to Ali Hashim. So, Ali, President Donald Trump saying Iran has asked for a ceasefire. What's being said there?
Well, according to Iranian officials, they're denying completely this request for a ceasefire. The only thing that comes to mind is President Pezeshkian's call today with the head of the European Council, president of the European Council, where he said, we have the necessary resolve to bring this war to an end while observing its requirements, especially the essential guarantees to prevent the recurrence of aggression. This is the only thing close to what might be an idea of ending the war. But of course, it's not a request of ceasefire, and it emphasizes on the idea of ending the war with guarantees that it's not going to occur once again. So it's completely different from what President Trump has been tweeting or, posting on Truth Social. So Iranian officials are denying this completely. And we heard yesterday the foreign minister, he's the man in charge of the diplomacy in this country, saying that they're not looking for a ceasefire. They want a comprehensive end of this war. And actually, all the analysis here in Iran and the observations and officials are saying that they are not in a position to ask for a ceasefire because this is going to be very harmful for Iran because it's going to leave this whole conflict in this just flying the sky in tatters. At any time, they might be attacked once again. What they want is just like Mr. Pezeshkian said, the president, Pezeshkian, that they need guarantees so that this is not going to happen again. Also, Abbas Araghchi yesterday in a phone call with the Lebanese speaker, Nabi Berri, said that the end of the war in Iran is going to be in accordance with the end of the war in Lebanon. I mean, it's very complicated to end this way.
Ali, thanks for that. Ali Hashim there in Tehran. So let's explore this further with Mohammed Al-Masri, who's here on set with us. He's a professor of media studies at the Dahr Institute of Graduate Studies. Mohammed, great to have you with us. So Donald Trump saying Iran has asked for a ceasefire. He went on to say in his Truth Social post that Washington will consider it when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back into the Stone Ages. So first up, the first element of that, that Iran has asked for a ceasefire. How do you read that?
Well, it's difficult to know. I think there are a lot of people watching, observing, that are trying to be hopeful, right? I think almost everybody wants this war to end. I've been saying for a month that no one really benefits from this war except Israel, which pushed for the war. So I think we're all trying to read into it something optimistic, but we have to be cautious. The Iranians are denying it, as your correspondent Ali was just saying. And this is also coming from Donald Trump. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Donald Trump has a long history of saying things that are not true, right? In 2021, I think this is relevant, the Washington Post did an analysis of Trump's political discourse during his first term, his first 4-year term. And they found 30,000 plus statements that he had made that were either completely false or misleading. Just in the context of the current conflagration, very early on, Donald Trump was saying that the Iranians were communicating with him or with the White House, with the Washington, and basically begging him, begging the Americans for a ceasefire. Dropsite News did some investigative reporting, and what they found is that it was the Americans who were reaching out via Steve Witkoff on WhatsApp, messaging the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. He was messaging Araghchi asking to talk, asking to negotiate, and Araghchi didn't even respond to the messages. So this is a long way of saying that we have to be very cautious.
Right, that gives it very good context, Mohammed. Now, he goes on to say that Washington will consider the potential for a ceasefire when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion. So any optimism that we're all desperately looking for to see an end to this war, well, that shatters it, doesn't it? Because it would suggest that he plans to plow on.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of giving people hope in one breath and then kind of taking it away in the next. But the language that he's using is also important, right? Yesterday,
back to the Stone Ages.
Yeah, yesterday I was just going to say he said he wants to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age, and now he's using this forceful language, bomb them into oblivion. This is not exactly encouraging, particularly when you consider the context that Israel and the United States have already hit hundreds of schools and hospitals and thousands of residential homes, that they are using 2,000-pound bombs to take out entire city blocks. So this is not exactly a careful precision operation. They are knocking out a lot of civilian infrastructure. And historically, Israel is known for this. They're known for punishing civilians and civilian areas. This is part of their military doctrine, right? They do it in Lebanon, they do it in Gaza, and so we shouldn't be surprised to see it in Iran. Yesterday, Trump said that he anticipates the war wrapping up in 2 to 3 weeks. Historically, right before a ceasefire, before a war ends, Israel actually intensifies their attacks. They've done this in Lebanon, they've done this in the Palestinian territories. So we should be, I think, very concerned about the possibility that the Americans and the Israelis will actually, sort of intensify their attacks in the coming days and perhaps weeks.
It seems pretty evident that whatever happens, there will still be fundamental issues at stake here in the region, particularly around the Strait of Hormuz.
I think so. I mean, on pretty much every measure, things are worse now than they were, 31 or 32 days ago before this all started. We're looking now at an Iran that is probably going to be more hardened, right? I mean, the U.S. is already acknowledging through Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, even Trump implicitly, that this regime is not going anywhere, that they are going to continue to exist. They're going to be standing when this is all done. And I think there's a real fear now that the Iranians will actually try to get a nuclear weapon sooner than later, because it's likely that they're calculating that the only way to truly guarantee that this doesn't happen again in a year or 2 or 3 is to have a nuclear deterrent. And so there's actually, in some ways, more fear of instability and violence now than there was 31 or 32 days ago. And that's to say nothing of the enormous economic cost, which I think globally we will be feeling for many months, and I'm afraid, according to some economists, years perhaps.
Okay, we'll leave it there, Mohammed. Thanks very much for that. Mohammed Al-Masri, speak to you later. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, there have been more Israeli strikes on villages in southern Lebanon. Israeli forces are expanding their attacks in the region as they continue to occupy the area. Israel's defense minister has said all houses in the villages near the border in Lebanon will be destroyed, quote, in accordance with the model of Rafah and Beit Hanun in Gaza. Zena Hodder has this now from Beirut.
Israeli forces have invaded southern Lebanon, and Defense Minister Israel Katz says they won't leave, even after the current war with Hezbollah has ended. And while Israel's army says it is not operating against UN peacekeepers, the Lebanese military, or civilians, it has targeted an army position, killed many civilians, and called on UN forces to avoid combat zones that residents were told to leave. The mandate of the UN Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, ends this year after decades, largely due to Israeli pressure.
The Israel Defense Forces are in control of substantial areas immediately north of the Blue Line. The civilian suffering from the hostilities continues to mount. UNIFIL, on the ground carrying out its mission given by this council, has now also suffered fatalities.
The UN is still investigating the incidents, but it says the situation in Lebanon has dangerously deteriorated with the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Israel has been trying to empty the area south of the Litani, and Lebanese officials are denouncing Israel's new occupation of the area.
We call upon this council to act immediately and to condemn these statements clearly and explicitly, and to take the necessary measures to compel Israel to halt its incursions and withdraw its forces to internationally recognized borders.
Israel occupied southern Lebanon for 18 years before withdrawing in 2000.
Israel's offensive against Hezbollah has no front line. Israel's airstrikes have again targeted the Lebanese capital. In a letter to the UN Security Council, the government in Beirut asked the international community to secure a clear commitment from Israel to stop all attacks across the country.
Israel says it won't stop, and it is also refusing the Lebanese government's offer to hold direct negotiations. It wants Hezbollah to disarm and is pressuring the state to enforce its decision to ban the group's military wing. The army is reluctant to do so in a time of war, with the defense minister warning Israel's plans are, quote, a deepening of its aggression against Lebanon. Zena Hodder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
The army has issued forced displacement orders for people in southern Lebanon. This is the Israeli army to head north of the Zahrani River. It's about 40 kilometers from the Israeli border. It means the evacuation zone now extends beyond the Litani to the Zahrani River. And that's about 14% of Lebanon's territory, and it affects more than 100 towns and villages. Najat Siliba is an independent member of the Lebanese parliament, and she says she supports the government's call for Hezbollah to disarm.
The cabinet has clearly said that there is no cover-up for any military action that Hezbollah is doing. Hezbollah chose to push Lebanon into this war. We could have been on the side, just looking at what's happening regionally without really being in the middle of this whole mess. So we stand by the government and by the decisions of the government to ask Hezbollah to turn its weapons all to the Lebanese armed forces, so that the call for peace and the call for war would be only in the hands of the government, including the Lebanese armed forces. If they want to work within the Lebanese government and under the law as a political party, the cabinet has been clear on this stand, as well as the president. Of course, all parties in Lebanon can work under the same law equally and with equity to actually allow political work. But to allow military work, this should not be the case in any of the countries that we have seen in the world. There is no possibility to have two armies, two military actions, or a militia and a local and national force working opposite to each other in order for peace to be held. There is no way we can have peace if the militia of Iran is going to continue to work on its own as Iran pleases and not the Lebanese people.
South Africa has announced it will cut fuel taxes for the month of April to help consumers cope with rising prices. The move follows pressure from trade unions and business groups urging the government to intervene and to soften the impact of the Iran war. Petrol prices are forecast to rise by around 15%, and diesel could increase by 40%. Australia's Prime Minister has called on citizens to play their part in conserving fuel. Prices have surged, and there are shortages in some areas due to the war in Iran and the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The country imports about 90% of its fuel.
Now, it's the Australian way that people want to do their bit. And there are simple ways that you can. You should go about your business and your life as normal. Enjoy your Easter. And if you're hitting the road, don't take more fuel than you need. Just fill up like you normally would. Think of others in your community, in the bush, and in critical industries. And over coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram to work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. Farmers and miners and tradies who need diesel every single day. And all those shift workers and nurses who do so much for our country.
Let's hear now from Danielle Robertson, who reports from Sydney.
Sam Alkosh started his own trucking company more than 2 decades ago, loading up at warehouses and delivering groceries across the country. He's travelled more than 24 million kilometres in his career, enough to wrap around the earth 600 times. But he fears he could soon be forced off the road.
With the fuel prices goes up, yep, we will have to park the truck on the fence and just sit at home because we can't afford it to run trucks on the road with this fuel price.
Truck drivers are responsible for 80% of all freight, so any disruption threatens the entire supply chain.
Without trucks, Australians stop because everything run by transport. Anything you want by transport, even like the household, everything.
Warnings now that food security could be at risk if drivers struggle to deliver to supermarkets. That pressure already felt by the public as hundreds of petrol stations run dry.
I'm just conscious of driving less and not driving around as long a distances. A conscious decision just not to do that. So, yeah, just feeling for everybody, even just going to the grocery stores, things are getting more expensive.
Definitely a scary place to be for a young person trying to get forward paying bills.
After mounting pressure and a second emergency meeting, the government has announced it will halve the fuel excise, meaning the cost of petrol and diesel will drop by more than 18 cents a litre for 3 months. A move part of a 4-point plan that will cost the budget more than $1.7 billion, steering clear from fuel rationing for now, instead looking to other countries to help secure supplies. This month, 6 oil shipments that were due to arrive here from Malaysia, Singapore and South Korea were cancelled or delayed as countries begin to prioritise their own fuel supply over exports. In response, the government struck a deal with Singapore, signing a joint statement to ensure the flow of critical supplies. Australia looking to its allies in Asia to keep the nation moving. Danielle Robertson, Al Jazeera, Sydney.
Just a quick recap of the breaking news from the United States. And President Trump says Iran has asked for a ceasefire. In a social media post, he said Washington will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. More on this at the top of the hour. I'll be back a little bit later.
What has this discussion looked like in right-wing media circles in Israel?
A critical look at the global news media on Al Jazeera.
We're in a period when the US seems to think that it is ruling the entire world. Well, the rest of the world doesn't see it that way.
Up front on Al Jazeera.
I'm Imran Khan. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. Coming up, President Donald Trump says Iran has asked for a ceasefire, but he says he'll only consider once the Strait of Hormuz is open, free, and clear. Iran tells Al Jazeera there is no truce request as US-Israeli strikes continue on Tehran and other cities. And Iran also steps up its retaliatory attacks. At least 25 people have been injured in Israel, with a cluster munition hitting multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv. And also, Donald Trump heads to the Supreme Court to hear arguments in the birthright citizen case. He is the first sitting president to do so. We start with some breaking news from the US. President Donald Trump says Iran has asked for a ceasefire. In a social media post, he said Washington will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion, or, as they say, back to the Stone Ages. We have correspondents in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, Tehran, and the White House, where we start with our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher. Alan, once again, this is diplomacy over truth social. It's almost a hallmark of this particular Donald Trump presidency. But is there any indication of who Donald Trump thinks he's talking to?
In the past, he said that he is speaking to the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. You remember that last week he said that they wanted to know the credibility and power of the person that they were having conversations with, and they asked for a present, which was to allow 10 oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz without any interference, and that actually happened. The ships were flagged with the Pakistani flag. That gave Donald Trump, he told us, the media, the feeling that the person that they were speaking to was credible and was powerful enough to deliver on a ceasefire. He's been talking about how he wants to end the war in the next couple of weeks. He is to make a primetime address in just about 11 hours. The feeling is on Tuesday that he was going to announce an end to the fighting. Now, I've been speaking to people late on Tuesday, early on Wednesday, and they said they didn't feel that was the case. What Donald Trump is likely to do is to say that the war will take another couple of weeks, that he understands the financial pain that people are feeling because of higher fuel prices and all the things that that has knock-on effects to. But he believes that it is just a short-term pain for the long-term gain of a no-nuclear Iran. And so he is pushing that idea, and he'll do it in prime time. But whether or not there is actually a ceasefire on the table, Donald Trump says there is. We have to take the president at face value. And he says in that tweet, that in that message on Truth Social, that until the Strait of Hormuz is open, free and clear, they'll continue blasting Iran into oblivion, which is certainly a huge flag to suggest that he's not about to announce the end of the war in about 11 hours' time.
Alan, stay there. We're going to come back to you, but let's go to Ali Hashim in Tehran. Where is the Iranian leadership response here? You've been speaking to people. They've poured scorn over this?
Well, yeah, we spoke to an official, and he said clearly that Iran denies that they've asked for, requested any ceasefire. And the only thing that comes to mind is President Masoud Pezeshkian's stances today while speaking to the chairman of the European Council, when he said that Iran, let me just read from the accurate line, that Iran is ready to end the war with resolve. However, this should happen by meeting the guarantees that this is not going to recur once again. And this is the official line that's been said over the past weeks. And we had yesterday Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, speaking to Tehran bureau chief, Al Jazeera's Tehran bureau chief, telling him that Iran is not looking for a ceasefire, it's looking for an end of this war. And they've been repeating this several times. And they've also repeated that they're ready for a long war of attrition, a war that is at least 6 months. And they want all the other fronts to end together. So they have their own long list of requests before reaching a ceasefire. Actually, a ceasefire from an Iranian point of view doesn't serve Iran because it opens the chance for the freedom of action for Israel and the United States. And this can be repeated anytime. What the Iranians want is an end, and a complete end with finishing, finalizing all the files, the nuclear file, the sanctions, and getting back to the normal situation of a state that doesn't have to go through all what it went through. Also, this is not only Iran's issue. There's another issue we have to take into consideration: regional stability. If this is not going to end with a clear picture, with a clear agreement, how are the countries in the region going to deal with the new situation? What's going to be the fate of the Strait of Hormuz? We know the situation right now, it's closed. So there are many issues on this list, and it cannot end this simply.
Now, that's Ali Hashem. Stay there. He's live for us in Tehran. We're going to go to Alan Fisher, who's in the White House for us. Now, Donald Trump has been talking up all the prospects of the war ending in 2 to 3 weeks. But he's also said, deal or not, it's irrelevant. And now he's going to make this primetime address. You talked about it earlier. This primetime address, this has to be the beginning of the end of the war, do we think?
Well, look, there's a couple of things to point out. Donald Trump will claim victory. That was always going to be on the cards. He's going to point to the military successes that the United States have had, and there have been successes. They've effectively destroyed the Iranian Navy. They've destroyed the Air Force. They have military superiority. There are no air defenses left operating in Iran that we can tell. They've damaged the ballistic missile program. They've damaged the drone program as well. The problem they've had, of course, is getting oil through the Strait of Hormuz, and that has a huge economic impact. But Donald Trump also promised that there would be regime change, that they would be different from the lunatics in Tehran that were there before, the madmen, the religious crazies, as he's described them in the past as well. And just in that Truth Social post, we see a change in tone. We heard it from Pete Hegseth when he spoke on Tuesday, but the president now saying that the government there is much less radicalized and far more intelligent, suggesting these are people we can do business with. If I reach a deal with them, then that would be a good thing. We can deal with them going forward. They're not kind of closed off. What he hasn't delivered, of course, is the pro-USA regime that he thought he might get. What he hasn't delivered is the uprising that he thought he might get. And we could be in the position where Donald Trump in 2 weeks or so announces the end of the war. But as we've heard many times from Israel, they are not going to end the war. So we could be seeing that the United States will continue to fund Israel. They'll continue to provide weapons to Israel, but they won't be involved in direct conflict over Iran. There is a change of tone, and the change of tone is to make sure that Donald Trump can say, we have a big victory here, and people should celebrate that. But we think it's not going to be tonight when he announces that, and things could change. This is Donald Trump. We've learned a lot over the last 8 years, but that's what we're expecting to hear from him in just over 11 hours' time.
Alan Fisher live for us there from the White House. Let's go back to Ali Hashem, who is in Tehran for us. Ali, the leadership's been absolutely clear. They are not going to negotiate under fire. And in the last part of this Truth Social post, he says, we will continue, if they don't meet our demands, into bombing them into the Stone Age. Those were his exact words. This does not feel like a new round of negotiations. It feels like threats. Do you think?
Well, indeed, and just few minutes ago, to the east of Tehran, it was visible to me from my side, two huge explosions, two airstrikes hit the eastern side of the Iranian capital. So still business as usual. Airstrikes going on, nothing has stopped. And the Iranians are aware of this situation. They're aware that they are in the middle of a very bitter war. They say it's not the war of their choice. However, they have to fight it till the end because they know this is now becoming existential for their posture in this region. Now, there's a very huge rift between them and their neighbors in the Gulf. They are in a situation, a very dichotomic situation. So this has to come to an end in a way that they know it's not going to be a repeated one, and they know that they can get back to the normality of the past, not the very close past, rather the old past. So what the Iranians are now dealing with is a president in the United States coming out saying, well, they want a ceasefire. I'm going to still hit them till they are destroyed. And then I'll just see if I'm going to give them this. Now, they're saying, no, this is not going to happen. We're going to continue this war till the end, until we achieve our objectives. This is what we've heard from the foreign minister and from different other officials, including the commanders in the IRGC, the ones in charge, actually, of the battle.
That's Ali Hashim live for us in Tehran. Let's bring in Noor Uday, who is following developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. This is going to lay bare the difference between Israel's strategy and the American strategy. Donald Trump simply wants this to be over, and he's almost wishing it into existence. But the Israelis are going to be surprised at the very least about this ceasefire claim.
That's right, Imran. I mean, Israel does not want a ceasefire at this moment, and that's why they tried to accelerate the kind of airstrikes, qualitative airstrikes, done over the past week or so, moving from targeting police stations and checkpoints of the Basij, for example, to more strategic targets like the steel factories, like the pharmaceutical companies that produce cancer treatment and treatment for MS and others, things that would help achieve the goal of not allowing Iran to recover, to stand on its feet if and when the war is over. Now, the other estimation in Israel, the other contingent is if Donald Trump doesn't declare a ceasefire. And the chatter in Israel is, if that happens, if all these diplomatic efforts fail, then Israel is ready to escalate, and escalate significantly, with eyes on Iran's energy resources, on their electricity grids, on their oil production, because that would really be the ultimate goal in the end for Israel, the ultimate way they can live with an end to the war, with Iran reeling from all those strategic blows, notwithstanding the fact that this might have wide-ranging ramifications in the region. The estimate in Israel is that they won't receive the brunt of it.
That's Noor Uday live for us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, Paul Musgrove is an associate professor at Georgetown University in Qatar and a US foreign policy analyst, and he joins me in the studio. One of the hallmarks of this presidency right now is diplomacy by Truth Social. It keeps coming, and they contradict each other. He's upended normal diplomatic norms. You're a foreign policy analyst. This makes it incredibly difficult for the negotiators on both sides to try and actually, because you're spending a lot of time deciphering these posts, right, and trying to figure out what the president actually wants. Is that your feeling?
That's absolutely my feeling. One of the hallmarks of President Trump, not just in this term, but in the previous term, has been that he wants to centralize and personalize and deinstitutionalize U.S. foreign policy as much as possible. In a normal, well-functioning, integrated administration, Secretary Rubio's press tour, including on Al Jazeera, talking about the next 4 to 5 weeks would have been the prelude to a renewed round of diplomacy. But for President Trump, every day, he said this to his staff, he wants every day to be an episode of a television series where the attention is on him. This is one way to do it. We're now here talking about his social media posts. He's projecting an image in which the United States is winning, and we're also all waiting for his big speech today to see what he reveals. I think that the one thing that is constant is looking what's going on moment by moment as additional American assets come into this region. And the posts say what they say, but there's still a lot of potential boots on the ground coming here into the Arabian Gulf.
Stay there. We will come back to you in just a moment. But let's bring in Abbas Aslani, who's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies in Tehran. We have this Truth Social post. It says that Iran has asked for a ceasefire, that the regime has changed, and that this is now the new reality. But then it also threatens Iran as well. What's your feeling? What's your take here? Is the US actually talking to somebody in Iran that would have said this in the situation that we're in right now?
Well, this is somehow a surprise to everybody I'm talking to here in Tehran, and Trump saying that Iran has requested ceasefire, and this is something which can hear from Trump, that not by day, but hour by hour he's saying something else, and he's shifting goalposts, and this indicates that Iran's trust and mistrust toward the United States increases, and this feels uncertainty about what can be the future trajectory. And I think by the time that the hostility is ongoing, there will be no negotiations between the two sides, and maybe this is a kind of indication that he's willing to end this war in one way, without getting any agreement with Iran, without holding any negotiations. But we can expect everything from Trump. In the hours to come, he might be saying something different, maybe engaging in a new round of escalation against Iran. So we cannot count on what he is saying. So that's why this has made it even more complicated to predict how future will unfold. But at least what we can say is that the days to come or hours to come, at least in a week or two, we can get a better understanding that what the future trajectory would be.
I want to come back to Paul here. Paul, one of the big problems that I've been told by US diplomats is that US diplomacy is simply not trusted. That was reiterated by Abbas Arakchi on Al Jazeera, where he says there is zero trust. How do you change that if you are going to get to a ceasefire?
One of the ways that you would try to change that is by engaging in confidence-building measures. Face-to-face or some sort of gesture within this conflict. You'd want to make sure that both sides can rebuild a foundation of trust. That's going to be difficult in this case because the United States and Iran over the past year, every time the United States and Iran have sat down, there's been an escalation to war. One way of looking at President Trump's Truth Social statement would be to look at it as more a conveyance of the threat and a justification for the American people to say that if the Iranians are sitting down, as he claims, that this would be a reason that if those talks fall through or if they're rejected, that the United States would be justified in further escalation. We just heard from Noor O'Day talking about this as being a potential Israeli rationale for further escalation. But to get back to trust, you have to have some reason for both sides to actually believe what the other is saying. And if it's very difficult, if the person making the ultimate decisions is not restrained by anything but his own impulses, or as he once said, his own thoughts and feelings, then it's very hard to rebuild that trust. And even in a war, sides should be able to trust each other, but we don't have that right now.
Stay there. I'm going to come back to you in a moment. I want to go back to Abbas Aslani. Abbas, there is a president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian. He is in that position, yet Donald Trump seems to be hinting that he perhaps is not in that position. In your experience, the Iranians, are they united? Are they unified?
Well, what we have been seeing from the Iranian elites in the country, even from different factions, not the conservatives alone, but the reformists, and those who have been critical of the political establishment, or those even who attended the protests in the country, a few weeks ago, they also support the country against the foreign aggression. And we have been seeing that this rally around the flag being witnessed in the country. Iran is exhibiting, unity as well as no sign of weakness or surrender. So that's strange that Trump is, making these remarks, talking about maybe new authorities in the country, or Iran asking for ceasefire. This does not align with the situation here in Tehran and the country. And that's why I think this is somehow, strange to hear those words from Trump. However, it can be expected from Trump, who has been, saying contradictory things and making contradictory remarks in the past. He is, making those statements based on the that very moment that he feels. But at least it's in the case that he has not been able strategically to achieve the outcomes that initially were announced as the, regime change, then bringing instability and chaos to the country, or maybe disintegrating Iran, as well as, in the end, he wanted to reopen the Strait of Hormuz that was very wide open before this aggression, started. And it seems that he is even thinks that engaging in any round of, military conflict by land could bring more complexities by trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And this is why I think this has created a sense of confusion back in the United States, resulting and leading to these, contradictions.
Abbas Aslani, Paul Musgrave, thank you very much. We will pick these up in the coming hours. A lot of confusion coming certainly from Donald Trump's Truth Social post. Now, Iran has fired missiles towards Israel, injuring at least 25 people. The Israeli ambulance service say a cluster munition hit multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv. Health officials say children are amongst the injured. Nida Ibrahim reports from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
An Iranian cluster munition shattered a long pause. It had been 19 hours of relative silence from Iran, but at 7 a.m. local time, a fragmenting war had struck nearly a dozen sites in its central region. In Bnei Brak, east of Tel Aviv, several people were injured. The missile caused major damage to homes and buildings. Israeli media say at least 100 people were forced to evacuate their homes.
The Psychological Flexibility Unit is currently working to provide treatment and evacuation for those suffering from psychological trauma and panic attacks. We're still conducting search operations.
Further attacks from Iran continued on Wednesday morning. At one point, sirens blasted across nearly all of Israel, warning of coordinated attacks from Hezbollah and Iran. Some missiles targeted military bases near Tel Aviv, while others were fired towards southern Israel. Estimates suggest that Hezbollah launched 50 rockets and drones against northern Israel in 24 hours. Yemen's Ansarullah al-Houthi group also fired a missile into southern Israel. The Israeli army says it was intercepted. Tuesday is the eve of the Jewish holiday of Passover, and Israeli sources expect Iran and Hezbollah to increase their pressure on the ground. Politically, as the US president hints at a potential end to the war, the Israeli prime minister seems to be preparing for that scenario as well. Netanyahu delivered a short speech to the Israeli public, hailing what he called success of the Iran war.
We have broken the power of Iran's terror squads that surrounded us in a choke ring. It's true, they still have a limited capacity to threaten us, but they can no longer threaten our existence or launch tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and rockets intended to destroy the cities of Israel.
This is far from ideal for a man who's made a career lobbying against Iran's threats, and a leader who had promised to dismantle the regime and stop these threats for good.
Netanyahu delivered his 1,000 arrogant speech claiming, "I changed the Middle East." There was one word missing from that speech. Almost. You almost changed the Middle East. In the end, it always turns out that it hasn't changed.
Many see Netanyahu's speech as a political move. He managed to secure his coalition government's survival until the end of its term later this year. But if the war stops now, and with the continued Israeli casualties in southern Lebanon, Netanyahu might have a hard time selling this as a victory, and his push to stay in power could take a hit. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, occupied West Bank, Palestine.
A tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the coast of Qatar after being hit by a projectile. The British Maritime Monitoring Agency, the incident happened about 30 kilometers north of the industrial city of Ras Laffan. And there have been more Israeli strikes on villages in southern Lebanon. Israeli forces are expanding their attacks in the region as they continue to occupy the area. Israel's defense minister has said all houses in the villages near the border in Lebanon will be destroyed, quote, in accordance with the model of Rafah and Beit Hanun in Gaza. Zaina Khuda reports from Beirut.
Israeli forces have invaded southern Lebanon, and Defense Minister Israel Katz says they won't leave, even after the current war with Hezbollah has ended. And while Israel's army says it is not operating against UN peacekeepers, the Lebanese military, or civilians, it has targeted an army position, killed many civilians, and called on UN forces to avoid combat zones that residents were told to leave. The mandate of the UN Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, ends this year after decades, largely due to Israeli pressure.
The Israel Defense Forces are in control of substantial areas immediately north of the Blue Line. The civilian suffering from the hostilities continues to mount. UNIFIL, on the ground carrying out its mission given by this council, has now also suffered fatalities.
The UN is still investigating the incidents, but it says the situation in Lebanon has dangerously deteriorated with the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Israel has been trying to empty the area south of the Litani, and Lebanese officials are denouncing Israel's new occupation of the area.
We call upon this council to act immediately and to condemn these statements clearly and explicitly, and to take the necessary measures to compel Israel to halt its incursions and withdraw its forces to internationally recognized borders.
Israel occupied southern Lebanon for 18 years before withdrawing in 2000.
Israel's offensive against Hezbollah has no front line. Israel's airstrikes have again targeted the Lebanese capital. In a letter to the UN Security Council, the government in Beirut asked the international community to secure a clear commitment from Israel to stop all attacks across the country.
Israel says it won't stop, and it is also refusing the Lebanese government's offer to hold direct negotiations. It wants Hezbollah to disarm and is pressuring the state to enforce its decision to ban the group's military wing. The army is reluctant to do so in a time of war, with the defense minister warning Israel's plans are, quote, a deepening of its aggression against Lebanon. Zaina Khuda, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will not take part in the war on Iran. It comes as the Daily Telegraph newspaper reports that Donald Trump has told it that he is considering pulling out of NATO. In an address to the nation, Starmer said the UK is pushing for diplomacy to end the conflict in the Middle East.
This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us.
Now let's take a look at some of the day's other top stories. The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Donald Trump's executive order seeking to end automatic birthright citizenship. The president is expected to attend the hearing, potentially becoming the first sitting president to do so. Now, Trump signed an executive order aimed at ending birthright citizenship just hours after taking office in January 2025. Currently, anyone who's born in the United States is an American citizen. Trump is seeking to restrict that right for some people. The citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment was ratified in 1868 in the aftermath of the Civil War. It ended slavery and overturned a Supreme Court decision that had ruled people of African descent could not be US citizens. Now, for more on this, let's speak to Patty Culhane, who joins us live from Washington, D.C. What is the importance of the arguments that we're going to be hearing today at the Supreme Court?
Well, it's hugely important. It's fundamentally possibly going to change the nature of what it means to be an American. As you mentioned, this came about after the Civil War because they wanted the amendment says that basically if you're born here, then you're an American citizen. Now, how is the Trump administration trying to get around that? Because 128 years ago, this very court said that, in fact, if you are born here, then you are a citizen. Well, the Trump administration is right now arguing before the court a couple of things. They say the clause that it's that's subject to the jurisdiction. They're saying because people are born to illegal immigrant, undocumented migrants, that they are not allegiant to the United States. That's going to be a bit of a tough pull, I think, from what the justice has been saying. The other thing they're pointing out is in the past Supreme Court case, 128 years ago, the parents of the immigrant in question were here legally. So that is something that some Republican scholars are really pointing to and hoping that the justices who consider themselves originalists will believe that that is in fact what the court 128 years ago meant to say.
Now, Patty, the potential appearance of President Donald Trump is unprecedented. Why would he bother going to effectively a hearing?
Well, because he likes to turn about president. As you can see, there's a very vocal, very somewhat large protest going on behind me. A lot of signs against President Trump. We do know that he has arrived. We didn't see him. He went in through the back door. Reporters didn't see him go in, but apparently he's sitting in the public section. He was giving comments just last night. He said, look, Democratic justices never rule against Democratic presidents. That, in fact, is not true. But he was very disappointed because Republican justices, some appointed by him, ruled against him on tariffs, which he said was the biggest decision that the court had ever made. Obviously without evidence. So I think he's probably hoping that by sitting here, breaking the precedent of sending a message, that perhaps he can influence the justices. Not usually how that works, but again, we've never had this happen before.
That's Patty Culhane live for us in Washington, D.C. Now, India has begun its long-delayed population count. It's a census that could reshape welfare programs, political representation across the whole country. The nationwide exercise was originally scheduled for 2021, but it was delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic and logistical hurdles. Now, the last census in 2011 recorded a population of 1.21 billion. That figure is now estimated to have surged past 1.4 billion. And excitement is building along Florida's Space Coast just hours before NASA's big lunar launch. On Wednesday, 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, are set to make history aboard the Artemis 2 mission. It's the first journey to the moon to carry a crew in more than 50 years. Liftoff is scheduled for 22:24 GMT. Iran is denied it's asking the US for a ceasefire. We'll have more on that at the top of the hour.
Making sense of the nonsensical. Are there negotiations underway between the U.S. and Iran?
They want to make a deal.
It depends on who you talk to and when. Israel is working on a law to legalize capital punishment. It's just one more way to put Palestinian lives at risk. And propaganda gets a makeover. The AI, the memes, the taunting, making the rounds between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. It was Mark Twain who said that war is God's way of teaching Americans about geography. 4 weeks into the war on Iran, this one has taught Americans about a few other things, like oil markets, shipping lanes, gas prices, and what effective diplomacy does not look like. The pivots, U-turns, hints, and contradictions coming out of the White House are confounding for journalists to cover and almost impossible for analysts to dissect. Iran is trying to turn that inconsistency to its advantage in shaping its own narrative. And there is an intriguing, potentially consequential debate taking place outside of the mainstream, inside the MAGA media sphere. It's focused on a couple of basic questions. Why is the U.S. involved in this war in the first place? And where does America and the MAGA movement go from here? At times, the incoherent messaging coming out of the Trump White House on the war in Iran has been cartoon-like, reflected in caricatures like this one, published by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution on the lack of pre-war preparation. Or in memes, mocking the negotiations with Iran that Donald Trump says are taking place, talks that Tehran denies and describes as the Americans talking with themselves. On occasion, there is no doubt about who Trump is talking to: the markets, oil traders, ratcheting up the rhetoric or tamping it down, depending on the day of the week.
This is the first time that a war was being fought, not just on the battlefield, but in the media to manipulate the markets. Trump, at the beginning of the work week, suggesting that he's looking for an exit ramp, de-escalating. And then by Friday, when the markets close, he is threatening to blow up power plants and commit war crimes, all intended to reduce the impact of the war on the markets and reduce the pressure the president is feeling because Americans are feeling it.
I won't use the word war because they say if you use the word war, that's maybe not a good thing to do. So I'll use the word military operation.
The fact that the administration needs to tailor its messaging such that it doesn't spook American markets shows that striking the United States in the wallet rather than on the battlefield is in fact producing results. So the risk for the administration is even that, as it might be putting a Band-Aid on markets in the day-to-day, in the long run, it could well encourage the Iranians to hold steady or even to escalate in their strikes on American economic interests.
With Americans already paying the price for this war through their pocketbooks, the criticism from Trump's Democratic opponents is to be expected. It goes well beyond that, however. Denunciations are coming from nonpartisan voices, like this former official at the U.S. military's intelligence agency.
I'm very worried that Trump is gearing up to send hundreds, if not thousands, of U.S. troops to die for no reason.
And from this former director of the CIA, who worked under both Republican and Democratic administrations.
Well, I tend to believe Iran more than I do Donald Trump, because he could not acknowledge the truth, even when it is, he's slapped in the face with it repeatedly.
Those voices were platformed on 24/7 news channels, mainstream outlets. The criticism from within the MAGA movement is being sounded elsewhere.
I can't be a part of this in good conscience, and I need to do everything I can to actually speak out about it.
After Joe Kent, Trump's ex-chief of counterterrorism, quit his job, saying that Iran posed no imminent threat to the U.S. and blaming Israel for pressuring Trump to go to war, Kent steered clear of mainstream news channels. He took his message to podcasters, mostly conservative ones, instead. And no wonder, given the conflationary spin that Kent's story got from the likes of Jake Tapper at CNN.
How did somebody like this get a position like this in government, given his anti-Semitic views?
A legitimate question. I'm personally glad he's gone.
There is just a suspicion of the mainstream media on the right in America. And within Washington, there has always been a tacit awareness of the influence of Israeli interests on American foreign policy in the Middle East. Kent is trying to get out ahead of his narrative. He is trying to put his own story out there before his various opponents can put out information that would suck up all the oxygen.
People like Kent, correctly see that much of U.S. mainstream media remains beholden to this pro-Israel foreign policy consensus, that the main demographic of places like Fox News is going to be older voters.
But so far, this has been a remarkably coherent two-nation coalition against Iran,
who have been raised on decades of reflexive U.S. support for Israel. So rather than reaching for them, he's going on the podcast circuit. People like Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent can tell where the wind is blowing.
Among the American institutions suffering collateral damage after the attacks on Iran is Donald Trump's MAGA movement. A schism has developed within it, since Trump has long preached about bringing an end to America's forever wars.
War, I'm not going to start a war, I'm going to stop wars.
On one end of the MAGA divide, ex-Fox News hosts Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, along with far-right figures like Alex Jones and the former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. All are critical of the war and the role that they say Israel played in getting Donald Trump to join in.
It's universally recognized at this point, pretty much, that continuing this war with Iran is not in the identifiable interest of the United States.
In fact, from the beginning, this has all been very much in Israel's interest and literally no one else's.
They've been going at it with other influential conservatives, like two pro-Israel voices, podcaster Ben Shapiro and current Fox News host Mark Levin, who recently had Joe Kent on a podcast where they talked about who Donald Trump is listening to these days.
I believe that he was influenced by the media echo chamber and by the Israeli...
Well, maybe he's influenced by your media echo chamber.
It is an unprecedented civil war within MAGA, and the movement may never be the same.
Americans across the political spectrum have had declining trust that our leaders are acting in the interest of the American people. There's a pervasive sense that our government is bought up and sold to the highest bidder. And Trump has been able to tap into that discontent to rail against the deep state. And many Americans, including the MAGA base, are wondering if Trump himself has been bought out by the very establishment that he railed against.
And MAGA is going to battle it out. And where this comes to a head is in the positioning for 2028. Where is J.D. Vance? Where is Marco Rubio? Is this war on Iran going to be an albatross for Republican candidates where they actually have to break with Donald Trump in order to move forward? It's going to lead to some very interesting realignment. We're seeing it play out in real time, and I don't know where it's going to end up.
Polls that look at the bigger picture, the entire U.S. electorate, indicate that roughly 6 out of 10 Americans oppose Donald Trump's war on Iran, with an even greater majority saying his administration has failed to explain the rationale behind it. Surveys are also showing that support for Israel is at an all-time low in the U.S., which suggests that many Americans are receptive to Joe Kent's argument that Israel dragged Trump into this war. Yet the growing dissatisfaction in the U.S. over Israel's influence on American politics is a storyline, a contextual one, that many in the mainstream media refuse to take on.
What's the answer? The Israeli government cannot allow Iran to ever be in a position again to do to them what they did on October the 7th.
The polling shift against Israel is unprecedented in the last 80 years. There have been a variety of contributors to it. American retrenchment, the failure of American wars in the Middle East, growing secularism that no longer sees any kind of ideological kinship between the American people and the Israeli state project. The pro-Israel segment of American public life has never faced a challenge like this.
I don't think that it is being reflected in mainstream media. The fact that more Americans now have a negative view of Israel than a positive one. And when it is addressed, it's just this strange phenomenon, almost an uncomfortable phenomenon for these corporate media folks to be reporting on.
Look at this shift. It is very clear that this war caused a historic shift away from the Israeli position in the Middle East conflict.
Because typically it has been much more safe to toe the line on Israel. But now ordinary Americans are saying it, and mainstream media have not caught up.
Our mainstream media in this country it has marched in lockstep for many decades with the broader interests of the U.S. right and the Israeli right. It's long overdue to ask questions like, is Iran really posing an existential threat to the U.S.? Are decades of belligerent Israeli policies playing a role here? So I'd like to see more criticism from mainstream media right now.
Israel, I think, will retaliate, and that will be an escalation.
Yes, indeed. These are very scary times. So thank you for going through it with us.
Under the cover of its regional wars against Iran and Lebanon, this week, the Israeli legislature moved a step closer to legalizing the execution of Palestinian prisoners there. Ryan Coles is here with more.
The Knesset, the Israeli parliament, has approved the first vote on a bill that introduces a mandatory death penalty by hanging. This applies to any Palestinian convicted of killing Israelis in attacks defined as terrorism or motivated by hatred. Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, backed by his Jewish Strength Party, has advocated for the legislation ever since taking office, but faced significant opposition over concerns it could complicate efforts to free Israeli hostages in Gaza. Ben-Gvir's PR campaign promoting the new law included an appearance at a Jerusalem museum in front of some gallows.
השר, ראיתי שהאיראנים אומרים שאתה מת. אני מת להוציא מחבלים להורג. עונש מוות למחבלים.
In another, he's seen visiting prisons and making a spectacle of Palestinians behind bars.
אנחנו כאן בסיור בכלא עופר, זה פשוט גאווה. להגיע לבית כלא כזה, בית כלא של הנוח'בות, המחבלים, השפלים שבשפלים.
Always repeating the same slogan.
עונש מוות למחבלים. כל מה שהיה כאן לקחנו, אבל חייב להיות עוד משהו אחד. עונש מוות למחבלים.
Those convicted under the new bill won't require judicial unanimity, with executions to be carried out within 90 days of approval by the Israeli Prison Service. Israeli reports say that even Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes, considers the legislation harsher than U.S. capital punishment laws and risks drawing further scrutiny to Israel. Since the October 7th attacks, Israel has sharply escalated its violations against Palestinian prisoners held in torture camps, where they face starvation, sexual violence, denial of medical care, and often death. As of March 2026, more than 9,000 Palestinians are living under those conditions.
Thanks, Ryan. Propaganda isn't what it used to be. The ways that wars are sold to various publics are transforming. It's not just the technology at play, it's the tone of the messaging. There are more memes, more trash talk and mockery of the adversary through AI-driven animations designed with virality in mind. And it can go both ways. The propaganda coming out of Washington and Tel Aviv dispenses with restraint. The narratives are often contemptuous, sprinkled with triumphalism. Tehran's messaging has been no less aggressive, but more disciplined, focusing on the illegality of the U.S.-Israeli attacks and Iran's right to self-defense. The Listening Post's Meenakshi Ravi now on propaganda's new look, the shift from the persuasive to the performative in the selling of a war.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like.
I don't think any wartime propaganda is good, but I didn't think I'd be saying, wow, there's better wartime propaganda and worse wartime propaganda, because what we're seeing now is really an absolute disregard for the severity, seriousness of war.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
At the helm of this war, there are two personalities, Donald Trump and the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Both of these individuals are known for their obsession with spectacle and using that to create this messaging that drowns out any sense of nuance, purpose, and simply focuses on domination.
They have to distract from the fact that they shredded 175 school children, from the fact that U.S. troops are dying, from the fact that they're spending $1 billion a day, or that gas prices are shooting through the roof and the Strait of Hormuz is closing to all kinds of traffic. Those are not good looks for the administration. And the alternative is to create media spectacle.
Wake up, Daddy's home.
In an era where the word unprecedented seems overused, this video, this piece of war propaganda produced by the government of the United States and released a week after the USA and Israel launched an illegal war on Iran, this was definitely unprecedented.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
The video was a chaotic fast cut of Hollywood clips with snatches of bombastic dialogue spliced together with footage of bombs falling on Iranian targets. The grainy black and white explosions were not followed by images of those who were killed, like the more than 170 civilians, most of them children, who were amongst the first to be struck in this war. 3 American bombs landed on a school in the city of Minab in southern Iran. Bombs like those are nothing more than raw material for the Trump administration's social media team that has churned out clip after clip of dehumanizing war as entertainment content.
You want to see me do it again?
The gamification of war really starts in the 1970s and then starts to build with the first Gulf War in the 1990s, then really take off.
The shock and awe campaign was kicked off over Iraq with thunderous explosions.
Where you have the invasion of Iraq, but also game companies giving players gameable experiences based on the war. And you have the average American citizen being invited on every level to kind of step into the boots of the soldier. And I think that matters because soldiers are not charged with asking critical questions. The American people are. Congress and the American public and a civilian president have the final say as to whether the military will be activated. So the gamification of war really throws a wrench into that whole process. It submerges and depresses that critical instinct.
I think the point here is to trivialize US violence by turning it into a viral trend and turning it into entertainment. And I think, this is a broader point that we need to make here. One of the purposes of holding war, holding violence with a level of sobriety and seriousness is because it implies a regard for human life, human rights, human values. Now, if you remove that and you trivialize it, what you're doing is just saying, we don't care about human rights.
Maximum lethality, not tepid legality. Violent effect, not politically correct. We're going to raise up warriors.
We've seen this narrative from the Secretary of War, who used to be the Secretary of Defense, but who literally changed his name to Secretary of War, because there's this notion that prior to the Trump administration, America was becoming weak, and part of this was the lack of quote-unquote war-fighting ethos in the Pentagon. So you now have like this hyper-masculinity in the Pentagon that views war as violence, its aggressiveness, it's non-apologetic.
Any critique of the US and Israel's war on Iran has led Trump and his officials and allies to double down.
This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime.
Iran was the head of the snake for global terrorism everywhere.
The mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. Well done, President Trump.
The social media videos have also only seemed to get worse. In this AI-generated tale of a group of rebellious bowling pins representing Iran, a bowling ball, the United States, takes them all down. The whole thing was a riff on a popular meme.
If you've been on the internet at all in the last 20 years, you have seen this clip of a bowling champion taking an impossibly difficult shot during a tournament. That meme has been excerpted over the years and used for a number of things. In this specific instance, it is turned into the US taking strike against Iran. The bowling pins have become representatives of Iran. So they're standing there, they're holding these signs, and here comes the US of A in the form of a bowling ball down the lane that completely takes them out. It's a cartoon version of events, and it turns it into something that is entertaining and builds on mimetic muscle memory that people who are really into pop culture have.
Well, I have kids and I watch a lot of AI slop, and this would fit right in. It is so silly, but the fact that it's coming out of the White House tells us something about how seriously they're taking this conflict. And they're signaling to the American people that they don't really care to do a proper campaign that explains in detail why blood and treasure is being committed to this, why we're putting troops in danger, why we're spending $1 billion a day, why innocent civilians are dying on the ground. They're not explaining that. They're doing something quite different.
If we look at the genesis of where this type of information mimetic warfare came from, we really saw this take off after October the 7th, and the Israeli and the IDF communications and the official Israeli accounts really did get into this mimetic warfare using cartoons, using videos to try and trivialize Palestinian suffering, to trivialize genocide. This war, regardless of the many explanations we've given, is a joint US-Israeli war.
It is a great honor for us to fight with you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much. Likewise, gentlemen.
And so it does not surprise me to see that we're seeing the same aesthetic blend between Israeli and US accounts in the perpetuation of this mimetic war.
The aesthetic blend on one side of this war is contrasted by a significant aesthetic break with the other side. The pithy, bombastic, triumphant tweets from Washington, D.C. and Tel Aviv couldn't be more different from the detailed and outraged messaging from Tehran.
When we're thinking about the comparison of messaging between what's coming out of the Trump administration and what's coming from Iran, you've got entertainment and propaganda on one side, whereas the messaging that's coming from Iran, you've got very specific messages that talk about the nature of the conflict, the scope of the conflict, and how Iran is able to defend itself and why it should be able to defend itself. That discipline is quite different, and it should be a warning sign to those of us in the United States that while our country is engaging in propaganda that draws on pop culture messaging, the enemies that have been positioned for us are not thinking about this in the same way. It is a very serious matter for them. They are not kidding around.
One of the key differences between the US memes and the Iranian memes is the level of intellect or depth, right? The Iranian ones are attempting to make a bit more of a biting, satirical, political commentary. So, for example, one of the memes shows Trump at a press conference, and he's asked about the strike on the Minab school, which killed Iranian schoolgirls. And you see the camera zoom into Trump's mind, and in his mind, you see sat at the table these kind of evil, satanic-looking creatures that are debating how to respond to this.
They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone.
This is a real red flag for democracy. The Trump administration doesn't think that the American public or Congress should be asked for permission. It's a dictatorial move to go ahead with something that massive without consulting the American people or Congress. So gone are the days where, you have real reasons and real arguments for conducting a military campaign. And we're entering into a phase where you don't ask, and instead, after the fact, there's a strong signaling campaign that you better keep your mouth shut and get on board.
And finally, skilled politicians are able to read the room, take the pulse, and seize the moment, along with the power that sometimes comes with that. It is no secret that Gavin Newsom, the Democratic governor of California, has his eye on 2028 and the White House. An avid supporter of Israel, Newsom edged away from that position about a month ago when discussing Benjamin Netanyahu and quoting New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman, he described Israel as an apartheid state.
He's got folks, the hard line, that want to annex the West Bank. I mean, Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately, sort of an apartheid state.
Newsom was breaking with the Democratic Party's long-held position, echoing what human rights advocates have argued for years. Then, weeks later, came the reversal in an interview on a political podcast.
Do you regret using the word apartheid to describe Israel?
I used it, I do in this context.
Yeah.
Do I consider myself Zionist?
Yes.
I believe, I revere the state of Israel. I'm proud to support the state of Israel.
Yes. So, with Gaza still under siege, Iran and Lebanon under attack, polls showing that American public opinion is turning against Israel, and social media reflecting the same. Despite all of that, Newsom walks it back and says he still reveres Israel. It is an all too familiar flaw in politics, the inability or unwillingness to see when one's principles may actually play to one's political advantage.
The latest news as it breaks.
Trump's demands appear to be very similar to what was believed to be on the table when the Omanis were negotiating with both sides before the war started.
With detailed coverage.
Across the GCC, people have been calling for de-escalation, and people are really hopeful that there's a path towards some kind of solution.
From the heart of the story.
The military is preparing to deepen its ground offensive in southern Lebanon and its airstrikes against Hezbollah.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
On counting the cost, the Middle East conflict has cut off 20% of the world's oil and gas supply. Countries are scrambling for alternatives. Many are moving to expand coal output. Others are turning to nuclear power and renewables. But will governments be able to make up for the energy shortfall? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
My name is Cyril Vanier, and I'm a presenter at Al Jazeera. When I was a child, I remember seeing my father cry watching the news after a major world event. And it told me that we can and should care about what's happening halfway around the world. And I wanted to be a part of that. I've always admired Al Jazeera's focus on people and the stories that need to be told. Yes, we cover the politics, of course we do, but we never forget that at the end of the day, it's people who are on the front line of those political decisions that are made. And those are the stories that we have to tell. And those are the headlines that define Al Jazeera.
Hello there, I'm Nick Clark. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the United States, Israel and Iran. Coming up this hour, Donald Trump says Iran's president has asked for a ceasefire, but Washington will only consider it if the Strait of Hormuz is open. Tehran, though, denies President Trump's claims. Iran tells Al Jazeera it did not request a ceasefire, while the US and Israel continue to bomb the country. Iran steps up its retaliatory attacks. At least 25 people have been injured in Israel, with a cluster munition hitting multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv.
I'm Elena Vasilinovic in London, and I'll be explaining why the war in Iran is directly linked to the cost of your home loan.
In other news, the US Supreme Court considers Donald Trump's effort to limit birthright citizenship. The president is attending the session. So US President Donald Trump is making a stark declaration ahead of addressing the nation later on Wednesday. He says Iran has asked for a ceasefire. Posting on social media, Trump said Washington will consider the offer once the Strait of Hormuz is open, free and clear. Until then, quote, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion. But Iranian officials have told Al Jazeera those diplomatic conversations have not taken place and deny asking for a ceasefire despite Trump's claims. So it's not clear yet if those talks did or did not take place. What is clear, though, is the continued attacks throughout the Middle East by Iran, the United States, and by Israel. So we're live in Washington, D.C., in Tehran, and in Dubai. But first, let's head to Washington, D.C., and our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's standing by for us at the White House. So, Alan, Donald Trump saying Iran is asking for a ceasefire. Are we hearing anything to back that up?
Words that have been used to describe Donald Trump in the past have been impulsive, instinctive, impatient. So he may have had conversations at some point, not in a formal setting, that gives him the idea to suggest that Iran is looking for a ceasefire. But it's clear that Donald Trump isn't in a position that he's ready to agree to it without some sort of deal being in place, particularly the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there's reporting just in the last hour here in the United States that suggests that conversations are underway. We've had that confirmed before from the likes of Pete Hegseth and also from Steve Witkoff. Steve Witkoff has been the main conduit for Donald Trump. They speak regularly, not always in a formal setting. It may well be that Donald Trump has got that information from him that Iran is looking for a ceasefire. And we also know from Donald Trump that he, certainly the United States, have been communicating with the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. He asked for an example to see that he was, first of all, credible and had power to deliver on a ceasefire last week. There were 10 ships allowed through the Strait of Hormuz that went with no issues whatsoever. Donald Trump was convinced that was enough to suggest that the person that they were speaking to in Iran was serious and that a ceasefire was a possibility. But it's not going to happen anytime soon.
All right, from Washington, D.C. to Tehran, Ali Hashem is standing by for us there. So, Ali, What are we hearing, if anything, from the Iranian leadership on this?
The line has gone.
Ali, I don't know if you can hear me. I'll try that again. If you've heard anything from the Iranian leadership on this.
Yeah, actually, speaking to some Iranian officials, they completely denied that there's any request for a ceasefire from the Iranian government or the president. And actually, they were surprised to hear President Trump's stances. Now, the only thing that we got to see from the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, is his comments during a conversation with the president of the European Council, when he said that Iran is ready to end the war, but Iran wants this guarantees that this is not going to reoccur once again. So, I mean, this is just the same Iranian stance that we've been hearing all the time, especially yesterday from the foreign minister, when he said that Iran is not looking for a ceasefire, it's looking for an end of the war, a comprehensive end of this war from here to Lebanon and Yemen and everywhere in the region. Plus, it wants to make sure this is not going to be repeated. Now, on the other side, a ceasefire and bringing this episode to an end would raise a lot of questions. One, with respect to the Strait of Hormuz, what's going to happen to the Strait of Hormuz? Second thing, the security of the region, especially after the rift between Iran and the regional neighbors, after the Iranian launches of rockets and drones towards these cities and countries in the Gulf. How this is going to be solved, another main issue, and actually it's a pillar in this whole conflict. The war between Iran and Israel, will this come to an end, or it's not going to come, or it's not going to end? Will Israel abide by the American ceasefire, or it's going to be just the United States, just like what they did with the Houthis when they announced a ceasefire with the Houthis, and the war between the Houthis and the Israelis continued. So there are a lot of questions, and actually there are real questions and very solid questions.
Yeah, a lot of questions over all of this. So, Alan, as Donald Trump prepares for his planned address to the nation later, tell us a little bit about the pressures on the president at this moment. I mean, he needs a ceasefire at some point, but he can't easily back down, right?
Well, when it was announced that he was going to go on primetime TV, which is still pretty unusual for a president to do that, there was speculation that he might announce an end to the war. I was speaking to people late on Tuesday, early this morning, and they said that's not going to happen. And certainly in the last couple of hours, he's spoken to Reuters, and we've got a taste of what he's likely to say in this primetime address in about 10 hours' time. He's going to express his disgust with NATO, and he's made that pretty clear on social media over the last 24, 48 hours as well, and suggests that he's considering withdrawing from the alliance. He can't do that unilaterally. He can sign executive orders that makes it difficult, but he can't withdraw. He needs congressional approval from that. He also is going to say that they're going to be out of Iran pretty quickly. He didn't give a timescale. He's talked about a 4 to 6 week window. We're 4 weeks in. That would suggest another 2 weeks. And in an interview he gave on Tuesday, he said that he thought it would be another 2 weeks, give or take a couple of days on the other side. But they're going to retain the ability for spot hits, as Donald Trump calls them, so that he can go back into Iran if they felt there was a threat that had to be addressed either to their neighbors or to the wider world, and particularly to the United States as well. What is clear is that Donald Trump would like to get out of this reasonably quickly. But in the Truth Social about how he was speaking to a less radicalized and far more intelligent government in Tehran, he also warned that if the Strait of Hormuz wasn't opened, then he would bomb Iran back into oblivion. So clearly he's retaining the ability, the right to try and continue the war. But he is under pressure politically and economically. Oil prices here are high. That adds to so many things in the household budget. People are unhappy with him. People are unhappy with the war. He thinks this primetime address will help him break through and convince the American people that, look, I understand you're struggling a bit at the moment, but this is short-term pain for the long-term gain of not having nuclear weapons in Iran.
All right, Alan, thanks for that. Alan Fisher there at the White House. Thousands of people have attended a public funeral in the Iranian capital for the commander of the Naval Revolutionary Guards, Alireza Tangsiri was killed by an Israeli strike last week. Israel says Tangsiri was responsible for ordering the blocking of the Strait of Hormuz. Tangsiri is the latest high-level Iranian official to be targeted and killed by joint US and Israeli attacks. He's expected to be buried in the port city of Bandar Abbas. Kuwait says its international airport was hit by a drone attack targeting fuel tanks. Officials say the latest strike caused a large fire and damaged fuel storage facilities at the airport. There are no reports of injuries. And a tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the coast of Qatar after being hit by a projectile. The British Maritime Monitoring Agency said the incident happened about 30 kilometers north of the industrial city of Ras Laffan. Let's head to Dubai. Zain Basravi is standing by for us there. So Zain, we've seen these attacks off the coast of Qatar, indeed across the GCC. Just fill us in, if you would.
Well, just briefly, in the last hour, we've heard that fire at the fuel tank at the Kuwait International Airport has been put out, and that is good news. The last time it was hit, and this is the second time in as many weeks for a fuel tank at that airport to be hit, it took almost 3 days to put out that fire. So this will certainly be seen as good news. But the list goes on of attacks that have been carried out across the region yet for another day. Qatar's defense ministry saying that 3 missiles were launched at Qatar from the direction of Iran today. One hit the Aqua One oil tanker. It is leased to the state-owned Qatar Energy. And what we understand is that the incident happened 31 kilometers north of the Qatari peninsula, close to Ras Laffan. Of course, we know that Ras Laffan facility was hit in days previous and was put offline. The vessel was hit on the port side. The 21-person crew was immediately evacuated. They are safe, no injuries. And Qatar Energy says that there was no environmental impact. But at the time of the attack, there was a piece of projectile in the engine room that was unexploded, so there was some concern over that. No developments since then. And elsewhere, the attacks carry on. In Bahrain, an unnamed company facility was hit. We understand that caused a fire there. Now, we're not exactly sure what that was, but if the IRGC is to be believed, that was a site where there were U.S. military personnel. Again, no confirmation on the ground for that IRGC claim. Shrapnel, debris fall in Fujairah killed one Bangladeshi worker on a farm. In Al-Quwain, one person was injured due to that shrapnel debris fall as well. Multiple interceptions of drones in Saudi Arabia. And really, this is a continuum of what we've seen over the course of the last month, now that this war has been going on for well into its 5th week.
And Zain, we also understand that the United Arab Emirates have been imposing flight restrictions on Iranian nationals.
That is correct. Emirates Airlines Fly Dubai announcing that Iranian nationals are no longer allowed to enter or transit through the United Arab Emirates. Emirates saying on its website that Iranian golden visa holders, senior professionals, athletes, family members of Emirati citizens, they will still be allowed onto flights, but otherwise, no one of Iranian background will be allowed to transit or enter the UAE. And really what we are seeing here is the extension of this conflict into civilian life. As conflicts continue, borders don't just become difficult to navigate, they become much more hardened. And what we are seeing now is the shift in policy as this conflict carries on. The UAE has come under more attack than any other country in the GCC. The GCC has had more Iranian projectiles fired on it by a very large number than even Israel and the United States. So policy towards Iranian nationals is hardening, but these are really examples of civilians being caught up in the shifting policies as this conflict carries on. So the fallout really coming to the doorsteps of ordinary citizens at this point as the GCC countries harden their security stance to deal with the ramifications of this conflict.
Yes, affecting people across the region, indeed across the world. Zain, thanks for that. Zain Basravi reporting. Well, Iran has fired missiles towards Israel, injuring at least 25 people. The Israeli ambulance service says a cluster munition missile hit multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv. Health officials say children are among those injured. Nida Ibrahim reports now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
An Iranian cluster munition shattered a long pause. It had been 19 hours of relative silence from Iran, but at 7 a.m. local time, a fragmenting war had struck nearly a dozen sites in its central region. In Bnei Brak, east of Tel Aviv, several people were injured. The missile caused major damage to homes and buildings. Israeli media say at least 100 people were forced to evacuate their homes.
The Psychological Flexibility Unit is currently working to provide treatment and evacuation for those suffering from psychological trauma and panic attacks. We're still conducting search operations.
Further attacks from Iran continued on Wednesday morning. At one point, sirens blasted across nearly all of Israel, warning of coordinated attacks from Hezbollah and Iran. Some missiles targeted military bases near Tel Aviv, while others were fired towards southern Israel. Estimates suggest that Hezbollah launched 50 rockets and drones against northern Israel in 24 hours. Yemen's Ansarullah al-Houthi group also fired a missile into southern Israel. The Israeli army says it was intercepted.
Tuesday is the eve of the Jewish holiday of Passover, and Israeli sources expect Iran and Hezbollah to increase their pressure on the ground. Politically, as the US president hints at a potential end to the war, the Israeli prime minister seems to be preparing for that scenario as well.
Together, we have transformed Israel into a regional power, and in some areas into an international power. We have achieved this thanks to the soldiers and commanders in the reserves and the regular service, thanks to the fallen heroes of Israel, the resilience of the Israeli people, and the bold decisions taken by the Israeli government.
Netanyahu delivered a short speech to the Israeli public, hailing what he called success of the Iran war.
We have broken the power of Iran's terror squads that surrounded us in a choke ring. It's true they still have a limited capacity to threaten us, but they can no longer threaten our existence or launch tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and rockets intended to destroy the cities of Israel.
This is far from ideal for a man who's made a career lobbying against Iran's threats, and a leader who had promised to dismantle the regime and stop these threats for good.
Netanyahu delivered his 1,000 arrogant speech claiming, "I changed the Middle East." There was one word missing from that speech: almost. You almost changed the Middle East. In the end, it always turns out that it hasn't changed.
Many see Netanyahu's speech as a political move. He managed to secure his coalition government's survival until the end of its term later this year. But if the war stops now, and with the continued Israeli casualties in southern Lebanon, Netanyahu might have a hard time selling this as a victory, and his push to stay in power could take a hit. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, occupied West Bank, Palestine.
All right, so much to discuss. Let's bring in our guest now. Paul Musgrave is here in the studio, an associate professor at Georgetown University in Qatar and a US foreign policy analyst. Great to have you, Paul. And we also have Salman Sheikh, who's the founder of a peace-building organization called the Sheikh Group, also a former UN official, joins us live from London. And from Tehran, capital of Iran, of course, we have Abbas Aslani, who's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies, as well as a foreign policy specialist. Gentlemen, welcome all. Abbas, I'd like to start with you in Tehran, if I may. As you observe what's been happening from Tehran and what Donald Trump is saying about Iran wanting a ceasefire, how has that particular statement gone down in Iran?
Well, take up negotiations, Nick, with Iran at the moment that no such thing is ongoing is frankly bizarre. And this indicates that maybe there could be some, two logical explanations for this. Maybe somebody in Trump's inner circle is trying to feed him with false intelligence, or somebody playing him in the region or in the United States, or it could be a PR tactic in order to manipulate market and to calm the, the panic, global energy markets. But either scenario does not reflect actual diplomacy. But it seems that, following the failure in achieving the strategic outcomes, Trump is trying to find an off-ramp from this situation. But the channel to the exit, way does not come through bombing the path through toward a diplomatic breakthrough. But the United States, if it wants to somehow achieve that ceasefire, it needs to halt the ongoing, military aggression, as well as to offer tangible and concrete compromises to Tehran.
All right, Paul, here in the studio. So Trump says Iran wants a ceasefire, which hasn't been backed up anywhere, has it? And then goes on to say that he'll send Iran back to the Stone Ages unless the Strait of Hormuz is opened up. Is there any calculation, do you think, in these unpredictable statements? What's he hoping to achieve?
Well, I think that one of the biggest political issues for President Trump at home is that his approval ratings are starting to slide down below 40% toward 35%. He's dealing with a war that it doesn't look like there's going to be anything that looks like Venezuela, a quick hit, in and out, big success. And he's also dealing with the economic headwinds that all of this is creating. And at a time when his domestic agenda on birthright citizenship, the SAVE Act about voting rights, a whole bunch of other measures are stalled or awaiting actions. The Department of Homeland Security isn't being funded. He needs some place to have a way to change the narrative about what's going on. And that could be something that looks like a big escalation. He's got us all on tenterhooks for this big speech this evening. On the other hand, he's telling news agencies that maybe the United States will just leave. One thing that he wants to do is he wants to keep the attention on himself, but also put himself in the best possible light. And it seems cruel to dismiss the human suffering by talk about this in terms of sheer politics. But Donald Trump is a political animal. He's an animal of the media, and he wants the best light on him at all times.
Salman, we'll hopefully find out more later when Trump addresses the nation in a few hours' time. But how do you read what he said about Iran calling for a ceasefire and how he's playing this?
No, it's bogus, Nick. It's bogus. There is no such thing. There isn't really a serious diplomatic negotiation going on, as Abbas just said. And to what Paul just said, yes, he's looking, in my view, for the best for himself. Now, what I've heard from friends in Washington, and we'll judge it in the end, is that tonight is going to be a white flag performance where he's going to declare victory, where he is uniquely, and perhaps the only place where he's sensitive to the financial markets, and therefore he's going to declare victory. He's also going to complain about his allies, but nevertheless say, I have destroyed Iran's nukes and set them back. Now, if we don't hear that tonight, and my friends may be wrong, then I'm afraid, and we don't hear a winding down win speech, then I'm afraid we're going to be facing an abyss. Because even if it's the next 2-3 weeks, we're going to see an escalation, I think the likes of which we haven't seen yet.
Abbas, is there not any potential for negotiation as far as Iran is concerned? No way for a negotiated route? We have Pakistan and China on the fringes, don't we?
Well, Nick, there have not been negotiations so far, but it seems that by the time that the hostilities do not end, we cannot think of, any kind of talks between the two sides. The issue of distrust is very serious here. And at the very same time that Iran engaged in a dialogue with the United States, it was attacked militarily. And the uncertainty and, conflicting positions by U.S. president makes and feels this situation even more complicated and more ambiguous. So that's why Iran is not somehow certain that the United States will genuinely engage in negotiations in order to achieve a kind of agreement. The thing is that Iran wants to make sure that in the new condition, there will be a kind of guarantee that the country will not be attacked. But can this guarantee be secured at the time that you're hearing different words in a very short time span from the United States? But in the meantime, this does not mean that the regional countries are not working hard. They are trying to somehow de-escalate the situation through communicating baseline demands. So far, we have been seeing that the demands from the two sides have been exhibiting huge, gap, and which is not, promising in order to achieve a kind of a negotiated solution. We might be ending up a ceasefire sooner or later if that's the case, which remains to be seen. But thinking of any negotiation, I think in the near term is somehow difficult to imagine. We have to see that how things, maybe the escalatory steps gradually might be paving the way for that. But as we speak, we are not seeing any kind of, let's say, chance for that diplomacy, specifically given the gap between the two sides.
All right, thanks, Abbas. So, Paul, that's the thing, isn't it? There will be a ceasefire at some point. It will come to an end at some point. We just don't know when that's going to be. And if we read the runes, what Trump is saying, that this is going to go on, going to take Iran back to the Stone Age unless they open up the Strait of Hormuz, and you've got ground and airborne troops in place in some numbers. What Salman was saying, we're on the abyss, edge of the abyss.
I think that this is absolutely right in terms of the realm of possibilities, which is a tremendous realm, right? Everything from immediate American unilateral ceasefire to massive escalation. One thing to bear in mind is that if you told me that this is definitely going to be a speech about Iran and the president absolutely will do it, my guess would actually tend to be that we'd be looking at an escalation, and that the past week, the deadlines, the threats, and also the phantom negotiations would be a prelude to a massive escalation, because President Trump would have justified this by saying diplomacy was happening. Probably not, but diplomacy was happening and it failed. So now we have to move to the next phase. But on the other hand, there are so many other things that he could use this airtime to talk about. And one thing that it's hard, if you live in the Gulf, if you care about this region, if you care about the human cost of war, it can be hard to remember that American presidents also care very much about the other things happening in the world. He could talk about 10 things tonight, and Iran could only be one of them in passing. He could postpone the deadlines. But I do think that if we're not looking at something that looks like an immediate climb down, some sort of confidence building, some sort of way to bring the actual violence to an end, the possibility that this escalates further is something we have to very seriously consider.
There are certainly plenty of things, Salman, on Donald Trump's mind, not least the issue of NATO, and he's told Reuters tonight that he's reiterated he's absolutely considering an attempt to withdraw the United States from NATO, which would signal a dramatic shift in US foreign policy and a reshaping of the world order, really.
Yes, and I think despite all our speculation, this is probably a direction he will go. Of course, he can't just withdraw from NATO. This is a treaty obligation of the United States. What he can do is start taking out troops from Germany and other places. He can also start reducing the expenditure. So, of course, that will have an effect on Europe and European security, but it will also be something I think our friends in the Gulf states will be looking at very, very carefully, and other allies in Asia as well. I hope he doesn't go down that route. I hope that he does climb down, even if it's a very tenuous rope ladder down which he comes, and then allows true international diplomacy to start taking root. Of course, Iran has a role to play here. It has to also stop its attacks on the Gulf states, who I think admirably, more or less, have kept their powder dry and have not entered into this. And instead, I think we need to see the kinds of efforts that we're now starting to see. We heard the British Prime Minister here in London today talking about the Strait of Hormuz and a maritime coalition. We've heard the Chinese-Pakistani statement, which I think has very agreeable 5 elements, which take us back to international law and the United Nations. So I hope that this decision point, which President Trump faces tonight, and so does the rest of the world, is the one where he chooses wisely. And we do now get into a situation where diplomacy can finally start.
Right, we'll see in the coming hours. Finally, Paul, it seems pretty evident, whatever happens, whenever the pullout finally comes, whenever the ceasefire finally lands, there will still be fundamental issues at play, and not only in Iran, but in the region.
I think that's right. You know, sovereignty or freedom of passage in the Strait of Hormuz is an issue of genuinely global importance. In Asia, in Europe, in this region, in Africa, this is something that matters tremendously. The future of Iranian nuclear research and development programs, that also matters. But then I think, as Salman pointed out, the credibility of America's commitments to its allies and partners, whether that be in the Gulf or in Europe or in Japan and South Korea, this matters tremendously. And if we come out of this, and it's a dim possibility, but it is a possibility, with the United States having surrendered freedom of navigation and having surrendered its alliance commitments, we are looking at something that will be an epoch-marking event. And I don't use those terms lightly.
All right, gents, we'll have to leave it there. Do appreciate your time. Paul Musgrave here in the studio, and Salman Sheikh and Abbas Aslani there in Tehran. Thank you very much. Well, this is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. A reminder of the latest developments. US President Donald Trump says Iran has asked for a ceasefire. In a social media post, Trump says he will consider the offer once the Strait of Hormuz is open, free and clear. Until then, quote, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion. Speaking to Al Jazeera, Iranian officials have denied such talks and say they have never asked for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, joint US and Israeli strikes continue to bomb Iranian cities, including the capital, Tehran. Kuwait says its international airport was hit by and a tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the coast of Qatar after being hit by a projectile. The International Energy Agency says the current crisis is worse than the oil shocks of the 1970s and the fallout of the Ukraine war combined. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will not take part in the war on Iran. This comes as the Daily Telegraph newspaper reports that Donald Trump says he is considering, as we've been discussing, pulling out of NATO. In an address to the nation, Starmer said the UK is pushing for diplomacy to end the conflict in the Middle East.
This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us.
All right, time to see how the war in Iran is impacting the global financial markets. Let's cross to Milena in London.
Hello and welcome to Al Jazeera studio in London. Our roundup would look at how the Iran conflict will ultimately affect the cost of borrowing. Now, while the Iran war continues to cloud economic forecasts across Europe, UK and European stocks rallied on Wednesday after the US president signaled the month-long conflict in the Middle East could come to an end soon. The cost of a barrel of oil is now hovering at around the $100 mark. And here in the UK, where the conflict continues to push up the cost of everything from food to mortgage to interest rates, the British Prime Minister sought to reassure the public over the economic fallout. Rory Challens reports from Westminster.
This is not our war and we will not be drawn into the conflict, Keir Starmer has told the country once again. But like many nations, this war is having an effect at home in the cost of everyday things. And at a time when the UK's economy has been flatlining for years, the prospect of rising costs and lower growth, that's called stagflation, is striking fear into the heart of this government. Keir Starmer wants to calm nerves and stiffen spines.
It is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country. So today I want to reassure the British people that no matter how fierce this storm, we are well placed to weather it, and that we have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger and more secure nation.
So the government is talking up a package of measures. Wages are going up in the form of the national minimum wage and the national living wage. Household energy bills, at least for the moment, are coming down, and there is a new fund to help poorer households with things like heating oil costs, food and medicines, etc. But Keir Starmer knows that this is not going to be enough. For one thing, some of these measures predate the war, and also when the current energy price cap expires in July, prices are going to go up. And there's currently no plan that we know of yet to deal with that. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera, London.
Well, we asked Londoners whether they thought the British government was doing enough to protect them from the impact of the Iran war.
Petrol and diesel prices are rising quite rapidly at the moment, and we were talking about it earlier, and I don't think it's enough. He said, oh yeah, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll cap it. But to be honest, prices are still rising.
I mean, they're listening, but they're not really actually doing anything towards it.
For people to survive, it starts to be a little bit problem.
I think it's tough for everybody, isn't it? Realistically, they've never really done enough for the general working man, have they? So, to my mind, it sounds a bit cliche, but the answer today is simply no. They're not doing enough.
Well, Riz Malik is a mortgage broker and director of R3 Wealth. He's here with me in London. Thank you so much for being with us. We've heard some thoughts there from the streets of London, but I want to ask you something else, something we've heard from the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He is saying that Britain is well placed to weather this economic storm. And yet, we've heard warnings from the International Monetary Fund this week, OECD last week, that Britain is actually uniquely vulnerable to the shocks of this war. What's your take on this?
I found it very funny when I heard Keir Starmer's comments. In the United Kingdom, we're used to paying income tax, value-added tax, and now more and more householders are going to pay the Trump tax. So the whole concept that the country is settled and can handle the economic storm that is not only brewing, but is well on its way, I think is completely not true. I would listen more to what the OECD is saying, and also the governor of the Bank of England as well has made comments. We are not, faced, and we're steering down the barrel of a major economic problem here in the UK.
Really good to cut through all of that. Riz, stay there with us because I want to talk about the bond markets, actually, because one way that governments raise money is through bonds, and that's important because the global bond market is worth, now wait for it, it's $143 trillion. Now that is 143. That is followed by 12 zeros. You can see it all popping up behind me. It is an overwhelming number, and it's a figure substantially higher than the value of the stock market or the entire global economy. Now, Riz, can we talk a little bit about this? What has been the impact of this war on the bond market, which is basically where governments and investors kind of like issue new loans and trade existing ones? So what's been happening with that?
So the one thing financial markets don't like is instability, uncertainty, and volatility. And since this war has started, we've had all of those three components in absolute truckloads. The implications have been, especially on UK gilts, which are UK government debt or government bonds, has been that the yield on them, so basically the return on them, the price the government has to pay to borrow money, has skyrocketed. And that's had implications and will continue to have implications throughout the economy, not only just for individual households, but also for businesses as well.
Riz, we'll chat a bit more in a minute, but I want to talk a bit about why do bonds matter? Well, the bond market is usually seen as a safe investment, but the war in Iran has sent investors diving for cover. They've sold off their holdings and bond rates have risen, and that is bad news for consumers, because it means the cost of borrowing will have to rise accordingly, so mortgages and loans become more expensive, and that's something that Sonia Gallego has been looking into.
Daily life in this London neighbourhood looks relatively normal. It's the sort of buzzy area that plenty of people would dream of owning a home in. But that's already quite out of reach for a lot of people, and it's about to get a lot harder to even think about owning a home here. Reason why? Well, that has to do with the war in Iran and rising petrol prices. Why? Because when the price of oil goes up, so does everything else. And that's where the pressure starts. It drives inflation higher. When inflation rises, investors want better returns to lend money. So they demand higher interest rates on government debt, known as bond yields. When the government borrowing becomes more expensive, borrowing costs rise across the entire financial system, including banks. And banks pass those higher costs directly onto consumers.
Everyone who has already secured a mortgage rate, pretty competitive, or not scared of going and buy a property, they have realized that waiting 6-12 months would not help them to find a better home or whatsoever. Whereas you have buyers who have started to look and with the rates right now or prefer to just wait a little bit.
So even just a slight raise in rates can mean paying out hundreds more each month. Lenders are already raising those mortgage rates, and it's predicted to go up even further. So that's how a global conflict over energy supplies can quickly filter into the cost of owning a home in the UK. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Well, Riz Malik is still with us. Now, Riz, we've heard there about the impact on mortgages from Sonia's report. But if this war doesn't end soon, and if the issue of Hormuz remains unresolved, how will that impact on people trying to get any other kind of a loan?
So mortgages have been massively impacted, especially since the start of this conflict. But it's not just mortgages. Let's look at the wider economy here. Businesses looking to grow and expand already being hit by a number of increased costs following recent budgets, for example, the rise in national minimum wage. When the cost of borrowing is high, businesses tend to put their plans for growth and expansion on hold. As a result, that can feed into employment, that can feed into innovation. This country at the moment, if you look at our GDP record, is on the floor. And the last thing that we need is anything to stifle innovation, productivity, and creativity.
On the floor, pretty strong words there, pretty strong words from Riz Malik. And also there's some worries about interest rate hikes as well this year. It's something that Andrew Bailey, the governor of the Bank of England, has been talking about. The Bank of England will make a decision on UK interest rates at the end of April. And the governor, Andrew Bailey, said it may still be too soon to expect rates to go up.
What we've seen in the last 2 weeks is, we've seen two things. A lot of volatility, clearly. I mean, we've had mornings and afternoons where that expectation has moved around a lot, frankly. But sitting here today, obviously it's come down. It's still pricing us to raise rates, and I would still say, I think that is a judgment markets have to make, but I think they're getting ahead of themselves.
Whereas, Malik, you've heard that the governor of the Bank of England trying to calm things down a little bit, but what's your take there?
Before this conflict started, we had 2 to 3 Bank of England base rate cuts priced in for 2026. Within such a short period of time, not only have they all been wiped away, but now traders were forecasting maybe 2 increases in the cost of borrowing from the Bank of England. Andrew Bailey and the rest of the Monetary Policy Committee have been very slow in reacting to previous economic instances that we've had. Look at the fallout following the Ukraine and the cost of living crisis. We were just getting to that point where interest rates were starting to come down, will feed through to an increase in activity in the housing market, and this geopolitical shock has absolutely turned everything on its head. So no good news there. The only good news will come when this ends.
Riz Malik, Director of R3 Wealth and a mortgage broker. We do appreciate all your thoughts and your insight. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for watching us here from London. That's it from me, Milena Veselinovic, and the team in London. Now I'll hand you back to Doha.
Milena, thanks very much. Thank you. Now, the International Energy Agency says the current crisis is worse than the oil crises of the 1970s and the 2022 Russian gas crisis combined. The organization says that the loss of oil supply to the global market in April likely to be twice as high as in March, and that's due to this effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has restricted passage, of course. A fifth of the world's oil supply flows through this waterway. And the Iran war has triggered a severe economic crisis across Africa. Most nations importing fuel are facing an unprecedented energy crisis because of the sea traffic disruption at the Strait. Mikkel Sharif explains.
Hundreds of millions of Africans have been forced to adapt to higher fuel costs in the past month because of what's happening here. From South Africa to Egypt, fuel costs across the continent have jumped. The steepest rise of around 65% is in Nigeria, one of Africa's leading oil producers. Oil prices here are deregulated, which means they're determined by market forces and not the government. Also, the country imports refined fuel products because of its limited domestic refining capacity. Now, governments are announcing energy-saving measures. In Zimbabwe, they are increasing the amount of ethanol in petrol from 5 to 20%. Others, like South Africa, are reducing taxes on fuel. Now, in Ethiopia, this is what we are seeing. People waiting for hours to fill up. Now, the country imports all its fuel from the Gulf and has begun rationing petrol as shortages hit supplies, and diesel supply has nearly halved. The island nation of Mauritius, again highly dependent on oil imports, is low on supply. A shipment expected in March has failed to arrive. The government has announced energy-saving measures with stocks just for about 15 to 20 days left. Now, the access to fertilizer, essential in food production, has also been badly affected. Now, the near closure of the Strait of Hormuz has halted 1/3 of global fertilizer trade. Now, it's pushing up prices and it's threatening agricultural yields in Kenya and Tanzania. And finally, with the Yemen's Ansarullah Houthi group opening a new context in the conflict, There are fears about what might play out here if the Bab al-Mandeb Strait could be blocked. That's the only point of contact to the Red Sea, to the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal. Now, if this route is disrupted, ships will have to travel around South Africa, adding days, if not weeks, to their travel time.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the day's other top stories now. And the United States top court is hearing arguments over President Donald Trump's efforts to end automatic birthright citizenship. Trump is actually attending the session, making him the first sitting president to attend a Supreme Court hearing. Protesters have gathered outside the courthouse in Washington, D.C. They're rallying against the president's executive order, which would prevent automatic citizenship for babies born in the U.S., a right under the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. The court's decision is expected by the end of June. While Trump signed an executive order aimed at ending birthright citizenship just hours after taking office back in January 2025. Currently, anyone born in the United States is an American citizen. Trump is seeking to restrict that right. The citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment was ratified in 1868 in the aftermath of the Civil War. It ended slavery and overturned a Supreme Court decision that had ruled people of African descent could not be U.S. citizens. For more on this, to Patty Culhane, who's outside the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. So, Patty, an important, as it turns out, an unusual day at the Supreme Court.
Very unusual, and just the fact that the Supreme Court is hearing this case is fairly monumental. You can see the very loud protests behind me. Court case is still ongoing, but I want to introduce you to Carol Rose. She's the executive director of the American Civil Liberties Union in Massachusetts. Your organization brought this, one of the cases that the court is hearing today. Tell me about the family behind this lawsuit.
So the families behind this lawsuit are incredibly brave people. They're people who are expecting a child. So we're actually suing on behalf of the babies yet to be born and who will be subject to this incredibly cruel and anti-democratic attempt by the Trump administration to pretty much overturn the Constitution by fiat.
What do you make of the president physically being in the building, the only sitting president to ever sit for oral argument?
Oh, he's trying to distract everybody and make the story be about him, but it's not the story about him. This is the story about defending our democracy and the people, and especially the children who will be subject to this. And if we don't win this case, they effectively will be creating a permanent underclass of people who are stateless, sort of an apartheid state, if you would. And so the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU lawyers are inside, and our organizers are outside, and we're all here with thousands of people coming from all across the country to show up and to say that we care about our democracy.
Yeah, one of the things that justices, some of the conservative justices seem to be leaning towards in the hearing right now is that in the Supreme Court case 128 years ago, when they ruled on the that in America, that a Chinese man coming back from China was in fact an American citizen, that his parents had legal status. How concerned are you that this very conservative court could say, okay, people who are here legally, they get to be citizens?
That's never been the way. I mean, the Constitution's never been read that way. The precedent is not on their side to say that. The precedent is on our side. And whether you're talking about when the 14th Amendment was first adopted, because white nationalists at the time were trying to say that even though black people were freed, they couldn't be citizens. So that's initially why it was. And then with the Kim Wong-Ark case that you talked about at the turn of the last century, then that was to say that people who are immigrants can be here. And it's never been a question about whether your parents were legal or not legal. It's always been a question about whether you were here. And just to think about it, with the exception of indigenous people in America and people who are formerly enslaved, everyone else here is an immigrant. And nobody tested whether my ancestors or anybody else's ancestors were here legally. That's a construct that we have to get rid of once and for all, and to make sure that we have an America that works for everyone, and using the Bill of Rights and Constitution to ensure those fundamental rights.
What happens if the justices rule against you?
If the justices rule against us, we will fight back in the streets. We will fight back online. We will fight back in every way that we can to take back our government and to make sure that this slide into authoritarianism is reversed. It's so important that people show up. And that's why the ACLU, yes, we fight in the courts, and we're known for fighting in the courts, but we fight in Congress and the state legislatures, and we fight online, and today, fighting in the streets.
Carol Rose from the ACLU of Massachusetts, thank you very much for joining Al Jazeera English. We appreciate it. So again, as you mentioned, the court hearing still ongoing, a decision probably going to come in June. You can expect, as I've covered these before, the protesters will be back the day the decision is announced.
Indeed. All right, Paddy, thanks for that. Paddy Galhane reporting there from Washington, D.C. To Burundi, where an explosion at a military depot has killed dozens of people. The blast, which happened on Tuesday in Bujumbura, triggered large fires and forced people to flee the area. Authorities are still assessing the scale of the damage and casualties. Burkina Faso's military government has announced reforms to the country's school system to try and strengthen national sovereignty and patriotism among children. Interim President Ibrahim Traoré took power in a coup in 2022, promising to increase security and combat armed groups in the Sahel. The UN says about 2 million people have been forced from their homes by the violence, and thousands of schools remain closed. Malcolm Webb reports now from a school near the capital.
Burkina Faso's military government says singing the national anthem in local languages will help these children grow into patriotic citizens, and that so will their locally made traditional clothes. It says it's introduced 13 local languages in schools. Since taking power 4 years ago, its leaders have distanced themselves from the former colonial power France and expelled its military. All the classes were taught in French in the school that we were allowed to visit.
La révolution a ouvert 700.
It was the Minister for Primary School Education who gave us permission.
Aujourd'hui, comment on fait pour que l'école...
This change in schools is about allowing our children to relearn our national history, to be educated in civic values, and to have a sense of patriotism. It's when you are not patriotic that you can betray your country. So what would be the point of opening schools when all the people who are there will destroy and spoil this country?
Destroying the armed groups, which have attacked schools in most parts of the country, is something the military government says is its priority. It says it's recapturing territory. Since Captain Ibrahim Traoré led the coup and took power in 2022, conflict observers say the armed groups have grown stronger and reached further than ever before. Here, near the capital Ouagadougou, is one of few parts of the country that's remained relatively peaceful. The government says by growing crops in schools, it can feed the children and reduce dependency on food aid. And it says by teaching the children patriotism, it will prevent future generations from picking up arms and fighting the government. Burkina Faso has been ruled by leaders who took power by force for most of its history since independence from France in 1960. Traoré says his government draws on the philosophy of the iconic Pan-Africanist Thomas Sankara, who took power in a coup in 1983 and was killed 4 years later in another. Learning the history at his memorial is encouraged. Questioning or criticising Traoré's government is not. Journalists and rights activists have reported death threats, arrests, disappearances and military conscription. Many have fled the country. We spoke to Binta Sidibé Gascon in Paris.
What the children of Burkina Faso need is the rule of law to be restored. If the rule of law is restored, everyone will recognize their rights. They don't need to be subjected to propaganda, insisting they sing the national anthem in the local language or that they wear traditional dress. No, the reason people turn against the state is because of injustice and impunity.
The government says its critics are enemies of Burkina Faso's development, along with the armed groups and France. The children here will grow up to find out if the latest chapter of military rule will bring any change or peace. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera, Ouagadougou.
India has begun the world's largest population count. More than 3 million officials will run the census, which is likely to take a year to complete. This could reshape welfare programs and political representation. It was originally scheduled for 2021, but was delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic and logistical hurdles. The last census in 2011 recorded a population of 1.2 billion. Al Jazeera's Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
We all know that India is the world's most populous nation, but just how many Indian citizens are there? UN estimates suggest 1.4 billion, but the government is now trying to get an exact number. It's why it's called this census a gigantic exercise of national importance. 3 million officials will travel the length and breadth of the country. It'll cost a whopping $1.25 billion. This will be the first digital census in India's history. Officials will be armed with smartphones to log details of millions of Indians.
Also, for the first time, long-term live-in relationships will be registered as married couples. In the first 15 days of April, people can register themselves online as well. These are the details you'll need to fill: the number of people living in a house, their marital status, what kind of access to amenities they have like water, sanitation facilities, internet, and assets owned by them. Also, your caste, which is something that communities like this one say they'll be watching closely to see what kind of data comes out on the socially and economically marginalized groups living in India. The caste system is a form of social hierarchy dating back thousands of years. It affects the jobs you can do, your access to education and resources. The government has quotas to help those communities get jobs and education, but they say more needs to be done.
In jobs and education, I think there should be more quotas for people like us.
Discrimination is wrong. God has created all of us equally. We've created these social divisions.
The last time caste data was collected comprehensively was in 1931. India's first government after independence stopped the exercise, saying it would end the reinforcement of social divisions. But in the last few years, there's been a big focus on social injustice here, particularly by the opposition, and that seems to have fueled the inclusion of caste as well. The census is important because it'll help policies on development and social welfare. Cities here are struggling to cope as more and more Indians migrate to urban centers. There's overcrowding, water and housing shortages, widening income inequalities, and rising pollution levels. Now, policies to address these issues were set based on data collected 16 years ago. But we'll have to wait a full year for the results of this census. Numbers are only expected next March. Neha Punya, Al Jazeera, New Delhi.
Anticipation is building along Florida's Space Coast just hours before NASA's big lunar launch. 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and 1 Canadian, are set to make history aboard the Artemis 2 mission. The crew will spend 10 days flying around the moon without landing, echoing the path of Apollo 8 in 1968. Colin Baker has more on the crew's 10-day journey.
The Artemis space program is sending 4 astronauts on a loop around the moon.
It marks an important step.
It's a program that began during Donald Trump's first administration.
For the first time since 1970.
And it will be the first crewed mission to the moon in more than 50 years. Over 10 days, its crew will study their own health in the harsh weightlessness of space and photograph the moon from a few hundred kilometers away. The mission aims to prove the journey can be practical for humans and eventually can land people on the moon again, a goal China is also pursuing. Artemis is a U.S. project with international support. Europe, Japan, the United Arab Emirates are all involved. Canada built a robotic arm and gave it an astronaut. The moon holds few guaranteed resources or security advantages. It is a possible source for a fuel that could drive future nuclear power, but it could be a stepping stone to explore the solar system.
The moon has always been a distant prize. The Soviet Union took the first photo of it from space in 1959. And then in the late 1960s, the United States and the Soviet Union raced to land their robots and put their satellites into its orbit. But all of that was just the beginning. Over 4 wild years, 12 humans bounced and drove across its surface. And then the moon was quiet for decades, until the early 2000s, when a new space race kicked off. Major powers sent more probes. China landed 6 and sent pieces of the moon back to Earth. And now private companies are getting there too. 70 years of lunar exploration, roughly divided into 2 chapters.
The U.S. space agency NASA has had a tumultuous year. The White House Budget Office proposed major cuts, but the Congress voted to maintain funding. Staff departures have been high.
Commercial and international.
In March, Administrator Jared Isaacman promised to build a U.S. moon base within the next 7 years for $20 billion. The request came days after media reports said the Pentagon wanted $200 billion to fund the Iran war.
The vehicle's ready, the system is ready, the crew is ready, and behind this flight stands a campaign. Landings, a lunar base, a nuclear propulsion into deep space. That begins, not ends, with what happens on Wednesday evening.
If the mission succeeds, these 4 astronauts will go farther from home than any humans before them, around the far side of the moon. They'll be blocked from all communication from Earth while they're there, and for a few hours, they'll be totally cut off from the world below. Then they'll return to it, to splash down in the Pacific Ocean. Colin Baker, Al Jazeera.
The countdown begins. I'm going to take a short break. Stay with us. We've got more news coming up at the top of the hour. I'm Nick Clark. I'll see you in a bit. Bye for now.
The messaging, the narrative, everything centering around the Strait of Hormuz.
Maritime transport crucial to the global economy.
As oil prices rise, the cost of harvesting crops is climbing quickly.
Potential negotiation is conditioned upon the halting of the campaign of airstrikes.
How and when the war could end, President Trump had no answers, only stating that Iran wants to make a deal.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
Anyone could become a target. We have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place.
Facing realities.
Does Qatar still trust Iran enough to mediate?
Let's say that this aggression brings a benefit for no one.
Thought-provoking answers.
How many have been displaced inside Iran?
I've heard 3 million. It could be more.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Hearing the facts.
A busy day for Iran today could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Hello, it's 1600 hours GMT. I'm Nick Clark. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Coming up, Donald Trump says Iran's president has asked for a ceasefire, but Washington will only consider it if the Strait of Hormuz is open. Tehran denies President Trump's claims. Iran tells Al Jazeera it did not request a ceasefire, while the US and Israel continue to bomb the country. Israel under fire. At least 25 people have been injured in Israel as strikes hit multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv. In other news, the US Supreme Court considers Donald Trump's efforts to limit birthright citizenship. The president is attending the session. So US President Donald Trump is making a stark declaration ahead of addressing the nation later on Tuesday. He says Iran has asked for a ceasefire. Posting on social media, Trump said Washington will consider the offer once the Strait of Hormuz is open, free and clear. Until then, quotes, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion, he said. But Iranian officials have told Al Jazeera those diplomatic conversations have not taken place and deny asking for a ceasefire, despite Trump's claims. So it's not clear yet if those talks did or did not take place. What is clear, though, is the continued attacks throughout the Middle East by Iran, the United States, and Israel. All right, we're covering this story across the globe this hour. We'll talk to our correspondents in Dubai, in the occupied West Bank, in Riyadh, in Washington, D.C., and indeed in Tehran, which is where we start with Ali Hashem. So, Ali, are we hearing anything from the Iranian leadership on Donald Trump's statement?
Well, what we heard is that they've not said this. They've not asked for a ceasefire, and they are actually repeating this, saying that the only thing that they are looking for is a comprehensive end to this one. We just refer to what's the possible source President Trump derived his conclusion from. It could be the President Pezeshkian, the Iranian President Pezeshkian's conversation with the head of the European Council, where he said that Iran wants this to come to an end, but with a clear guarantee that this is not going to be repeated. So this could be the source where President Trump derived his conclusion. However, the Iranians are saying this is not the case. Yesterday, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi repeated that his country is not looking for a ceasefire, and also it's looking mainly for a comprehensive end. Plus, if this is going to be the case, what about other main cases on the table What about the Strait of Hormuz? What about the Iranian uranium, highly enriched uranium? And what about the regional security, especially after the rift between Iran and its Gulf neighbors, after launching rockets and drones towards these countries, how the relation is going to be? The most important thing, what's the fate of the Israeli-Iranian war? Will it continue? Just like when President Trump announced a ceasefire with the Houthis, when they, without having the Israelis in this ceasefire, and the war continued between the two sides, with the war continued between the Iranians and the Israelis, and in Lebanon and in Yemen. Very big questions are being asked now, especially that there is a speech everyone is waiting, and there are a lot of leaks coming here and there, reports that President Trump is going to link his ceasefire offer to opening the Strait of Hormuz. So is the opening of Strait of Hormuz the end game for this war? Is a big question.
All right, from Tehran to the White House, Alan Fisher, our chief U.S. correspondent, standing by there. And indeed, Alan, in theory, we should learn more later as Donald Trump addresses the nation.
But I don't think we're likely to get any indication of where this possible ceasefire idea has come from. Certainly the markets are responding well, and many people will say that it was a cynical move by Donald Trump to do exactly that. They're up over trading in the last couple of hours. When we found out that Donald Trump was likely to have going to have a national address, still pretty rare for presidents to do that, the speculation was that he would announce that the war was going to end. I battered the phones late on Tuesday, early on Wednesday, and they said that's not where we're going. In the last couple of hours, Donald Trump has spoken to Reuters. He says he's going to talk about how he's deeply disappointed with NATO and is considering withdrawing from the alliance. Sidebar, he can't. He's got to get congressional approval for that. He is going to suggest that the time in Iran is going to be relatively short. He's talked about a 4 to 6 week window, so maybe another 2 weeks, or according to an interview he gave on Tuesday, 2 weeks and another couple of days on the end of that. And he'll retain forces in the region so that he kind of spot strikes on Iran if he thinks they're about to produce a threat to either regional allies, including Israel, or the United States itself. Donald Trump is aware that his poll ratings are way down. Support for the war is way down. There's a feeling in the White House that the message isn't getting out to the wider American public, that there is going to be short-term pain economically for the long-term gain of a more stable Middle East and a nuclear-free Iran. And that is what they're hoping to do with the address that we'll get in about 9 hours' time. He's hoping to break through to the American people and say, look, we've had all this military success. Bear with us. The economic success will follow soon after.
All right, Alan, thanks for that. Alan Fisher there. The wide weeks may be a critical test for Israel, which has shown no indication of winding down its operations. Nora Day is following developments in Israel from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Nora, what's the view from Israel, given that there are still strikes right across the country?
Well, we'd have to talk about two kinds of views, Nick. One, the government, which, as you said, is not interested in a ceasefire, does not want this war to end at this point, at least. And as it is continuing, Israel is trying to maximize the benefits, so to speak. So it is escalating its strikes, it's changing its targets to more strategic ones like the steel factories, the pharmaceutical companies, the universities, and so on, because it does not want to give Iran the possibility of recovery when and if the war ends. Now, if you're, for ordinary Israelis, talking about ending the war at this point might seem like welcome news, because just today, just in the past 24 hours, Israelis have had to go to the shelters for more than a dozen times because of Iranian missiles. And that's not to speak of the Hezbollah rockets, which have not stopped targeting northern communities and northern cities like Nahariya and Haifa and Safad. So we've seen 29 people injured in the first volley in the afternoon from Iranian missiles in the larger Tel Aviv area. In the evening, 6 times the size sirens went off. A building in Tahtikva is said to have collapsed, and there are 10 different impact sites across that central area in Israel where 44% of the population lives. So we're talking about millions of people who had to basically hunker down in shelters for a very long time today, Nick.
No, thanks for that, Noride there near Ramallah. So, Ali, back to you in Tehran. Missiles hitting Israel, but of course also hitting Iran, and Iran's industrial bases have been struck.
Well, indeed, yeah. Actually, even a couple of hours ago, there have been a couple of attacks here in Iran to the east, in Tehran to the east of the capital. Over the past hours, we've heard of another attack on a steel factory. A lot of concentration on factories, industries, pharmaceuticals like yesterday. And this is having also its own reflection on and impact on the Iranian people, especially when it comes to, for example, pharmaceuticals. Now, when it comes to industrial targets, this is also creating a situation where the Iranians are retaliating towards industrial targets in the Gulf and in Israel. And, you know, this is becoming a vicious cycle that's not really possible to stop, at least for now.
Ali, thanks for that. Ali Hashem there in Tehran. Kuwait says its international airport has been hit by a drone attack targeting fuel tanks. Officials say the latest strike caused a large fire and damaged fuel storage facilities at the airport. The fire is out now. There are no reports of injuries. And a tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the coast of Qatar after being hit by a projectile. The British Maritime Monitoring Agency said the incident happened about 30 kilometers north of the industrial city of Ras Laffan. Let's cross to Zain Basravi in Dubai. So, Zain, no let-ups, it seems, in attacks across the Gulf.
That is correct. Every time there's an attack in one of these cities in the GCC region, it just cements a little deeper the fact that they are truly on the front line of this conflict. Maybe not a ground war yet, and hopefully it won't go there. But in terms of naval attacks, in terms of aerial attacks, the GCC was roped into this war unwillingly from day one, and it has become a semi-permanent front line. And that's the fear of GCC leaders with every one of these attacks. Let's just look at the events today. Here in Kuwait, of course, it's the second time in as many weeks that there's been a fuel tank fire from an attack at the Kuwait International Airport. It's perhaps a silver lining that they were able to put this one out so quickly. The last time it took almost 3 days for them to put out that fire. Kuwait's International Airport, other international airports, major hubs in this region, consistently targeted as part of Iran's retaliation against targets in the GCC. In Qatar, the defense ministry saying that at least 3 missiles were launched at Qatar from Iran today. 2 were intercepted. 1, of course, hit the Aqua One oil tanker leased by state-owned Qatar Energy. Qatar Energy saying that this incident happened about 31 kilometers north of that major LNG hub at Ras Laffan that was hit in days previous and is currently offline. Now, we know that that vessel was hit on the port side above the waterline, and there was some risk of a projectile that remained unexploded in the engine room, but we know that there hasn't been any developments since. No injuries. The 21-person crew was evacuated safely, and there hasn't been any environmental incidents since then. Elsewhere, we do know that, of course, in the UAE, there have been multiple attacks today. The latest report being put out by the Ministry of Defense saying they confronted 5 ballistic missiles and 35 drones on separate occasions. The UAE has seen the largest number of attacks of all of the GCC countries by Iran. Elsewhere in Fujairah, debris fall killed a worker on a farm in Rifah area of Fujairah, and Al-Quwain, someone was injured as well from debris fall. In Bahrain, there was a facility belonging to a private company that was damaged. IRGC putting out a statement saying that they attacked military personnel of the United States there, but no confirmation of that, but they are claiming that's what that attack may have been. Again, we're waiting for confirmation on anything like that. Saudi Arabia confronting multiple drone attacks as well. And really, this carries on day after day. The consistency of these attacks is something that is becoming very worrying for GCC leaders as this conflict enters into its 5th week.
And Zain, of course, flights have been happening, but we're now hearing of flight restrictions being imposed on Iranian nationals by the UAE.
That is correct. What we're hearing from airlines here in Dubai, Emirates, Fly Dubai, saying that Iranian nationals will not be allowed to transit through or enter the United Arab Emirates. Now, there were murmurs of this in recent days. The statement on the Emirates website really putting a fine line under what seems to be policy now for Iranian travelers. The website says only Iranians with a golden visa for the UAE, senior professionals, athletes, and family members of Emirati citizens will be allowed to enter the UAE. Otherwise, transiting and entering the UAE for Iranian nationals, a diaspora which is very wide, very culturally entrenched in the Emirates for some time, they will no longer be allowed here. And what we understand is more than 1,200 Iranian citizens have left the UAE since the war began. Really what this is a reflection of how in times of conflict, borders don't just become hardened, they become selective. And what we are seeing now is the shifting of policy based on a heightened security stance by the internal security apparatus, not just of the UAE, but of multiple GCC countries. That hardening of the security stance is beginning to affect the lives of people who are trying to move around this region.
Zeb Basravi there in Dubai. Thank you. And now to Russell Serdar in Riyadh. And Russell, so Trump's comments have refocused this US goal to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. How integral is this for Gulf nations?
Well, indeed. So the Gulf nations are extremely interested in this and want it to be materialized because this is the biggest threat that the GCC's economic stability and the energy strategy is facing since its formation in 1981. Just since the beginning of the war on, more than 400 million barrels of oil were removed from the global market. This is quite huge. And just before the war, the 20% of the global crude oil and 20% of the LNG, liquefied natural gas, were being exported through the Strait of Hormuz. And now that has dropped around 5% of the normal level. So this is the biggest disruption to the oil and the LNG supply to the global market in the modern history. So just let's remember, there have been several major refineries, gas plants, the export terminals that have been attacked by Iran in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in United Arab Emirates, including Ras Laffan gas plants in Qatar and Ras Tanura and Yanbu energy facilities in Saudi Arabia. So now, compared to the beginning of the war, before the war, what is happening, what is being flown to the international market is just a trickle. And now Saudi Arabia is trying to increase its western coastal production. So simply getting the energy from the east to the west to a safer area and export it through the Red Sea. And they're saying that they have increased that capacity of east-west pipeline from 2 million barrels of oil per day to 7 million. However, still compared to the pre-war area, it is just a trickle.
Russell, it's pretty evident that there's some sort of talks going on in some shape or fashion, but mainly involving third party, it seems.
Indeed, so for this part of the world, so the diplomatic efforts are at two tracks. The first one is GCC as a cooperation bloc, and then the regional level. So for GCC, it has its own weaknesses. So despite being a cooperation organization here, you see that the members of these cooperation have different approaches when it comes how to respond to that. And that's why we, particularly in the last week, we're seeing the diplomatic efforts intensify to provide a unified position here. Qatari Emir was in Saudi Arabia the day before, and then he went to the United Arab Emirates, and today the Kuwaiti foreign minister is now in Riyadh. So all of them are a search to how to respond to this crisis collectively. So they have their concerns. First, of course, they want to be at the table, if there's going to be a negotiating table. And now they want the energy, the flow of energy to be secured. And of course, Iran's proxies and also the missiles program, that it's being seen as a threat. When it comes to the regional countries, then Saudi Arabia, the Turks and the Pakistan, Pakistanis and Egyptians are involved in these diplomatic efforts, and they are concerned about the economy, about the instability of the borders, and also they want to contain the war. So in that sense, these two levels of the diplomatic engagements are continuing. However, as of now, still it's difficult to say that they are representing a solid bloc.
Russell, thank you for that. Russell Serder there in Riyadh. Well, let's try and see where we're at. Joined now by Paul Musgrave, who's an associate professor at Georgetown University here in Qatar, also a US foreign policy analyst. Welcome, Paul. And Danya Thalfa, who's the executive director of Gulf International Forum, a think tank based in Washington, D.C., also a lecturer at Georgetown University. Welcome to both of you. And Danya, I'd like to start with you. So all eyes on Donald Trump's pronouncements later when he makes this address to the nation. Do you hold out any hope that we're at the point at which we might open a door to resolution?
You know, it's hard to say, because from Trump's perspective, I think, you know, the best way to look at it is war is deception to him. And he likes to have different cards that he can play. And as you can see, his messaging has changed from day to day, hour to hour. So it's hard to follow. But I think that President Trump would likely frame this war as a success. And as he has been doing, narrowing the objectives and redefining the objectives to fit in the frame of what they've achieved so far in this war. However, I don't think, you know, as he tweeted talking about there's a ceasefire agreement is going to be what's going to be discussed at the table.
Ceasefire, right? Yeah.
That Iran wanted to see. Well, of course, it's two parties or three parties in this war. Therefore, I think that the most you will see him framing it as success, trying to come up with some deceptive way of misleading everyone, all the parties in this war, to make sure to have an element of surprise for the next point. I personally think it seems like we're going in the direction of escalation, but, you know, I could be wrong.
Paul, is that what it's about? It's about misleading. It's about muddying the waters just so that nobody knows the way forward.
I would think that President Trump would say that it's all about putting everything in the best possible light for himself. But that definitely means that he's going to have a fast and loose relationship with the truth. He has every incentive to say that he's going through diplomatic motions. He has every incentive to say that it's the Iranians who are asking for peace. They have every incentive to say, no, we're not doing any of this. So it's very hard for us on the outside to know exactly what is going on. But there are some things that are not changing. U.S. forces, Israeli airplanes continue to strike in Iran. American forces continue to move into the theater. And President Trump continues to confront the fact that U.S. interests are not only entangled here, but they are directly threatened by the outcome of this war. 5 weeks in, 6 weeks in, and we're in a much worse position for the United States with regard to core strategic interests, especially the Strait of Hormuz, the global economy, the American economy, and even President Trump's own political interests. You know, his approval ratings are going down. Only 14% of Americans favor escalation. If he feels that he has to escalate, he at least has to make a case that diplomacy was tried and failed. That could be what we are seeing here. But we could also be seeing President Trump finding a way to, try to declare victory and go home. It's very hard to say.
Indeed. Danya, Gulf nations, as we all know here, have borne a great deal of this, the Iranian response. What is the responsibility now of the GCC in trying to tackle this and trying to seek a way towards resolving it, finding resolution?
Well, I think from the GCC perspective, when it comes to mediation, I think that's off the table, because they are saying, most of the GCC states, aside from Oman, are saying we are in the crossfire, and therefore mediation is not an option when you're being attacked. I think most of the Gulf states are hardening their position, raising their concerns. There have been reports about the UAE could be getting involved in a forceful engagement to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, there have been those are just reports, but there has been statements from the UAE that are a little bit more tempered, but going towards the same direction, official statements within the last week. Therefore, I think the Gulf states are feeling that they need to establish some kind of deterrence. obviously not draw themselves into a war that they didn't start. And they're looking at what's the most beneficial way out of this. They're looking for, in the current discussions that are ongoing, for security guarantees and a seat at the table as one of the, unfortunately, warring parties in this war that they didn't start or have anything to do with. So that's where the Gulf states are right now.
Right. Eventually, Paul, there will come a point when we stand back and just take a view of everything that has happened here. And what then do you think we'll be looking at regionally and globally? Because things are going to be in a different form. Things are going to reshape, aren't they?
They absolutely are. And I think that you're correct to look at this in both its broader and its immediate implications. Immediately, Qatar and the rest of the GCC countries, they are neighbors to Iran. They have relations that go back for thousands of years. And yet, these countries have found themselves directly at war. Even today, a tanker being struck by an Iranian projectile, likely an Iranian projectile, in Qatar's own territorial waters.
Yeah, just off the coast here.
Right. This is something you can see. This is something you can witness. These are attacks not only on military targets, U.S. military targets, but on civilian infrastructure. And to say that it's just American co-owned, yeah, there's lots of things that are happening. That's going to really poison relations. That's going to be very hard to come back from. It also means that GCC countries will step up in terms of their defense spending and their defense capabilities. Globally, it's going to be an even more mixed picture in terms of countries will find themselves relying more on their own and their regional partnerships rather than deferring to the United States. And also, in a longer term sense, the world is realizing just how much of its economy requires a steady flow of energy. And I think that you'll see diversification to non-carbon based forms of energy production, even if this region remains irreplaceable to the global energy mix.
And Donald Trump is also, he seems pretty adamant about pulling out of NATO, doesn't he? Which is fundamentally part of the global order. But regionally again, Dania, what role is there still for Gulf nations in terms of trying to find a way through?
I think that's a good question. The role, mostly looking at how to deal with President Trump. I think, Israel is benefiting too much from this war. And so I think they're going to try to push forward with leverage with the United States. President Trump's global strategy was focused heavily on the Gulf as a linchpin of his foreign policy. And he is looking forward to investments from the Gulf. And I think from the Gulf states' perspective, they're going to use that as a leverage in discussions with President Trump.
Do you think those investments are still intact, given everything that's happened?
Well, as long as these economies are disrupted, they're going to have to reprioritize their money towards the security of their country and also rebuilding and also addressing the disruptions in the economies. So it will affect investments abroad. And I think it's very concerning. The U.S. benefits a lot from Gulf money, not only through investments, but the fact that even U.S. aid was dismantled and the Gulf states were the main providers of aid aside from the U.S. globally. This is going to have a huge impact. The Board of Peace that Trump created and was hoping that the Gulf states will rebuild Gaza. I mean, this is also another concern. So they do have a lot of financial leverage, and I think they will use it when having discussions with President Trump.
All right. We're going to have to leave it there, Dania.
Okay.
Do appreciate that. Thanks very much, Dania Afafa here in the studio, and also Paul Musgrave. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the Iran war has triggered a severe economic crisis right across Africa. Most nations importing fuel are facing an unprecedented energy crisis because of the sea traffic disruption at the Strait of Hormuz. Kulsum Sharif explains now.
Hundreds of millions of Africans have been forced to adapt to higher fuel costs in the past month because of what's happening here. From South Africa to Egypt, fuel costs across the continent have jumped. The steepest rise of around 65% is in Nigeria, one of Africa's leading oil producers. Oil prices here are deregulated, which means they're determined by market forces and not the government. Also, the country imports refined fuel products because of its limited domestic refining capacity. Now, governments are announcing energy-saving measures. In Zimbabwe, they are increasing the amount of ethanol in petrol from 5 to 20%. Others, like South Africa, are reducing taxes on fuel. Now, in Ethiopia, this is what we are seeing. People waiting for hours to fill up. Now, the country imports all its fuel from the Gulf and has begun rationing petrol as shortages hit supplies, and diesel supply has nearly halved. The island nation of Mauritius, again highly dependent on oil imports, is low on supply. A shipment expected in March has failed to arrive. The government has announced energy-saving measures with stocks just for about 15 to 20 days left. Now, the access to fertilizer, essential in food production, has also been badly affected. Now, the near closure of the Strait of Hormuz has halted 1/3 of global fertilizer trade. Now, it's pushing up prices and it's threatening agricultural yields in Kenya and Tanzania. And finally, with Yemen's Ansarullah Houthi group opening another front in the conflict, there are fears about what might play out here if the Bab al-Mandeb Strait could be blocked. That's the only point of contact to the Red Sea, to the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal. Now, if this route is disrupted, ships will have to travel around South Africa, adding days, if not weeks, to their travel time.
To Australia, where the Prime Minister has called on citizens to play their part in conserving fuel. Prices have surged and there are shortages in some areas due to the war in Iran and the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The country imports about 90% of its fuel.
Now, it's the Australian way that people want to do their bit. And there are simple ways that you can. You should go about your business and your life as normal. Enjoy your Easter. And if you're hitting the road, don't take more fuel than you need. Just fill up like you normally would. Think of others in your community, in the bush, and in critical industries. And over coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram to work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. Farmers and miners and tradies who need diesel every single day. And all those shift workers and nurses who do so much for our country.
So this is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the United States, Israel and Iran. A reminder of the latest developments. US President Donald Trump says Iran has asked for a ceasefire. In a social media post, Trump says he will consider the offer once the Strait of Hormuz is open, free and clear. Until then, quotes, US forces are blasting Iran into oblivion. Speaking to Al Jazeera, Iranian officials have denied such talks and say they've never asked for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, joint US and Israeli strikes continue to bombard Iranian cities, including the capital, Tehran. And Kuwait says its international airport was hit by a drone attack targeting fuel tanks. And a tanker leased by Qatar Energy has been damaged off the coast of Qatar after being hit by a projectile. The International Energy Agency says the current crisis is worse than the oil shocks of the 1970s and the fallout of the Ukraine war combined. Iran has fired missiles towards Israel, injuring at least 25 people. The Israeli ambulance service says a cluster munition missile hit multiple sites in and around Tel Aviv. Health officials say children are among the injured. Nid Ibrahim reports now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
An Iranian cluster munition shattered a long pause. It had been 19 hours of relative silence from Iran, but at 7 a.m. local time, a fragmenting war had struck nearly a dozen sites in its central region. In Bnei Brak, east of Tel Aviv, several people were injured. The missile caused major damage to homes and buildings. Israeli media say at least 100 people were forced to evacuate their homes.
The Psychological Flexibility Unit is currently working to provide treatment and evacuation for those suffering from psychological trauma and panic attacks. We're still conducting search operations.
Further attacks from Iran continued on Wednesday morning. At one point, sirens blasted across nearly all of Israel, warning of coordinated attacks from Hezbollah and Iran. Some missiles targeted military bases near Tel Aviv, while others were fired towards southern Israel. Estimates suggest that Hezbollah launched 50 rockets and drones against northern Israel in 24 hours. Yemen's Ansarullah al-Houthi group also fired a missile into southern Israel. The Israeli army says it was intercepted. Tuesday is the eve of the Jewish holiday of Passover, and Israeli sources expect Iran and Hezbollah to increase their pressure on the ground. Politically, as the US president hints at a potential end to the war, the Israeli prime minister seems to be preparing for that scenario as well.
Together, we have transformed Israel into a regional power, and in some areas into an international power. We have achieved this thanks to the soldiers and commanders in the reserves and the regular service, thanks to the fallen heroes of Israel, the resilience of the Israeli people, and the bold decisions taken by the Israeli government.
Netanyahu delivered a short speech to the Israeli public, hailing what he called success of the Iran war.
We have broken the power of Iran's terror squads that surrounded us in a choke ring. It's true they still have a limited capacity to threaten us, but they can no longer threaten our existence or launch tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and rockets intended to destroy the cities of Israel.
This is far from ideal for a man who's made a career lobbying against Iran's threats, and a leader who had promised to dismantle the regime and stop these threats for good.
Netanyahu delivered his 1,000th arrogant speech, claiming, "I changed the Middle East." There was one word missing from that speech: almost. You almost changed the Middle East. In the end, it always turns out that it hasn't changed.
Many see Netanyahu's speech as a political move. He managed to secure his coalition government's survival until the end of its term later this year. But if the war stops now, and with the continued Israeli casualties in southern Lebanon, Netanyahu might have a hard time selling this as a victory, and his push to stay in power could take a hit. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, occupied West Bank, Palestine.
Now, the Israeli media has been airing debates with former members of Israeli intelligence and Israeli think tanks that indicate support for the war as it's being conducted may be wavering. A senior researcher for the Institute for National Security Studies say the latest polls show that fewer Israelis now believe that Israeli strikes will weaken the Iranian regime.
אנחנו יודעים שכשהתחילה המערכה הזו הייתה תקווה ואמונה גדולה מאוד בציבור שהמערכה הזאת תסתיים בניצחון, כמעט ניצחון מוחלט. אנחנו התחלנו את המערכה כשכמעט 70% מהציבור הישראלי חשב שהמשטר ייפגע קשות. כשאנחנו מפרסמים הבוקר, כבר פחות מ-50% מהציבור, שמזכירה שהיה כמעט 70% לפני חודש, כבר פחות מ-50% סבור שהמשטר ייפגע באופן קשה. העורף לא חש כרגע שיש שינוי משמעותי בתמונת המצב.
So back to Nora Day, who's speaking to us from near Ramallah. So Nora, support for the war with Iran was initially high, wasn't it? But it doesn't seem to be so true now.
Yes, there are cracks in the wall, Nick, because especially because Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, set the bar so high. He promised Israelis that the regime would collapse very soon, that millions of Iranians would heed his call and take to the streets and overthrow the government. Those things have not happened. And the fact is, former officials in the intelligence community and in the army have been coming out more and more and saying what Israel is doing with the United States cannot possibly produce a change in government in Iran. It is unrealistic. And the fact that the system has been able to stay intact and in command of the country so far means that that simply will not happen. And now you see those cracks in the wall, that support waning. Support for the war itself may still be holding, but the confidence in those goals that Netanyahu proclaimed in Netanyahu himself are beginning to shake.
All right, and no, Israel has another front, of course, and that is Lebanon. What's the view there?
Well, in Lebanon, it's even more complicated, Nick, because Lebanon was a war of choice. The Israeli prime minister, the Israeli government decided to open that war front 2 days into the war, 3 days into the war with Iran. It did that after the Israeli prime minister said in November 2024 that Hezbollah was finished, and this was supposed to be the last push. But Israel is accumulating losses, and now there are more questions about where that leads. Let's listen in to some of the discussions in the Israeli media.
בסופו של דבר נמצא את עצמנו הרגנו, הרסנו, חיסלנו, מה קרה? כלום לא קרה. ולכן הדרך קדימה היא להגיע לאיראנים עם הסכם
האיראנים זקוקים בנקודת הזמן הזאת לכלכלה בריאה כמו אוויר לנשימת ושרידות השלטון.
So again, the discussions in Israel really focusing on the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is starting all these wars, but the fact that he cannot finish them decisively, he is not delivering on those promises and sustaining losses in the meantime are beginning to make a dent in public opinion, certainly raising the frustration among former officials who know, as far as the Israeli public is concerned, what they're talking about, Nick.
Nor, thanks for that. Nora Day reporting. Thank you. Well, Iran has said Israel's campaign in Lebanon could be a hurdle to a deal to end the war. Israeli forces expanding their attacks in southern Lebanon as they continue to occupy the area. Zena Hodder has this now from Beirut.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality.
It is not operating
Independent
against
media
UN peacekeepers, the Lebanese military, or civilians. It has targeted an army position, killed
We're
many
incredibly
civilians,
grateful for
and called
every
on UN
single one of our
forces to
subscribers.
avoid combat
Whether you
zones
just discovered
that
at Truth
residents
Talks
were
Live
told
or
to leave.
you've been a day one
The
truth
mandate
teller,
of the UN
we see
interim
you
force in
and we're
Lebanon,
proud
or
to show
UNIFIL,
up for you
ends
every
this
day.
year
But
after
here's the
decades,
reality.
largely
Independent
due to Israeli
media
pressure.
is under attack.
The
We're
Israel
committed to
Defense
bringing you
Forces
real
are in
voices,
control of
real
central
perspectives,
areas.
We appreciate
and
your
a truly
subscription.
multicultural
This
lens
broadcast
on
is
world
shifting
news.
to our
And that
horizontal
mission
feed only
comes at a
and no
cost.
longer in shorts.
Over 300,000
You can still
viewers
watch on your
tune in
phones
daily.
anywhere in the world,
And now,
but
we're
tap the
asking you to take
notification
next
bell
step with
now.
us. Every
Otherwise,
viewer
you
gave
might
just
miss us when
$1
we go
through
live
Cash
with
App,
the
Zelle, or
truth.
PayPal. It would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in.
Israel has been
Tap the
trying
Cash
to
App
empty
symbol
the area
or
south
become a
of
paid
the
member
Litani.
today.
And Lebanese
And from all of us,
officials are
thank you.
denouncing Israel's new occupation of the area.
That's our program for the day. Keep watching Morning Mic Drop On at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. We are here daily from 6 a.m. to noon with unfiltered breaking world news coverage. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. See you tomorrow.